Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the fourth round of the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania and the Rotax Max Nordic Challenge. We are moments away from getting underway at the 333 Baltic circuit, just east of the capital city of Riga in Latvia. For those of you joining us on the YouTube broadcast, hello, welcome. We've got an action-packed day coming your way, starting off with the Rotax Max Senior Maxes, the B and C heat. That's going to be starting at 10 o'clock local time in just under 5 minutes. And then we've got a series of heats coming your way, 2 heats per category, well, technically 3 heats for the seniors due to the grid size, before we head on in to our finals. That will be starting just after 2 o'clock local time. We're going to be starting with the Rotax Micro Maxes, working our way through the Mini Maxes, then the Nanos, Juniors, DD2s, and Senior Maxes will be rounding off our day at about 4 p.m. It's going to be some absolutely exceptional racing coming your way, as comes your way pretty much every time RMC takes to the circuit. Another warm welcome to everyone who is either listening trackside or is on the YouTube broadcast watching the action. I'm your commentator for the day, Yusuf bin Sahel, and I've covered a few of these races so far this year, and we always tend to get some excellent racing. Here is the circuit, a 1.34 kilometer track, elevations of about 2 meters and some interesting banking into certain corners that makes this circuit that little bit more difficult. Divided up into 7 sectors on our timing screen and some big overtaking opportunities. A 14 corner circuit and a bunch of overtaking zones. Our track map puts it at 14. I think it will be quite stressed, even with some of the incredible overtaking moves that we do tend to see over the course of a day. I think if we see overtakes at all 14 corners, that would be quite something indeed. Anti-clockwise circuit, starting off with that long sweeping turn 1 that you could almost divide into 2 separate corners. But for our purposes, we're just saying that long left-hander is just the singular corner. Not looking like we're going to be seeing any rain. It is cloudy, it is overcast, and it is very breezy, but we're going to be hitting highs of about 21 degrees. So kind of perfect weather for racing. Not too hot that you need to get the sunscreen out. You're going to have a bit of a brown neck at the end of a day's worth of racing. Enough to keep it dry, keep it a little bit breezy, and to enjoy the day's racing. So this 14 corner circuit here just outside of Riga. As just looking in the YouTube chat, Ingo dropping in a message, looking forward to one more day on this fast circuit. Well, it is certainly fast. It is a very quick track. Hingo, let us know, what category are you racing in? Because it sounds like Hingo's one of the drivers, so we can keep an eye for him out on track. Now, I think everyone who knows me knows that there is one particular category that I really love, and if I'm not mistaken, that is our Mini Maxes. I just want to have a quick look at what those Minimax lap times were. It was actually Remigius Klausinas who put it on pole by 500ths of a second from Oskaras Bakutis and Emilis Kapkauskas. Ilis Mankonen, a Finnish driver from the sound of it. First time I've seen him racing in the RMC Lithuania, RMC Nordic Championship this year. Carlis Bernsson's down in P5, Taras Zimnikas there as well. Jan Wozniak returning to the scene. This is going to be absolutely fantastic. Martins Lapins down in P13. Well, we know that Martins Lapins is a very quick driver, and for him to be so far down the order, well, you know that we're going to be seeing some absolutely fantastic battles later today. And I always say, keep your eyes out for Carlis Bernsson's. He is one driver who knows how to get his elbows out, how to put in an absolutely exceptional race. regardless of the circumstances that are around him. Looking at the seniors, though, our quickest drivers from Group 1 and Group 2, Dovydas Gudilevicius was the quickest in Group 1 from Tom Strel and Fernando Paimre. Well, Strel and Paimre, we've seen some excellent battles between those two. Meanwhile, in Group 2, it was Artyom Sestakov who was the quickest, ahead of Robin Shemet and Rafael Zernask. But that Group 1 was ultra close at the front of the field, talking about a 10 separating the top 3. Looking further down the order, Martin Wallström here as well. He's actually down in P7 in Group 1, so he's going to have a little bit of work to do. Here, though, is the grid for our B and C heat. Our first senior heat of the day. Dovydas Gudilevicius starts on pole, ahead of Endrik Pietz in second position. Then we have Rafael Zernask ahead of Alice Stolzermane, followed by Artyom Sestakovs and Fernando Paimre on row 3. Kalis Kirikovs and Oliver Kerg are on row number 4. And on row 5, it is Linas Volungevicius and Martin Wallström starting in 10th place. Albert Ingo and Adrian Zetion are on row number 6. And row 7 sees Marius Karshauskas and Normantas Arvesevicius in 13th and 14th place respectively. Then is Martin Zvalts in 15th, ahead of Matas Balshus in 16th, both in the Tony karts. Kate Robiseva ahead of Ugne Puskuriute in 17th and 18th. And completing our top 20 is Rems Smits and Jonas Liotkauskas. Thomas Karalevicius is in 21st position, ahead of Hans Marusk Narusk. Kaur Jesper Somets is ahead of Larsen Klaus Tamertu. Then comes Maja Gomberga and Laurinas Karalevicius in 25th and 26th position to round out our field. So our drivers getting their tyres nice and warmed up before we get this race underway. So our very first race of the day, just a couple of moments away. I'm just going to get up our grid once again, just so I've personally got it in front of me. There is Dovydas Gudilevicius on pole, ahead of Endrik Pietz. And here we go then, round the final corner to get this race underway, being led by Dovydas Gudilevicius. Well, usually we see him starting further down the order, and then he comes in big for the A final. Here we go, though. We are racing a good start, as always, on the inside. One driver trying to go around the outside. That's Elise Stolzermane moving up into second position, having started this race fairly far down the order in 4th position, sends it round the outside. Big accident. Fernando Paimre is there. Is that Dovydas Gudilevicius who's been involved as well? I think that might be Martin Wallström too. I do see a green flag being waved, so we are still racing. That is Gudilevicius who leads from Stolzermane, so I'm not sure who that was involved in the accident. I know Fernando Paimre, you can see his yellow helmet there going through on your screen if you are watching on the YouTube chat. But an excellent start that from Alisa Stolzermane, moving up into second position. That required balls of steel. What a move from Stolzermane. Excellent getaway. I think Linas Volungevicius might have been involved in that as well. Look over the shoulder from Gudilevicius. We'll see Stolzermane directly behind it, and I think that is Martin Wallström, who is in 3rd place. Maybe it might actually be Sestakovs, if I'm not mistaken. We'll wait for the timings to appear. It's the 357 who is in 3rd place. Where did the 357 start this race? I'm not entirely sure, as Stolzermane going a little bit defensive, heading into the right-hander as they make their way through the left onto the back straight. It's a good exit for the 357 and going for the move as well. That is indeed Artyom Sestakovs. So Sestakovs is up into second and Alisa Stolzermane drops down into fourth position, so loses 2 places in one go, and that has also given a position as well to Rafael Zernas, who moves back up into third position. Zernas, who started this race in third, dropped down momentarily to fourth, courtesy of that excellent getaway from Stoltzenmann, and here goes Zernas up the inside as well, makes an excellent move on Sestakovs, and now can try to hunt down Gudalevicius. That is a nasty crash. Well, one Nassau gone, a front bumper missing from the other kart as well. The 333 Baltic circuit claiming a lot of victims in the opening few minutes of today's racing in our senior Rotax, the opening heat of the day for the senior Rotaxes. As they make their way through 8, and now they're heading into 9 and 10 on the run towards 12, 13 and 14. This ultra fast flowing circuit. Gudalevicius going ultra defensive heading into turn 12. No way through for Artyom Sestakovs, and that's going to be allowing the other drivers to close in. Elisa Stoltzenmann falling backwards into the hands of Oliver Kerg by the looks of things. But Karlis Kirikovs in second place in that 309, right behind Gudalevicius. Then comes Sestakovs in third. Little look to the inside there from Kirikovs. Can't make the move work, but look at Sestakovs. He goes round the outside of one. He almost does the move, and Gudalevicius contact between the pair of them. Well, this racing is going absolutely crazy. Well, moving to the front of the field is Artyom Sestakovs, and from leading the race, Dovydas Gudalevicius dropping down to nearly outside of the top 10. Well, this is an absolutely chaotic way to start the day's racing at the Baltic Circuit. Round number 4 of the Nordic Challenge. Here comes a move up the inside, and a nice clean move as well, done for second position. I think that's Oliver Kerg in the 363, who makes a move on Karlis Kirikovs. So Sestakovs leads now from Oliver Kerg in second place, who has gained 3 positions on that lap. Karlis Kirikovs is in third, and then Elisa Stoltzenmann, who's just kind of keeping her nose clean, is in fourth position ahead of Martin Wallström, who is trying to work his way up through the order. I'm pretty sure that is Martin Wallström in fourth position. Oh, sorry, in fifth position, I should say. I'm not sure what is happening further down the order either at the moment, but this has been a chaotic start to today's racing. A little bit sideways as an attempted move there from Oliver Kerg. And Kerg has made the move on Kirikovs, now trying to find a way through on Sestakovs. 1, 2, 3 out of the final corner. The short run to the start-finish line. And no way through, looking for the switchback. Does pull it off beautifully, does Oliver Kerg. So Kerg moves up to the front of the field ahead of Artyom Sestakovs. Then after Sestakovs comes Kirikovs. And I think that might be, is that Rafael Zernas in fourth? I believe it is. I think I'd been getting Zernas mixed up with Martin Wallström. Dovydas Gudalevicius into fifth position, so starting to work his way up through the order. And Gudalevicius going for the move. No, has to back out of it. Just behind Gudalevicius is Adrian Stions, who is in sixth position. Your top 6 then make their way at the top of the circuit onto the back straight out of turns 10 and 11. And here comes the move going up the inside from Kirikovs. Backs out of it as Sestakovs slams the door shut heading into turn number 12. As they round turn 14 and on to the start-finish straight once again. That's Fernando Paimre, who is working his way back up through the order with 3.5 minutes to go. And that's one driver going really wide. Dovydas Gudalevicius being hung out to dry. I don't know if there was a little bit of loading. Look over the shoulder from Gudalevicius. There goes Stoltzenmann up the inside of Walt. So Stoltzenmann moves up a position and into 7th place, but it is Oliver Kerg who is leading the way and doing a fantastic job of it as well. As they head on to the back straight once again, well actually the short run out of turn 8 before heading towards turn 9. And then you've got this left-hander left into right of turns 10 and 11, bringing a slightly sharper bus stop layout. And Oliver Kerg head down, a little bit defensive from Kirikovs. He's giving the old finger wag forward to Tions behind him. That's Tions in the green suit with a white and blue helmet in the 371 Adrian Tions. And there goes the moves from Tions up the inside of Kallis Kirikovs and into third place. This is one of the best drives we've actually seen from Adrian Tions. Usually he's hovering around, I think, that kind of 10th place mark. But Adrian Tions is having a stellar performance. He has been re-overtaken, though, by Kallis Kirikovs, and Dovydas Gudelevic is just behind him. Then comes Alice Stolzenman. Fernando Paimbre is up into the top 10 now. So Fernando Paimbre, who started this race in 6th, got involved in that lap 1 incident. Now going for the move on Narusk, makes the move work as well. As Dovydas Gudelevic overtakes Rafael Zernas. Now Alice Stolzenman is going to try to find a way through. And Stolzenman is on the inside. Paimbre trying to follow through, pushing Stolzenman on the run towards turn 1. But here is your leader, Kirk from Sestakovs from Tions. Tions a little bit sideways as a defensive here from Kirikovs. As Gudelevic hangs it around the outside, gets an excellent drive out of turn 3, makes the move work into the chicane of 4 and 5. And look at this battle. Now, as Alice Stolzenman heading this train of karts, so it's Stolzenman, I believe, ahead of, is that Rafael Zernask? Then comes Fernando Paimbre. So, well, the standings are just chopping and changing every other corner. We're going to have a long break after this opening heat. There's a bunch of karts that I believe need to be recovered. But Kirk continues to lead from Sestakovs. The fastest lap is Adrian Tions. Well, Tions could be on his way to winning a heat. I believe it'd be his first heat win of the year. Maybe in a couple of years, actually. But this is really, really impressive driving from Adrian Tions as he closes in onto the leading 2. Kirk Sestakovs, those 2 tail Sestakovs has been one of the most consistent drivers this year. No matter what comes his way, he keeps his nose clean, he stays out of trouble. Meanwhile, here comes the battle. That's Kirikovs going for the move on Stolzenman. Paimbre following through as well. Stolzenman going to drop down 3 places. Volungavicius is able to gain 1 as well. Linas Volungavicius, who I believe was also involved in that lap 1 incident, starting to work his way back up through the order as well, along with Fernando Paimbre. There's Dovydas Gudelevic in a very lonely 4th place, and we've headed on to the last lap of the race, being led by Oliver Kerg. Then comes Artyom Sestakovs, followed by Adrian Tions, who is going to win our opening heat of the day. Defensive from Oliver Kerg, heading into that right hairpin of turn number 3, and it is still nose to tail as we go through the chicane of 4 and 5. Now it's a short run towards turn 6 before heading into this long sweeping left-hander of turn number 7. Sestakovs still searching for a way through as we head into turn number 8. Now into the right-hander of turn 9, into the quick left-hander of turn 10 before you flick it through turn number 11. Now it's a short run towards turns 12, 13 and 14. To the outside goes Tions, trying to look for a switchback, no way through. Oliver Kerg continues to defend fantastically, rounding the final corner. Oliver Kerg will take his first heat win of the year in the Rotax Max Lithuania Challenge. Excellent win for Oliver Kerg. Head of Sestakovs, Tions, Dovydas Gudelevic in 4th position. Then Linas Volungavicius overtaking Fernando Paimbre on that last lap as well. So it is Volungavicius ahead of Fernando Paimbre. And I'm not sure who was after Paimbre. Let's have a look at the results. So it was Volungavicius in 5th ahead of Paimbre. Then it was Martin Svalts ahead of Kallis Kirikovs. Hans Markus Narusk in 9th ahead of Alice Stolzenman. Matas Valshus in 11th position. And we have run out of time. Martin Wallström down in 19th place. Wow. He's got a lot of work to do in this. Well, in his next heat, does Martin Wallström. Having come off the back of actually a win at the last event. So there was one of our incidents at turn 1, and there's Martin Wallström. I think one of those 2 black, yellow and white karts. So Martin Wallström, who won, I believe, last weekend in RMC Finland, if I'm not mistaken. Unable to really show, well, unable to get to a flying start today. And this was Dovydas Gudulevicius with Sestikovs. That was a contact. Sestikovs rejoining the circuit, pushing Gudulevicius off track. And that's how your pole sitter ended up dropping right down the order. Who you really blame for that, I don't know. Maybe Gudulevicius gave Sestikovs a squeeze. Maybe Sestikovs should have backed out to start with. That's going to be one for the stewards. And this was Gudulevicius going back up the inside of Adrian Tions. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, that was how the Estonian driver stormed his way to the front. And Tions working his way up into third place. Well, that was spicy and a half. We didn't actually catch that one on broadcast. There's been a lot of elbows out racing, I think we can say. Our next race is going to be the Micromaxes. Heat number 1, or final number 1 if you prefer. Dog has got some extreme grip on those tyres. Probably just about as much grip as some of our Rotaxes have on the Baltic circuit. He's not letting that one go, is he? I reckon you could put that dog behind the wheel of a go-kart and he'll put in some serious hot laps. Ah, no way out. That is what we call a good boy. So our next heat of the day is going to be our Micro Maxes. We're going to be following that up with our Mini Maxes as well. Let's just have a look at our Mini Max times and see what the qualifying grid is looking like. So I believe for our Minimaxes, I believe it's Remigius Krausenas who was the quickest in the last practice session, which is the qualifying session, if I'm not mistaken. Just a few hundredths quicker than Oskaras Bakutis and Emilis Kapkauskas, followed by Ilis Mankonen. We will confirm that shortly once we get these drivers out onto the circuit. So we do have all of our karts into the dummy grid, and pretty much all of our drivers are sat in their karts as well. So we should be getting underway very shortly for our second heat of the day. So it's Gudi Dulev who is on pole ahead of Timas Rimas. Then comes Jonas Gelzinis ahead of Jokubas Juozaitis. Karims Kukutis, aka Lightning McQueen, in fifth ahead of Hugo Kaubi. Ares Pascalis Bagatirius is in seventh ahead of Domas Norkus. Completing the top 10 is Rems Balods Nagradovs ahead of Timotheus, I missed the surname, Vilius Tauras Bakutis ahead of David Vladson in 11th and 12th. Then it's Marko Klavins ahead of Benediktas Grazis, followed by Rodrigo Lapins and Timas Dranseika in 15th and 16th position. Jonas Baltrusaitis ahead of Toms Gruzins on row number 9. And completing the field in 19th place is Tauras Leonavicius. So we're going to be heading into our second race of the day, of a total of 19 races. 13 heats and 6 finals. So just looking through the lap times, 500ths was the difference between Gordy Dulev and Timas Remas, both on 58.7s. Jonas Gelzinis also on a 58.7, so 600ths separating your top 3. Jokubas Juozaitis was a further half a tenth back, followed by Karim Skukutis. Well, Gordy Dulev and Timas Rimas have been nose to tail with each other so far this year. We'll see whether Gelzinis and Juozaitis can join in on their fight. Now that looks to me that Karim Skukutis is in second place, as he almost makes a little bit of contact. I wonder if he just got out of the pit lane a little bit early, because Karim Skukutis is meant to be starting this race in 5th position according to the all of the info that comes through on the official app. So he's meant to be starting in 5th, but from what I can see, he is starting this race in 3rd position. And Karim Skukutis is a very easy driver to recognize because of the livery that he runs, that Lightning McQueen livery across his car and indeed on his helmet. For those of you who are just joining us, welcome to round number 4, the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, and the Rotax Max Nordic Challenge as well. This is our second heat of the day. We've seen our Senior Max Group B and C take to the circuit, and that was an absolutely crazy event. Many drivers going off through the opening sequence of corners. And some feisty overtakes as well throughout that race. We'll see whether our Micromaxes can be a little bit tidier, a little bit cleaner than the Senior Maxes were about 10 minutes ago. So I'm not entirely sure then what is the grid order, because it does look like it has changed somewhat. We are expecting Gordy Dulev, the 42, to be starting on pole, with Timas Remas in the 55 alongside him. As there we can see the 77, that's Tauras Leonavicius. Okay, right, so Kukitis has now dropped into the 3rd row in 5th position. We saw a great start from Elisa Stolzenmana on the outside of the grid, went from 4th to 2nd through the opening corner. Maybe some of our Micromaxes will go for something similar. So Gordy Dulev on the inside of the grid, that's on the right in the yellow helmet. Timas Remas in the white helmet alongside him, while that is not following the tram lines. And Timas Remas trying to go back over to the right side of the grid, not to break the tram lines. And the green flag did not drop, which means we are going to go once again. So Gordy Dulev, I think, a little bit naughty with that. trying to really give the squeeze to Timas Rimas at the start and then realizing, wait, hang on, no, I need to be on the other side of the grid. Is that a car wash in the background? There were just really nice sprinklers in the back there. We can see Gordy Dulev moving back over to the correct side of the grid, but I think he did it a little bit too late. And, well, that is a bunch of drivers getting caught out by the race restart, I guess. Now, there is a bit of time before we get this race underway, so hopefully they can recover their car. I think that is the 62 or the 82. Let's see what happened. Just while drivers were warming up their tire. Oh dear. Oh dear indeed. Well, that's a 59 that is beached. Who is in the 59? Let's see if we... That is Timoteusz Duda. So, while Duda is not going to be starting this race, there's a few drivers trying to get into the right positions. It's all of the drivers starting on the outside of the grid. So I think that's Duda, Vladsen, Grajic, maybe Dranseka as well, who have been involved in this kind of formation lap fiasco. It looks like there is more drama today. Drivers being slowed right down. This is looking like it's going to be a very good, clean start, and the green flag has not dropped again. So I think we're waiting for a bunch of the drivers to be recovered from the infield. Remember, kids, if you are going to weave, make sure there's no one next to you as you do your weaving to generate heat into your tires. Well, normally we do see, once there have been 2 full starts, a red flag. Now, I don't know why we didn't go green. I wonder if Gordy Dulev went a little bit too early. From the camera angle that we have, it looked like a relatively slow start, but it might have gone a bit too soon. Red flags are being waved, which means our drivers are going to be stopped, and we've got another formation lap casualty, as one of our drivers has spun right around. I did see the 18, so David Vladsen's car is definitely off to the side and out of this race start, unless under this red flag they can recover that car and get going again. Now, I think there's going to be a bit of a talking to with our pole sitter Gordy Dulev, and a reminder to really bunch the field up coming out of the last corner. You can see in the background our Minimaxes getting ready. Minimaxes are, I do think they are my favourite race of the day. I know our seniors give us some amazing battles, so do the junior Maxes. But there's just something about the Minimaxes. There is, I believe, David Vladsen, the number 18, who is rather dejectedly looking out at the circuit, unable to get back into his car, unfortunately for him. And there are the race officials having a chat with Dulev and Rimas. Rimas is pointing over at Dulev, saying, "What do you want me to do? He went first," is what I'm guessing Timas Rimas is saying. There was the very dejected kind of hand up. What do you want from me? So all of our drivers are back into their carts. I think one driver had temporarily jumped out for a moment. So it is Gordy Dulev, who is in that Ayrton Senna-esque helmet. Timas Rimas running in the light blue, white and black livery with a white helmet. He's starting on the outside of the grid. Behind Gordy Dulev is Jonas Gelzinis, also running in a white helmet. So hopefully this time we'll have a much cleaner start. Now I think some drivers are getting reordered. That is the 17 of Tom's Gruzins, who is meant to be starting right down the order, actually down in P18, but was somehow in 8th position. So Gruzins will be pushed back to, well, effectively the back of the field, Tom's Gruzins. But I think because we've had quite a few casualties, and they were all on the outside of the grid, Tom's Gruzins has gone from starting in P18 to starting in, what, P12 or something crazy such as that. A reminder as well to anyone watching on the YouTube broadcast to let me know who you are here to support. I can mention some of your messages on the broadcast. Well, away we go for attempted start number 3 now. And our Micromax is being led by Gordy Dulev and Timas Rimas. There is Jonas Gelzinis in the 71 kart. Actually dropped down to 4th on this formation lap, and there are 2 of our karts, Timoteo Duda, one of them, David Vladson, another. I think at least 2 karts are out. Possibly a 3rd, but I'm not entirely sure. Here we go then. So the number 1 kart of Hugo Kaubi is effectively starting this race now in 2nd position by the looks of it. I don't know where Jokubas Juozaitis is. The number 16, possibly one of our casualties from that opening formation lap. So Hugo Kaubi promoted up a few positions, and I think drivers leaving gaps where there should be gaps. Green flag is dropped and we are racing. It's a very good start from Timas Rimas, who goes from 2nd up into 1st position. Kukiti is trying to go up the inside. I think he's going to stay in 5th position, though. Might actually drop into 6th place. It's now the 67 of Tomas Norkus is going to go up the inside. Norkus will indeed go through, and is actually followed through as well by the number 7 of Arasa Pascalis Bagatirius. Here comes Dulev trying to go up the inside of Timas Rimas. Rimas slams the door shut, heading into the right left of turn 6 and 7. So Dulev has to hold on to 2nd position for now, ahead of Jonas Gelzinis. But you can see Gordy Dulev all over the back of Timas Rimas, searching for a way through. And there is Kukitis a little bit further back. There's a defensive line from your race leader, Timas Rimas, who got an excellent getaway from 2nd on the grid. Drove right around Gordy Dulev 1 lap ago. As here we go to start lap number 2. Dulev immediately going over to the inside. Timas Rimas looking over his shoulder. And it's also been a good move as well from the number 1, Hugo Kaubi, moving up into 3rd position. As Dulev looking over his shoulder, going right, going left. Just trying to make sure that he's covering off Rimas, who is in 2nd position. Have a look at Hugo Kaubi in the number 1 kart, in the red and white Birol ART machine. Having a look almost to go up the inside into turn 7. That short switch from the right of 6 into the left of 7. No way through this time. And Gelzinis is directly behind Kaubi as well. Actually, no, that's Norkus in the 67. So Tomas Norkus having a good getaway up into 4th position. And then comes the 71 of Gelzinis in 5th position. Here they come over the line. Rimas having to go defensive here to keep Kaubi behind him. Gordy Dulev stretching a 1 kart lead down that start-finish straight. Still defensive from Timas Rimas as he tries to keep Hugo Kaubi behind him. That's working out really well for Gordy Dulev. And Tomas Norkus is trying to open up some of these corners to maybe get a run at Hugo Kaubi. Now I'm starting to think Rimas is going for those inside lines, almost looking like it's an aggressive posture towards Gordy Dulev, but he was a bit far back. There comes a move up the inside. That's Bagatirius, I think, in the number 7, who's found a way through on Gelzinis. So Bagatirius gains 1 position, continues to work his way up through the order. As they round the final corner once again, Gordy Dulev leads. Then comes Timas Rimas, who sorts back into the slipstream of your race leader. The top 3 almost starting to stretch a little lead from Tomas Nordqvist. Though Nordqvist is just about hanging on with them, has closed in, dropped Bagatirius slightly. As we head into the hairpin of turn 3, nose to tail stuff from our leading, what is this now, 7, 8 karts? It is indeed 8 with Kukitis at the back of the train. So Karim's Kukitis, the driver, started in 5th position, now down into 8th place behind Remspalos Nagradovs. And well, the way this is looking, you could see pretty much anyone winning this race, particularly out of those top 4, top 5. Timas Rimas, well, Gordy Dulev overtook Rimas almost easily, just drove past him coming out of the final corner. I don't know if Rimas made a little mistake on the exit of turn 14, but Gordy Dulev made it look so easy. And Dulev is almost making it look so easy to defend as well, as Timas Rimas has to think maybe a little bit more about defending from Hugo Kaubi to attacking Gordy Dulev, who looks over his shoulder. Dulev having to go defensive. Rimas with nowhere to go. Nice move up the inside from Bagatirius, as Bagatirius puts on a good move on Tomas Nordqvist for 4th position. And here comes Rimas. He's again maybe looking for the move, maybe just trying to cover off Hugo Kaubi. Kaubi still just sitting in 3rd place. Bagatirius with the fastest lap of this race so far. And he just overtook Tomas Nordqvist as well, so up into 4th place. Running the same livery as your race leader, Gordy Dulev. They head through the left-hander of turn number 10, through 11. Oh, sorry, through 12, 13, and into 14. And again, Rimas having to go defensive down this start-finish straight, just to keep Hugo Kaubi at bay. It's almost like he's just lacking a little bit of power relative to Gordy Dulev. And again, just poking his nose, just difficult to tell how defensive he's going, how aggressive he's trying to be. I think he's just trying to dissuade Hugo Kaubi. Again, moving to the inside is Timas Rimas. Gordy Dulev just sitting on his racing line, not worrying too much about the driver behind him. Gordy Dulev continues to lead. We're going to have 1 or 2 more laps remaining in this race. There's 71 of Gelzinis right behind Tomas Nordqvist. These two have dropped Kukitis in 8th position. Your top 4 in their own leading group, about half a second or so ahead of Bagatirius. Sorry, not Bagatirius, Tomas Nordqvist. Again, Rimas going defensive, getting pushed along by Hugo Kaubi. If he can get a slightly bigger push, maybe he can have a go at Gordy Dulev. Gets a really good run out of that opening sequence of corners, despite having to take that tighter line to defend from Hugo Kaubi. They exit the chicane of turns 4 and 5, and again you can see Timas Rimas taking that slightly tighter line going into turn 6. We are on to the final lap of this race, a race that required 3 start attempts. Surely Hugo Kaubi goes for a move somewhere as we head into the final sequence of corners now. Defensive from Rimas. Bagatirius searching for maybe the wide line, tries to get a run. There's just no way through. Rounding the final corner, Gordy Dulev, he started on pole. He might not have led every lap, but he certainly will be leading us over the finish line. Gordy Dulev wins the opening Micro Max heat of the day, ahead of Timas Rimas, Hugo Kaubi, Aras Pascalis Bagatirius, Jonas Gelzinis, Tomas Nordqvist, Karim Kukitis, Rems Balos Nagradovs, and Klavins in 9th position. Where did Clavins actually start this race? Marco Clavins started this race in 13th, ended up finishing in 9th. So good work from Marco Clavins. Jonas Baltarusaitis in 10th ahead of Timas Dranseka. Then comes Viljas Tauras Pakutis. Rodrigo Lapins in 13th ahead of Tauras Leonavicius. And Benediktas Grazis in 16th position. 3 DNS, Jozaitis, Duda and Vladson were our casualties from that opening race start. This is how the race started and how Timas Rimas took the lead of the race as well. An excellent start for Rimas, but Gordy Dulev was quick to get back in front of him. And the order stayed like that for the rest of the race, really. But you can be almost guaranteed that that is not what's going to be happening in our next race, which is going to be our mini-maxes, which will be starting in about 5 minutes' time. So we're going to go a little bit quiet on the microphone, and we'll see you at the start of our 3rd race of the day. So, onto the circuit come our mini-maxes. We are running, I think, a little bit ahead, actually behind schedule, pardon me. So, Tauras Imnikas starts on pole with Carlos Berntsons in 2nd position. And then moving on to roll 2 is Karl Korke-Kuhi ahead of Jan Wozniak. Jan Wozniak, very quick driver. Then it's Ivor Ost. Martins Lapins down in 6th position. Here's going to be one driver working his way up through the field. Martin Sarma in 7. Remigius Krauschenas down in P8. And then comes Emilis Kapkauskas in a lowly 9th ahead of Elisa Mankonen. Then comes Kasparas Kazamekas ahead of Henrais Lapse. Oskaras Bakutis in 13th ahead of Oskaras Prie-Leidas in 14th. Mikelis Zube ahead of Viljamas Juseliunas, and then comes Kasparas Adamonis in 17th position. Well, Krauschenas and Kapkauskas starting in P8 and P9. Certainly watch out for those two. Martins Lapins we very regularly see starting from the front row of the grid. He's down in, what was it, 6th position? Or something like that. So really watch out for Martins Lapins to work through the field. You're talking about, well, from Tauras Imnikas, he did a 55.755. That was a pole time. Then if you go all the way down to Elis Mankonen, actually, you go all the way down to Kasparas Kazamekas in 11. 2.3 tenths separating 9 drivers. Sorry, 11 drivers separated by just over 2 tenths. This is an incredibly close mini-max field. This is fantastic to see drivers like Martin Sarma, Kazamekas, Mankonen as well, racing today. And Karl Korke-Kuhi, well, this has been one of his best qualifying results that I have seen from him. We're green and we are away, being led by Tauras Imnikas, who does indeed lead the field. The green flags are being waved, so no race restart. Big accident though. And thankfully, all of the drivers still in their cars, but I thought for a second we were going to be seeing the 143 flying out. That was Kasparas Kazamekas, who got the biggest shunt of everyone, but he seems to be okay in the car, and that is the main thing. Green flags are still waving, so we are still racing as our drivers make their way out of turn 8, and now into turns 9, 10, and 11. Well, a bit of a dramatic start. That's Carlos Berntsens, who has dropped down into 4th position with Ivo Oss and the Lando Norris helmet directly behind him. Drivers head through the final sequence of corners, turns 12, 13 and 14. We'll see what the order of the grid is. Now we're top 6 in their own little group at the front of the field. And I think that is Jan Wozniak. So yes, Jan Wozniak leads this race, having started down in P4. Good send up the inside from the 127. Not going to be able to make it work. So Tautas Zimnikas holds on to 2nd position ahead of Karl Korkeakuhi, who's running in that Sodi chassis car in 3rd position. Then comes Carlos Berntsens, Ivo Oss, and I think that's Emilis Kapkauskas in 6th position. So Ilis Mankonen has not had a good start. Remigius Kraušinas also involved in that lap 1 incident. He's dropped right down the field too. I think Martin Sarma, who started in 7th, has also dropped down. So Sarma, Kraušinas, Kasamekas have all been involved in that lap 1 incident. Iris Mankonen as well, maybe, but I think Mankonen might have just had a small off rather than actually being involved in the shunt itself. Kasamekas is our only driver who has had to retire from this race, unfortunately, as there comes another attempted move from Korkeakuhi on Zimnikas. Zimnikas, though, still has the inside into the chicane. And Tautas Zimnikas will hold on to 2nd place. That's going to give an opportunity now to Jan Wozniak to try to stretch clear. Emilis Kapkauskas has also overtaken Carlos Berntsens for 4th position. So Kapkauskas working his way up through the order. The driver who was in Micromaxes last year has stepped up to Minimaxes absolutely exceptionally well. Joined into Minimaxes as there comes another move from Korkeakuhi. This time he makes it work and Kapkauskas is able to follow through. Zimnikas is thrown to the wolves being Carlos Berntsens and Ivo Oss in this particular occasion. And there comes an attempted move from Kapkauskas, door slam shut by Korkeakuhi, which he's perfectly entitled to do because Kapkauskas was not alongside once they reached the entry point. Ivo Oss looking to the inside. Berntsens sees him going for it, tries to go defensive very late, and Ivo Oss immediately swings back to the outside to take his racing line. Korkeakuhi and Kapkauskas, they do look like they are closing in to your race leader Jan Wozniak. We'll see whether they continue to work together or whether they will fight and squabble amongst themselves. They make their way through turn number 10 and through the right kink of turn 11. More defensive from Korkeakuhi as they head through turn 12 into 13 and now the final corner, turn 14, on to the start-finish straight. Well, the gap was 0.5 of a second at the start of this lap. And, well, it has come down as there goes up the inside. Kapkauskas, he finds the smallest of openings and sends it straight up the inside of Korkeakuhi. He's going to go right back up the inside of Kapkauskas, who in turn slams the door shut. That's going to give an opportunity for Zimnikas to reclaim a position. Carlos Berntsens now trying to get involved. Ivo Oss trying to follow Berntsens through. So, unfortunately for Zimnikas, he almost gained the position but ends up losing one instead. So Wozniak now leads from Kapkauskas, then comes Korkeakuhi, then comes Berntsens, Zimnikas and Oss, your top 6. Oskaras Bakutis down in 7th place ahead of Martins Lapins. So Lapins down in 8th position at the moment. I think we just saw Lapins going up the inside of Bakutis, heading into turn 12. A little bit defensive from Berntsens. They head through turns 1. That long left-hander, ever tightening left-hand of turn 1 before flicking it through the right of turn 2. 0.6 is the gap at the front of the field. Fastest lap of this race so far is Emilis Kapkauskas. Actually, no, never mind. That's been beaten by Remigius Kraušinas in the 199. He's the only driver to put in a 55. But he's down in P13. Trying to recover is Remigius Kraušinas, the driver who started this race down in 8th position. It's dropped down to 13th. Well, if he can recover into the top 10, that's probably going to be a decent result for Kraušinas. Just needs to be making sure that he, well, really starts in the top 8 for the A final. Your top three have broken away at this point. Korkeakuhi with a good lap as he closes in onto Kapkauskas. Benson's having to defend a little bit from Zimnikas, but these three seem to have got their heads down as they try to close into the two ahead of Kapkauskas and Korkeakuhi. Less than a minute to go, which means once the timer hits 0 and then the drivers cross the line, we will have one final lap remaining. Further down the order though, Kraushinas 2.5 seconds behind Michaelis Zuber in 10th position, so I don't think we're going to see Kraushinas be able to close in onto this group ahead. Sadly for him, as we head through the final sequence of corners, which means we're going to have 2 laps remaining in this race. Now it looks to me that the gap at the front of the field is being diminished. It's now 0.3 of a second. Emilis Kapkauskas with a good lap. Takes a few more tenths out of your race leader Jan Wozniak, who started this race down in P4. It's been an excellent opening heat so far for the Polish driver. Emilis Kapkauskas looking to rain a little bit on the parade of Wozniak. He has been able to drop Karl Korkeakuhi, and he's pretty much onto the back of Jan Wozniak. This is going to be our last lap charge. We saw Kapkauskas making his move on Korkeakuhi through turn 1, found a really small margin. Never mind, he found a big gap up the inside of turn number 12. Through this final sequence of corners, it is Emilis Kapkauskas who will be leading the Rotax Minimaxes on to the last lap of the race. A look over his shoulder from Kapkauskas, defensive further back from Carlis Bensons as Zimnikas goes up. Bensons is inside for P4. We'll see whether that position has changed. No, Bensons has held on to the position and Kapkauskas has held on to the race lead. Emilis Kapkauskas, who is on for his first Minimax Heat win of the year. Well, this year has been his first year of racing in Minimaxes. And this has been an excellent, excellent drive from Emilis Kapkauskas. Ivor was all over the back of Tauras Zimnikas. Really good three-way battle at the moment for P4 as Benson's having to go defensive. Ivor was at the back of this train with Zimnikas sandwiched in between them. To the outside goes Jan Wozniak. Kapkauskas tries to give him a squeeze. He does indeed do so. That's going to open up the door for Karl Korkeakuhi. Korkeakuhi up the inside. Wozniak tries to go for the switch back out of the final corner. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Emilis Kapkauskas takes the checkered flag. Jan Wozniak, where does he finish? He finishes in 3rd position. Korkeakuhi takes a 2nd in the end. Kapkauskas and Wozniak were side by side heading into turn 12. Kapkauskas gave Wozniak the squeeze on the outside of the circuit, but Wozniak had to back off. That allowed Korkeakuhi to send around the outside of Wozniak through 13, and then they were side by side into 14. Well, that's going to be one that we can look at on the replay. Kapkauskas wins from Korkeakuhi. Jan Wozniak, commiserations to him in P3, having driven fantastically up until that point. Then it's Zimnikas, Bensons and Ost in 4th, 5th and 6th positions respectively. Kasparas Kazamekas, our 1 DNF from that opening lap of the race. And here are the highlights. Keep your eyes on Jan Wozniak on the outside through there. That was the incident. Ooh. Well, that did not look very nice for the 143. He was able to get out of the kart, so thankfully looks to be okay. That was Kasparas Kazamekas. And that was how Emilis Kapkauskas got through on Karl Korkeakuhi. It's a brave move, and here was when our leading two were side by side on the last lap. Jan Wozniak, I thought maybe he'd just full send it on the outside. He tried to do it. I don't know if maybe there was a bit of contact between himself and Kapkauskas, or whether he just lost the rear end being off the racing line on the marbles. But either way, it was Kapkauskas who takes the checkered flag. Excellent racing. Now our next race is going to be our Rotax Junior Maxes, which will be in a couple of minutes' time. Apologies for the delay. We are green for our junior final. Well, final one, heat one, depending on how you wish to look at it. And let's run you through the grid then for this race. Mikael Grantins and Marcus Jolk are on the front row of the grid. And on row 2 is Jack Collinson and Nikita Lyubimov. Well, I have a story about Lyubimov to go through in a bit. Majas Mažinas is starting in 5th place ahead of Emilis Juozaitis. Then comes Jokubas Vaškelis ahead of Joris Zigamanta Stankovičius in 8th position. 9th and 10th is Janete Soloranta and Patrikas Josius. And then on to row number 6 is Oskaras Pitkovas and Adams 6. Moving on to row 7 is Klaus Hans and Marks Kononovs. And then row 8 is Gustavs Narvais and Vainius Zalnaravicius. Row number 9, Oskar Navumchik ahead of Timur Gaziev. And then comes Kita Spike ahead of Mikolas Dermantas. And that completes our top 20 before we move on to row 11. Matvei Ponomarev and Arkadais, I missed his surname, sorry. Sebastian Ninemaye ahead of Henry Kadastik in 23rd and 24th position. So it was, Arkadais Nikonorovs, pardon me. So, Nikita Lyubimov, I've been wanting to commentate on Nikita for quite some time now because he is a very, very quick young driver. He was the Minimax representative last year at the Rotax Max Grand Finals. Did very well, I believe he finished in the top 10. He's moved up to juniors now. It's his first year in the juniors, and a very, very quick driver is Nikita Lyubimov, the Estonian. You can see him on row number 2. You can also tell it's Nikita because he is a lot shorter than some of the drivers around him. Same for Emilis Juozaitis as well. Juozaitis was in the Minimaxes for Lithuania last year at the RMC Grand Final, if I'm not mistaken. And then Majas Mažinas was the RMC Grand Finals winner, and he's starting down in 5th position. Such is the competition of this grid. It's going to be a very, very good race. Mikael Grantins, though, on pole ahead of Marcus Jolk. Marcus Jolk, a driver who has had a lot of bad luck, I feel, this year. Will today be a little bit luckier for him? Here we go. We are green. Grantins leads the field away as we head into turn 1. Jack Collinson from 3rd position. He's going to go straight up into 2nd. There's a little bit of loading as Majas Mažinas tries to get alongside Marcus Jolk. Has to slot into 4th position. So Jolk from 2nd down into 3rd place. And Mažinas then ahead of Lyubimov. And then behind Lyubimov, I believe that is Emilis Juozaitis, who started this race in 6th position and is still in 6th place behind the Estonian. So 2 Estonians in the top 5 currently. Marcus Jolk, as that's a little bit wide from your race leader. That's going to open up the door for Jack Collinson, who's going to go up the inside. So Jack Collinson takes the race lead from, I'm just double checking, that is Mikael Grantins. So Mikael Grantins drops down into 2nd place. Now we've got Majas Mažinas, who's trying to get involved as well. We're almost going to be 3 abreast heading into turn number 12. That certainly won't end badly. And actually, surprisingly, it doesn't, as they exit the final corner and onto the start-finish straight. Jack Collinson with a lead, and a fairly sizable lead as well, about 3 or so kart lengths ahead of Mikael Grantins. Then comes Marcus Jolk. Good move up the inside from Nikita Lyubimov. Snaps at the opportunity, straight up into 3rd position. Little adjustment with the radiator as he makes his way towards the hairpin of turn number 3. But Lyubimov is up into 3rd position and right behind Mikael Grantins in 2nd place. Just trying to see who else has had a good start. Emilis Juozaitis has not had a good start. He has dropped down into 8th position, so he's got a little bit of work to do. There's actually Jokubas Vaškelis, who is up into 5th position right now, and coming under, actually, who's that coming under pressure from? Marcus Jolk. That is Grantins. So Grantins under a lot of pressure from Jolk, as there goes Mikolas Mažinas up the inside of Patrikas Josius, I believe. Was that Vaškelis? I'm not entirely sure between Josius and Vaškelis. We will confirm this as they come all over the line now. So Collinson leads from Lyubimov, then comes Grantins, Jolk, Mažinas. Then it's Vaškelis behind Mažinas. So Patrikas Josius has dropped down a few positions. It is Jokubas Vaškelis, who was behind Mikolas Mažinas, but now it's getting a little bit crazy because Mažinas has, Vaškelis has dropped another position. I think that's Oskaras Pitkovas who has been able to find a way through. And there is an incident further down the field involving a couple of drivers as Lyubimov is onto the back of Jack Collinson. Well, this is going to be an absolutely fantastic battle. The king of defending, Jack Collinson, never mind, he's the king no longer because Lyubimov has gone straight up the inside into turn number 10. Excellent move from Nikita Lyubimov, who now leads the way. And following through, that is Marcus Yoke up into third position now ahead of Mikkel Grantin. Then comes Majas Mažinas in the black helmet just behind. And then we've got an almighty battle going on for 6th position. So Lyubimov leads from Jack Collinson. Jack Collinson not putting on the defensive brakes just yet in this race. However, Lyubimov, look over the shoulder. He's already pulled a kart length gap. There comes Mikolas Mažinas going up the inside. So, sorry, not Mikolas. Majas Mažinas up the inside of Mikkel Grantins. Pulls off the move as well up into 4th position. So we've got 2 Estonians at the front of the field. Lyubimov and Yoke. Then we've got Jack Collinson and Majas Mažinas, 2 Lithuanians in the top 4. So it's Lithuania versus Team Estonia at the moment. And question in the chat, how did Emilis win in Minimax? Well, Emilis Kapkauskas drove absolutely incredibly well. Fair play to Emilis Kapkauskas. That was an absolutely fantastic victory from him in the mini maxes. But Nikita Lyubimov is driving away from Jack Collinson. Marcus Yoke, was there a little hand signal between Marcus Yoke and Majas Mažinas to say let's hunt them down, or maybe they were just fiddling with their radiators? Couldn't quite tell. But Jack Collinson just about keeping Nikita Lyubimov honest. I don't know if he's going to be able to keep Marcus Yoke honest though, because Yoke is about a kart length behind as they head through the incredibly fast turn 8 into turn 9. And now they make their way up into the left-hander of turn 10, through the kink of turn 11. A little bit of flapping on that front Nassau of Jack Collinson, just where it's meeting the nose cone. Hopefully that is firmly attached. And I'm sure we will be seeing more of that absolutely amazing German Shepherd playing with the tyre in between races. However, Lyubimov continues to lead. 4.5 minutes remaining in this race. Still plenty of time to go. Your leading group, big move up the inside from Majas Mažinas on Marcus Yoke. He came from a kart length back. He sent that all the way from Riga. What a move from Majas Mažinas. There is a reason why he is your Lithuanian representative at the RMC Grand Finals. There's a reason why he is the RMC Grand Finals champion in this junior category. Excellent move from Majas Mažinas, and now he will be spearheading the charge towards Jack Collinson in 2nd place. Mikkel Grantins has been able to close in onto Marcus Yoke as well, and just behind is Oskaras Pitkovas in the white suit with a red helmet, just in the hanging onto the coattails of Yoke, and now Grantins in 4th and 5th position respectively. As we start the new lap, 53.0 from Lyubimov. He pulls another 10th to Jack Collinson. Well, Majas Mažinas needs to get his head down. He started this race from down in 5th position. He's had a little bit of work to do, as has Lyubimov as well. Lyubimov starting this race from 4th place, had an excellent start on the outside. We've seen actually quite a few good starts from the outside of the grid. Most notably, Elisa Stoltzmann from the outside in the senior heat at the start of the day. Full send round the outside of that long left-hander of turn 1, and was holding on, I think, in 2nd or 1st for a little bit of time before dropping down the order a bit later on. That senior heat was absolutely chaotic, and we'll see whether they kind of get their stuff in order. Oskaras Pitkovas, though, is looking quite quick, and then in the background you can see Jokubas Vaškelis ahead of Stankovičius, Juozaitis, Patrikas Josius. Actually, Patrikas Josius, who's gained the position on Stankovičius. So Josius up into 9th place. Stankovičius completing our top 10. But I did say keep your eyes out for Nikita Lyubimov. He is a fantastic driver, having made the step up into juniors, and is doing an excellent job here for round number 4 of the Rotax Max Nordic Challenge, the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania Championship as well. They now make their way into the final sequence of corners. In terms of championship standings in the Lithuanian Championship, it is Majas Mažinas who leads the championship by a fair chunk to Patrikas Josias. And the reason for that is we've got a few drivers who have missed the race. Jokubas Vaškelis being one of them. Jack Collinson's missed 2 races as well. So that has allowed Majas Mažinas to pick up a very large championship lead. It's actually the driver in 10th, Joris Zygimantas Stankovičius, who is 3rd in the championship, just behind Patrikas Josias. So they've got a bit of a battle going on, 33 points separating them in the championship standings at the moment, and they are currently battling on track as well. Is Patrikas Josias and Jokubas Stankovičius. Jack Collinson, though, still matching the pace of Lyubimov. Not much time between them, just over a minute to go, which means that we're going to have 3 laps remaining in this race. And there comes Lyubimov over the line, followed by Jack Collinson and Majas Mažinas. And don't forget, Jochen Grantin's still firmly in this race. Any slight bit of drama between those top 2, top 3, and we could be seeing Jochen Grantins picking up the honours in this opening junior heat of the day. Well, Majas Mažinas starting to look a bit racy. He's closed in onto the back of Jack Collinson. The question is, where does he want to go for the move? We've seen big sends from Majas Mažinas into the chicane of 4 and 5. And here comes Jack Collinson. It goes up the inside of Lyubimov, pretty much the same way Lyubimov made the move on Collinson. They're side by side, going through turn 13, but Jack Collinson holds his nerve, holds on to the position, and reclaims the race lead. Look over the shoulder from Lyubimov. He goes a little bit defensive to make sure Majas Mažinas doesn't go up the inside into turn number 1, but Jack Collinson reclaiming the lead of this race as they make their way toward turn 3. And there goes Majas Mažinas, big send up the inside into the hairpin. That's going to allow Marcus Joke to get involved as well, side by side with Lyubimov. Lyubimov holds onto the position again. Joke off in the grass, bouncing through the grass as well, and it is bad news for Mikkel Grantins. But we've spoken about Marcus Joke and how he has bad luck after bad luck at some of these race meetings, always when he's battling at the front of the field. And once again, disaster strikes for Marcus Joke, who drops to outside of the top 10, well outside of the top 10. It's all now Collinson, Lyubimov, and I need to stop saying Mikolas Mažinas, Majas Mažinas in 3rd position. It is a 3-way battle for the lead of this race, for the heat victory, and it looks to me that Jack Collinson has enough of a gap over Majas Mažinas. He just needs to keep this on the black stuff. Can Majas Mažinas hunt him down? We have a slippery surface flag, so I wonder if there's a little bit of liquid that has been pulled onto the circuit from that incident, or maybe it's just mud that's come onto the circuit. There you can see the mud on the entry into turn 6. And Jack Collinson stays well off the grease and the dirt on the approach into that chicane. A little bit defensive heading through turns 10 and 11. There's one more opportunity for Majas Mažinas, and he's certainly close enough. Jack Collinson will go defensive. Keep your eyes as well on Nikita Lyubimov. Nose to tail heading through the final sequence of corners. No sends into the last corner. And Jack Collinson, well, he'll round the final corner and he will take the checkered flag. Picks up the heat number 1 victory ahead of Majas Mažinas as the checkered flag wave has to take a jump to the side because there's a couple of cars pushing each other to the very edge of the circuit. Collinson wins from Mažinas. Lyubimov in 3rd position. Oskaras Pitkovas, who started this race in 11th, finishes in 4th. Then it's Patrikas Josias, who takes 5th ahead of Emilis Juozaitis in 6th. Then it is Mikels Grantins in, I think that is 8th position, ahead of Joris Zygimantas Stankovičius. Adam 6th, followed by Jokubas Vaškelis. Well, certainly a little bit of a drama in this junior race. There is Adam 6 and Jokubas Vaškelis completing the top 10. Then it's Janette Solaranta, Marcus Joke down in 12th ahead of Klavs Hand, Peter Spikes and Marks Kononovs completing your top 15. Then comes Narva Isa, Navumchik, Ponomarev, Gaziev, Kadastik, Ninemae, Nikonorovs, Zalneravicius, and Nicolas Dermantas completing the top 24. But Big congratulations to Jack Collinson for picking up the win ahead of Majas Maženas. And Marcus Jok, once again, bad luck striking. There's always something that seems to happen to Marcus Jok. And this was how the race lead was picked up by Jack Collinson. Excellently done. And Marcus Jok and Majas Maženas gaining a few positions early on, as that was when we had a bit of contact with one of our Estonian drivers, I think that is. And this was Majas Maženas starting to pick his way through the field, and how he got through on Mikael Glantins, who started this race on pole and then found a way through Marcus Jok. Jack Collinson reclaiming the lead from Lyubimov, who then tried to hang it around the outside of turn 13. Brave to say the least. Majas Maženas then sent it up the inside of Lyubimov to take second. Marcus Jok almost able to follow through, but sadly, because of that, it got involved, tangled up with Mikael Glantins. And Marcus Jok came off worse. Hopefully the kart's okay after that. Dragged a bunch of mud onto the track. That's going to have to get brushed off. And Jack Collinson being pushed pretty much by Majas Maženas over the line. That is when Mikael Glantins came a little bit too close to the checkered flag waiver for his liking. Our next race is going to be our DD2 DD2 Masters race, which is going to be Joel Kasper Juepere starting on pole. Oh, we've got Kartletics racing today. Well, that's going to be fun. For those of you who don't know, there is a YouTube channel called Kartletics, which is operated by the Estonian driver, if I'm not mistaken. Estonian? Finnish? I think it's Estonian. Driver of Ragnar Virus, who is starting this race from third position. Devin Sagadi is here as well. Devin Sagadi is a Finnish driver, if I'm not mistaken. But the interesting thing, I won't say impressive, the interesting thing is we've got no Edgars Vilkans. Now, Edgars Vilkans, every time he seems to race, he wins. And he always seems to have the measure of everyone around him. Edgars Vilkans is an incredibly talented and gifted driver in the DD2s, represents Lithuania as well at the grand finals. I think finished in the top 10 as well in those grand finals last year. But with no Vilkans on, you know what? There is an upside down driver in the paddock. Hopefully he'll only be upside down in the paddock and not on circuit. We would not like to see any drivers with their head against the circuit on track. We always have some form of half-time entertainment, almost. Race, heat gap entertainment, we could call it. But anyway, as I was saying, there is no Edgars Vilkans, which gives a fantastic opportunity for the likes of Romans Rodionovs, Joel Kasper Juepere to win this race. And Juepere has firmly jumped into that opportunity by plonking it straight on pole. Well, Joel Kasper Juepere then on pole ahead of Romans Rodionovs. Can Juepere convert this? Then comes Ragnar Virus, aka Kartletics. Then comes Devin Sagadi in fourth position ahead of Martinas Tankevicius and Nojas Gerolaitis, followed by Ricard Kalnsims and Ilya Sheremeta. Then comes Tonis Johannes Domingas and Mikolas Maženas. And then it is Pritsei ahead of Paul Eke Betlem, followed by Ivers Us and Ares Jankavicius. Then comes Karmo Hurm and Argo Tam in 15th and 16th position. And I just want to see the individual standings very quickly of our DD2 category. And let's not forget as well, now we do have Mikolas Maženas racing, and I'll try not to call Mikolas Majas and get those two confused. Whether they're father and son, I don't know. Should also mention as well, Martinas Tankevicius racing. Martinas, one of the organizers for RMC Lithuania, and more importantly, the reigning Masters champion at the RMC Grand Finals. Martinas Tankavicius was one of the Lithuanian champions at the Grand Finals last year, along with Majas Mažinas. So Edgars Vilkans is leading in the championship at the moment. So I'm just trying to get the standings up on my screen. So yes, it is indeed Vilkans who leads from Juepere by a sizable amount, 66 points. Not something to laugh at. And we'll see how Kalniņš Tankavicius get along and Nicolas Mažinas in the Masters category. However, here we go. Joel-Kasper Juepere will lead the field away from the front of the grid. And it is a good start from the inside. Ragnar Virus straight up into second position. And Roman Rodionos having to slot into fourth place. We've had a couple of drivers going off already. And, well, a couple more too. There's one of our Estonian drivers just trying to hold on to the position as they go side by side through the chicane. Now trying to get the switch back. I think that must be Pritse, who is fighting with one of our, I think it's a Birol ART livery. Roman Rodionos, though, already back up into third place, so has found a way through on Devin Sagadi. And now trying to hunt down your race leader of Joel-Kasper Juepere. Actually, I say that doesn't look to be Juepere. Is that Juepere? We'll have to wait and see what the order is once they come over the line. I don't know who that is in the Lando Norris suit. I think that might be Nois Gerolaitis, but I'm not entirely sure. Here we go then. We start a new lap, and it is Ragnar Virus who leads the field ahead of Joel-Kasper Juepere, who sends it straight up the inside. Great move, Tankavicius following through. So Martinas Tankavicius getting it mixed up with the young guns is the Masters driver, and Roman Rodionos having to go a little bit defensive to keep Devin Sagadi behind him. So it is Devin Sagadi who is in fifth position with Rodionos ahead. But Ragnar Virus was leading this race, but Juepere jumped at the opportunity to get past him, and Tankavicius just followed him straight through. And now it is Martinas Tankavicius who almost having a look to the inside, but it is covered off very well by Juepere. So Juepere continues to lead. It is Estonia at the front from Lithuania, and then comes Estonia again. Actually, Ragnar Virus, is he Estonian? I think the Estonian will finish. I cannot remember at the moment. Someone can remind me in the chat. However, here they go. Big move almost from Ragnar Virus, but Tankavicius covers him off and then ends up going for the move on Juepere. Juepere now defending, and that's going to give an opportunity to Rodionov to get involved as well. Have a look at Devin Sagadi trying to join into the party, as there comes Domingas right behind, trying to get the switch back onto the back straight, and he's going to be able to get up the inside of Sagadi. So Domingas gains a position, moves up into fifth place, but it is all kinds of carnage at the front of the field. Martinas Tankavicius leads an excellent overtake from the reigning Masters champion. So Martinas Tankavicius leads from Joel-Kasper Juepere, then comes Ragnar Virus in third position. So Tankavicius leading in the DD2 category. Look over his shoulder from Tankavicius, and then he'll see the big gap that has now formed behind him, and he'll know that he can get his head down and just try to stretch out this lead at the front of the field. Roman Rodionovs in fourth position. Then Estonis Johannes Domingas in fifth place ahead of Devin Sagadi. Race that's going quite well for the Estonians, or it was at least until Martinas Tankavicius took the lead, because now there's a lot of Estonians doing well, but there is one Lithuanian who leads the way. Roman Rodionovs flying the Latvian flag in fourth position. But I believe it's Estonians in second, third, fourth, and fifth. Sorry, Ragnar, if I've got your nationality wrong. I'm pretty sure it's Estonian, though. Ragnar Virus, very, very quick driver. As we head on to the start-finish straight, and it looks like Juepere and Virus have put their fighting days behind them, and they've decided to join Operation Catch Tankavicius, and they're doing a very good job of it as well, because Tankavicius only has about half a kart length advantage over Joel-Kasper Juepere now, as they head through the chicane of turns 4 and 5. Fast lap of the race, Estonis Johannes Domingas dipping into the 51s that time around. And there are your leading three, exiting turn number 7. They go through 8 and now into the right of 9. Through the fast-flowing turn number 10. A lot of long corners here at the 333 Baltic Circuit. And there goes Virus up the inside of Juepere. So Ragnar Virus up into second place. And now it's Virus who can lead the charge up to Tankavicius. So Tankavicius still has that couple of cut lengths gap over Ragnar Virus behind him. Tominga still with the fast lap of the race. There he is in the white and blue suit. And then it's a bit of a gap to Devin Sagadi. Down in 6th position, who's struggling to keep up with this leading quintet of karts. While Tankavicius does not have a big gap anymore. Ragnar Virus is barely a kart length behind him. And is practically being pushed along as well as Virus by Joel Kasper Juepere. These two, maybe even 3, counting Rodionovs, are okay to battle because they're not that far behind Tankavicius. As long as they don't let Tankavicius pull clear once again, that is fine. You can see that slightly tighter line being taken by Ragnar Virus. Tankavicius just releasing the kart that little bit earlier off the apex of turn 14, the final corner. Interesting to see these slightly different driving styles. As there goes Virus, centered up the inside of Tankavicius. A big overtake into turn 3, the first hairpin of the circuit. Virus now leads for Martinez Tankavicius. Juepere too far behind to take advantage, and I think we're in for a straight dogfight now between Tankavicius and Virus. We'll see whether Juepere, Rodionovs and Tomingas can get involved in this battle. Now Virus goes defensive, heading into the final sequence of corners. He can go a little bit sideways as he locks up the brake. Tankavicius trying to find any way through, as he also tries to keep Juepere behind him. Tankavicius, if he looks for that wide line, if he looks for that switchback, he can be certain that Juepere is going to send it up his inside. Juepere trying to go up the inside of turn 1. Tankavicius slams the door shut, and Juepere just about slows down the kart enough to avoid any contact between them. This is the big overtake spot, and straight up the inside goes Juepere on Tankavicius. So Martinez Tankavicius drops down into 3rd position, and that is Tomingas who gets a position on Roman Rodionovs as well. So Tonisianis Tomingas up into 4th position. We could be seeing 3 Estonians in the top 3 positions. Well, this is looking very good for Team Estonia at the moment, as Ragnar Virus continues to lead the way and is also pulling up a bit of a gap as well. On to the start-finish straight we go. So Ragnar Virus now with a 2 kart length lead. And yes, Ragnar Virus is indeed Estonian. I have just quickly double-checked that. And also the RMC World Champion as well back in 2023. Very, very quick driver is Ragnar Virus. And he's starting to stretch a good lead to Joel Kasper Juepere. Well, Juepere might not have Edgar's Vilkans to deal with today, but he does have Tankavicius and Virus instead. And, well, Joel Kasper Juepere is continuing to be such a talented driver. He's just that tiny bit shy of beating the likes of Vilkans, Virus. However, this race is not over yet. There is still a chance for Juepere to hunt down his compatriot of Ragnar Virus. Defensive line from Juepere, and he makes sure Tankavicius can't send it up his inside into 3. That seems to be the prime overtaking opportunities for our faster karts, the likes of the DD2s, the Rotax Seniors, and indeed our Rotax Juniors. That big braking zone, the hairpin of turn 3, seems to be where we see a lot of our overtakes happening. Tonisianis Tomingas just ahead of Roman Rodionovs. And another warm welcome to anyone who has just tuned in on the YouTube broadcast. We've got one driver going into the pits in the background, I think. But if you are joining on the YouTube broadcast now, welcome to round number 4 of the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, the Nordic Challenge as well. We're currently seeing our DD2s taking to the circuit. This race being led by Ragnar Virus, who started this race down in 3rd position. We've seen a few changes for the lead. We've seen Juepere lead, we've seen Tankavicius lead, now we're seeing Virus lead. It was Kasper Juepere who started this race on pole. As he's just dropping back from Ragnar Virus. Ragnar Virus, I don't know if he saved his tyres that little bit, but right now it does not look like Juepere has an answer to his Estonian compatriot. Martinas Tankavicius just sitting behind Juepere at the moment. I don't think he's too impatient to really go for ascent. He knows he's got a big gap to Rodionovs and Tomingas behind him. So maybe he's just waiting for the opportunity to strike. 1.5 laps remaining in this race. Actually, 2 laps remaining in this race. 1.5 laps remaining. Once they cross the line, we will enter the final lap. Martinas Tankavicius, will he be able to make the move on Juepere? You can see Juepere is already going defensive into those big overtaking opportunities. Turn 12, turn 3 as well. 6/10 is the gap at the front of the field. Ragnar Virus pulling off a bit of an Edgars Vilkans. Although that being said, Edgars Vilkans rarely drops out of 1st position, but it has been an incredibly hotly contested battle. There is that really ultra defensive line from Kasper Juepere into turn 3. It's one of those races where I just wish I could see Virus and Vilkans battling at the front of the field, but Ragnar Virus has done everything he's needed to do. He has gapped the field ridiculously at this point. And now we've got Romans Rodionovs with a fast lap on the race. He's going to go for the move on Tankavicius, looking to the outside, can't find a way through. That's going to give a break to Kasper Juepere, who can now just take his racing line into the final sequence of corners. But there is your race leader, Ragnar Virus, making his way through the final couple of corners. And he will take the checker flag to win the opening heat of the day. Still 2 more races to come for our DD2s, as Kasper Juepere takes 2nd ahead of our leading masters, Martinas Tankavicius, and the reigning world champion as well as Martinas Tankavicius. Then comes Romans Rodionov in 4th place ahead of Tonis Johannes Tomingas, Devin Sagadi. Then comes Paul Eke Bethlem. Bethlem's had a really good run actually, if I'm not mistaken. Where did Bethlem start this race? And he started down in P12, so he's gained a bunch of positions. Pritse also gaining 1. Mikolas Mažinas, he's dropped down a little bit through the order. Mikolas Mažinas started this race in 10th position. Mikolas Mažinas currently leading in the Lithuanian Championship. However, that is before drop scores are taken into effect. So Mikolas Mažinas down in 9th ahead of Ivers Us. Then comes Karmo Hurm, Argo Tam, Nois Karolaitis. Then comes Ricards Kansims and Ilya Sheremeita, with Aras Jankavicius having a DNF, I think, on the opening lap of this race. Pauleke Bethlem, your biggest gainer, from 12th to 7th. This was our race start, being started by Kasper Juepere, who led the way, and that was our incident on the opening lap. This was when Juepere was trying to take the lead from Ragnar Virus, and big move up the inside, followed through by Tankavicius. Virus dropped down to 3rd. But then Virus started trying to make his way back through the order. That was an excellent move from Tankavicius on Juepere. Virus was able to then go up the inside of Juepere, reclaim 2nd position, and then big send on Tankavicius to take the lead of the race. And from that point onwards, Ragnar Virus had this race under control. He had to defend for a little bit, especially into this sequence of corners from Tankavicius. But after he did that, the race was completely in Virus's control. And then we had this excellent battle between Juepere and Tankavicius. Juepere eventually winning that and claiming 2nd ahead of Martinas Tankavicius. So we've got a short break before we get underway with our next event, which will be our Nanos, I believe, taking to the circuit. So our nanos have taken to the circuit, and we are about to get their first heat of the day underway. Valters Kursis starts on pole ahead of Ignas Piragis in second position. Then comes Ernest Kulikovskis in third ahead of Emetitsen in fourth. Then comes Denis Norkus in fifth place ahead of Majas Norkus. Watch out for those two working their way up through the field. Then comes Ralf Tietsen in seventh ahead of Jonas Ramanauskas in eighth place. And then completing the top 10 is Patrick Slapins and Guste Norkute. And it is indeed a 10-kart field as well. So Valters Kursis and Ignas Piragis on the front row of the grid. We will see how they get along in this race. And I just want to check the championship standings as well. Where are our nanos? I don't think the nanos have a championship standings, actually, as I say that. No, there is no nanos championship standings. It is just a race-by-race event. I know the Norkus brothers tend to do quite well, at least when I've covered them on the Latvian Championship, in the Latvian Championship. We'll see how they perform today. A good qualifying from Emma Tietsen up in fourth position. We'll see what Tietsen can do from there, but Valters Kursis near over a second clear of Ignas Piragis. And surely Valters will be looking to storm clear at the front of the field and convert that pace that we saw. Got a bit of a Carlos Bernsen's fan in the chat. Hard not to be a Carlos Bernsen's fan, to be honest. We'll be seeing Bernsen's and the other Mini-Maxes taking to the grid in, well, in about half an hour's time. Maybe about 40 minutes, 40, 50 minutes. After this race, we've got our second senior heat of the day, followed by our Micromaxes, and then will come the Rotax Mini-Maxes. Grid being slowed down. And is the green flag going to be dropped? No, it is not. Our drivers did not stay in their tram lines. As a result, they will have to have a race restart. It's one of those things. Two things in life are certain: death and race restarts for our nanos. They always get a little bit eager, especially for their first race of the day, and they tend to need that reminder. Right, guys, stay in the tram lines and do not accelerate too early. So just a reminder that it is Valters Kursis who will be leading our field away. Ignas Piragis starting in second ahead of Ernest Kulikovskis and Emma Tietsen. Emma Tietsen, again, putting off a really good qualifying session. Is actually very close. Emma Tietsen in fourth with a 103.0 was her qualifying time. Then you've got Denis Norkus with a 103.4, Majas Norkus 103.4 as well, Ralf Tietsen 103.5, Jonas Ramanauskas 103.6, Patrick Slapins 103.9. So you're looking at less than a second separating 6 drivers. And hopefully that will result in us having a very good race. So red flag is out. Drivers have been stopped on the starting grid. And that is so that the race officials can have a chat, particularly with Kursis and Piragis, to remind them to slow the field down appropriately through that final corner so that we've got a nice bunched up group of karts for the race start. And then we can go racing once again. So hopefully this will only take about half a minute or so. But again, I'm very interested to see this battle for fourth place, judging by the qualifying times. Also, a 10th separating Ignas Piragis in second from Ernest Kulikovskis in third position. So those two very closely matched as well. hopefully we'll see a good battle for second, and maybe they can even bridge that gap to Kursis, but it was a very large qualifying gap, so I think Kursis might have this one covered. Right, so we are underway once again. So just to remind you, Valtis Kursis starts on pole ahead of Ignas Peragis, then comes Ernest Kulikovskis and Emmet Tidsen. Dennis Nordkus and Majas Nordkus are on row 3 ahead of Ralf Tidsen and Jonas Ramanauskas. Patrick Salapins and Gusti Nordkute complete your top 10. So this is essentially the last category that we've yet to see race today. After this, we would have had one heat completed for every single class. Now there is a big gap from our leading 9 drivers to the final 3. And I'm just wondering, is that a different category then? I've just got on my notes that it is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got 7 drivers. And then it's a bit of a gap to Ramanauskas, Lapins and Nordkute, who are just about going to be able to close up to them in time. A field of 10 drivers in total. Here they come then, round the final corner to start this race. And hopefully this will be a better start. They're still outside of the tram lines and the green flag will not be dropped. So we're going to have yet another race restart. And I think there might be a slightly sterner talking to this time to Valtis Kursis, if indeed he was going a little bit too quickly at the start of the race. So I won't be surprised if you see some red flags being shown. But it is important that these races do start appropriately. 2 by 2, drivers in the tram lines and drivers not accelerating too early. Seeing more love in the YouTube chat for the doggos out on broadcast. We do need some clarifying now, because I think we've seen 2 or 3 different dogs roaming the paddock. So Valtis Kursis and Ignas Peragis then once again will start. Now the rest of the field are not in 2 by 2 order at this point, which is what is making these race starts that little bit more difficult. So attempt number 3. That looks a lot better. The green flag will be dropped and away we go. Valtis Kursis will lead the field away, and covering off second place is Ignas Peragis. So Peragis holds on to second, although I think there might have been a change through turn number 2 potentially. And you can already see the big lead that Valtis Kursis has been able to stretch out at the front of the field. And that is already well over a second gap at the front of the field. And then, as expected, our kind of battle for second, although Emmet Tidsen doing a really good job to hang on to Peragis and Kulikovskis. See the varying lines being taken into turn 12. But long gone is your race leader, Valtis Kursis, at this point. come over the line to start lap number 2. And through the hairpin we go. So second is starting to break clear just a little bit of this battle for third and fourth as they head through the chicane of turns 4 and 5. I believe it's still Emma Tidsen who is in fourth position. Tidsen is having a really good drive at the moment. So Kulsis leads from Kulikovskis. Kulikovskis, who started in third position, now ahead of Piragis. Then it's Emma Tidsen, Domas Norkus. We did say to watch out for, sorry, not Domas, Dennis Norkus. We did say to watch out for Dennis. We'll see whether he can bring his, I'm guessing his younger brother Myers Norkus into the mix as well. We've seen those two have a couple of battles in the past. But Myers Norkus a little bit further down the field, currently down in P8. And Dennis Norkus, 102.7 is his best lap time, matching the 3 in front. And there's Tidsen in the blue cart, blue and white cart, having a little go at Piragis. Don't know whether she made the move work. No, she didn't. But slowly you can see just there is Dennis Norkus closing in, just trailing this 3-cart battle. And then comes Ramanauskas, who's a further second or so behind. Then it's a bit of a gap back to Ralf Tidsen and Myers Norkus, followed by Patrick Slapins. Starting a new lap. Well, Tidsen and Norkus in the 102s. Bit of a slower lap from Ramanauskas, who falls a bit further behind as Tidsen almost had a look up the inside into turn 3, but decides better of it. So Tidsen this time around much further on the exit of turn 7. We usually see Tidsen taking that tight line through turn 7 to have a go at Piragis into 8. But Piragis now hunting down Kulikovskis. Oh, so we've got one of the coaches from Linktinia Linea in the YouTube chat. You have to give us, tell us some of the big tips for this circuit. Tips that are, of course, better than press the accelerator more. Unless you cannot share the advice that you're giving to your drivers, you'll have to remind me who the drivers are for your team in each category. But Kursis continues to lead, and you can see that fastest lap time, half a second quicker than what Kulikovskis has been able to do. Kursis in qualifying did a 1:07, so he's a little bit shy of his personal best at the moment. But Dennis Norkus has just fallen back from this 3-kart battle now. He's pulled a very big gap to Ramanauskas though. Actually, as Ramanauskas dropped off the grid, because that looks to be Ralf Tidsen, so I'm not sure where Ramanauskas is anymore. So Emma Tidsen is now ahead of Piragis. We didn't see that overtake happen. Now Ralf Tidsen is ahead of Ramanauskas, so Ramanauskas has had a bit of a slow lap. I don't know if there was a spin or something. And there is Tidsen, who has now, I think, found a way through on Kulikovskis. think we're getting a few drivers being lapped as we're about to head onto the last lap of the race for our Nano Heat 1. And indeed it is Kursis who leads Emma Tietzen up into second. So Emma Tietzen having a fantastic drive. I remember at the start of the season, Emma Tietzen was actually slower than both of the Norkuses. And now Tietzen is quicker. So who's dropping down the order? That's Piragis. So Piragis has had an incident somewhere. As we head on to the last lap of the race, Kursis leading from Tietzen, then comes Norkus. So Kulikovskis has lost a few positions in the process, and that is the moment. Oh, that was a brush. No. Always remember, kids, when you spin, foot firmly on the brake pedal and do not rejoin into oncoming cars. That was a close shave on 2 occasions for, I believe that was Piragis. But Kursis is about to come over the line to take the checkered flag and win in dominant fashion. So Valters Kursis with an excellent victory, but Emma Tietzen in second position. That is an incredible job from Emma, the Estonian driver, running in second place, ahead of Denis Norkus in third position. So Piragis and Kulikovskis not having the results that they would have wanted. And we saw Piragis running a little bit wide on the exit of turn 7, dipping a wheel onto the grass, and that dropped Piragis down to P10 from the looks of it. So Kursis wins from Tietzen, then comes Denis Norkus, then comes Ernest Kulikovskis, followed by Ralf Tietzen, Patrick Slapins, then Jonas Ramanauskas, Majas Norkus, then comes Guste Norkute and Ignas Piragis. I think we've seen this from the Norkus brothers. So when they're on their own, Denis Norkus might be a little bit quicker than Majas Norkus, but Majas is able to stick with Denis. But I think whenever there's a quicker driver around, Denis finds a little bit more pace to stick with them, whereas Majas can't find that little bit extra. With that being said, we are going to be heading into our second senior race of the day. It is senior, groups A and C taking to the grid, which is going to be Toms Strel starting from pole ahead of Endrik Pietz. And then it's Robin Schemet and Alice Stolzermane. We've seen Schemet and Stolzermane on circuit before. Stolzermane, who started 4th in her first heat of the day, sent it full round the outside of the opening corner. Rodrigo Cakers, we have yet to see race today. Fernando Paimbre, though, we have seen race today and was involved in that incident at turn 1 in our very first heat. And that was a little bit chaotic. Then we've got Christian Hjovain ahead of Oliver Kerg. Oliver Kerg did quite well, if I remember rightly. Kevin Lanus is in 9th ahead of Martin Wallström. Wallström needs to have a really good result. That is the 3.69 that you need to keep your eyes out for. Kasper Kiskuela. Adrian Tions had an excellent drive, did Tions. Adrian Tions in the 3.71. It was Adrian Tions who I think finished in 2nd position in race number 1 of the day. Let's just double check. So yeah, Tions finished in 3rd. It was Oliver Kerg who won the race. So Kerg, who was the race winner in the first heat of the day, starting a little bit further down the order. Adrian Tions, who finished 3rd, also starting a bit far down the order. Martin Wallström finished 15th. So Wallström really needs to have a good result for this race. Here we go then. Your grid for our second senior race of the day. Tom Strel and Endrik Pietz on the front row of the grid. Then comes Robin Schemet and Alice Stolzermane. Then comes Rodrigo Cakers and Fernando Paimbre. Followed by Christian Hjovain and Oliver Kerg. One day I'll learn how to pronounce Kristen's surname correctly. If someone could let me know in the chat, that would be helpful. Kevin Lanus is in 9th ahead of Martin Wallström, completing the top 10. Then it's Kaspar Kiskuela in 11th ahead of Adrian Tions. Then comes Kimi Komulainen, Komulainen ahead of Normantas Arvasavicius in 14th. Romet Pakas and Matas Balcius are in 15th and 16th. Then Dovydas Vaselis and Ugne Puskuriute in 17th and 18th. Completing the top 20 is Kajas Petkus and Jonas Liukauskas. On to row number 11 is Rikard Skeikulis and Hans Markus Narusk. And then we've got Tomas Tumasonis and Larsen Klaus Tamepu, followed by Sara Tabo and Laurinas Karalavicius. And completing the field is Ginas Rimkus in 27th position. But really keep your eyes out for Tions and Oliver Kerg. Oliver Kerg, who won the first heat of the day. He's starting down in P8. We'll see what he can do from down there. But Tom Strel is always the driver to beat in these senior races. And he is the driver starting from pole position. So Strel, Peets on the front row. Right behind Strel is Robin Shemet. Lisa Stolzenmane starting this one in 4th position. Can she have the same excellent start that she had a couple of hours ago? Also from 4th place, Fernando Paimre, he's going to want to stay out of trouble. So will Martin Wallström, who finished the first race of the day in 15th. Paimre was much further down the order than he would have wanted. But for Tom Strel, eyes straight onto turn 1. Almost an attempted overtake. There goes Stolzenmane again, looking to the outside. Is she going to make it work? She's in 4th, having to yield, drops down into 5th position. Now going defensive into the hairpin of a turn 3. There's Paimre just tucking in behind that battle. No crashes. There's been a few small bits of contact, but everyone getting through the first lap so far cleanly enough. I think that's Martin Wallström a few positions behind Fernando Paimre at the back of this train. There he is. Indeed, that is him at the back of this train of car. But Tom Strel does indeed lead the way from Endrik Piet. So I think the top 2 staying as they were as Fernando Paimre searching for a way through on the driver in front of him. His flag still being waved, so no race restart. There is Paimre all over the back of, I'm not sure who that is in front of Paimre. As Tom Strel begins lap number 2. Ahead of the 3-1-1 of Robin Shemet. So it's Shemet up into 2nd, and Shemet's going to go up into 1st because he sent it up the inside of Tom Strel into turn 3. Strel, though, fighting back immediately. That's going to give Rodrigo Cakers the opportunity. Cakers, who started this lap in 3rd place, still in 3rd, right behind Robin Shemet, though. And Endrik Piets has now been able to close in as a result of all of this. So Endrik Piets in 4th place, and Tom Strel, out of all of that, has actually been able to pull a bit of a gap to Robin Shemet in 2nd position. So it was a great move from Shemet up the inside, but Tom Strel with a fantastic switchback, able to get back up the inside into the chicane of 4 and 5, and that's dragged Cakers and Piets into the mix. So Paimre was behind Hjovain, and I think still is. Now Strel is going defensive. This is really good news for the likes of Paimre and Wallström. Wide though from Tom Strel. Was there contact? Or did he just outbrake himself? Because now Robin Shemet is leading the way. Are we going to see a move up the inside? Of course we are. Tom Strel reclaims the lead, and Rodrigo Cakers is going to follow through as well. Side by side as we go through the chicane. Pete will go through. So Cakers goes wide, and Cakers is going to tumble down the order. Oh dear, Rodrigo Cakers, he was driving phenomenally well in the top 4, fighting for the lead, but he just got a little bit too excited, made a mistake through the chicane, went wide, and well, that grass just sucks you out. We've seen it in other categories already so far. And there is Elisa Stolzenmane, who now gains a position, and I think Fernando Paimre continues to try to work his way through the order. This is good news for Tom Strel. Look at the gap that Tom Strel has been able to pull to the 2 teammates of Shemet and Pete. Now, who is ahead of who? That's a 3-1-1. That's Pete having to open up the door. Sorry, that's Shemet opening up the door for Pete, I believe. So Endrik Pete moves up into 2nd position, and there goes Wallström making a move on Kiskuela, I believe. So Martin Wallström gains a position. Fernando Paimre on the back of Elisa Stolzenmane. There's still a chance here for Paimre to pick up a top 2, actually maybe even a win, because it does look like Pete and Shemet are closing back in to Tom Strel, and the more these two defend, the more chance there are for those drivers starting a little bit out of position to work their way back up through the order. The likes of Stolzermane, Paimre, Wallström as well, to gain some positions. It's looking a bit feisty further down the order in the battle for what's about P13, P14. However, Tom Strel leads from Pete, then comes Shemet. Now, the big overtaking opportunity that we've seen is into turn 3. So through turn 2 they go, and now we're heading into turn 3, but Strel has enough of a lead. Paimre just covering off the inside from the likes of Wallström and Kiskuela. Actually, no, I think that is actually Hjörvain, because Stolzermane has gained a position and is up into 5th position now. Indeed, she is. Oliver Kerg up into 4th. That's good news for Oliver Kerg, who started this race down in 8th position. So Kerg has gained a number of places. Rodrigo Kekes with a fast lap of the race, but Kekes is right down the order. Not a good start for Kekes' day. This is his first heat of the day. And there is Tom Strel, who continues to lead, but has Hendrik Pietz directly behind him. Shemet hunts him down. Oliver Kerg not too far back either. And Oliver Kerg is going to be part of this battle very soon with the fast lap of the race as well. It's Oliver Kerg. Stolzermane and Paimre matching the pace of the leaders, but a little bit slower than this group behind. Tom Strel is going defensive. That's going to allow Stolzermane and Paimre to close in. Martin Wallström has gained the position on Hjörvain as well. So Wallström is up into 7th position. We're going to have a, well, at the moment we've got a 4-way battle for the lead, but very soon I think we're going to have a 7-way battle for the win. Paimre, Wallström, Stolzermane, you cannot count them out of a fast battle at the front of any field in Rotax Max Seniors. As again, we're seeing Strel just going defensive. That's really just forming, or he's being the bottle, the cork in the bottle at the front of the field. By no means is Tom Strel as a slow driver, but he knows when he needs to defend, he knows when he needs to push, and this is the point where he needs to defend. Fast lap of the race picked up by Fernando Paimre, 52.2, half a second quicker than Tom Strel at the front of the field, and you can see just how much they've been able to close in. No overtakes into the hairpin of turn 3 this time around. 3.5 minutes to go. Plenty of laps remaining as they head through the right-hander of turn 6, and it's this long sweeping left-hander of turn 7. Tom Strel has been able to pull out a bit of a gap. That means he's just going to get his head down and just try to push, and I think we're going to be seeing Robin Shemet saying, you know what, I've had enough of you, Hendrik Pietz. We might be teammates, but I want to be leading this charge to Tom Strel. Will we be seeing an overtake? We will, but it's actually going to come through from Oliver Kerg, who goes up the inside of Shemet and up into 3rd place. And Kerg saying, well, Shemet, if you're not going to go for the move on Pietz, I'm going to have to get past you and then go for the move on Pietz myself. So Oliver Kerg, your race winner, race number 1 today. The opening heat of the day is now up into 3rd position and is hunting down Hendrik Pietz 4 seconds. Stolzermane has finally closed in and has dragged along a buddy, Fernando Paimre, along with her. Stolzermane goes up the inside of Shemet, whose day starts getting a little bit worse, and while Stolzermane puts a wheel on the grass, that's going to open up the door for Wallström. Wallström, though, can't get through, and Stolzermane is able to hold on to 6th position. We'll see whether they're still in that order they are, and I think things have got very chaotic just behind, because Stolzermane, with that mistake trying to keep Wallström behind, has allowed a huge group of cars to close in, and Wallström has now lost 2 or more positions. So, well, Martin Wallström's day just gets unluckier and unluckier. Nothing Wallström could really do about that. Had to fully back off, otherwise would have run straight into the back of Stolzermane, and that allowed the likes of Hjörvain, Kiskuela, Pakas all to close in. And there is Hendrik Pietz coming under immense pressure from Oliver Kerg, who is Kerg going to go for the move? Oh, I was thinking about it, but Hendrik Pietz just went that little bit defensive into the corner. Tom Strel is gone. Tom Strel has certainly won this race at this point, because these 4 are not going to be working together for, to hunt down Tom Strel. They're just going to be fighting for 2nd position, which is going to make things that little bit easier for Tom Strel. So Pietz, Kerg, Shemet, Paimre, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Here comes the move up the inside from Oliver Kerg, who moves up into 2nd place. Well, this is a good set of results for Oliver Kerg, isn't it? He won the opening heat of the day. He's going to take 2nd in his 2nd and final heat, which will be guaranteeing him to start from, at the very worst, 2nd place for the final race of the day. The question will just be, will he be in 2nd behind Tom Strel, or will he be starting in first ahead of Tom Strel, depending on how Strel gets on in his next heat, which will be our final heat of the day, starting much later on, about 1:15 local time, probably about 1:30 with the delay that we've been seeing as Paimre gets a good run out of turn 7, able to go up the inside of Shemet into turn 8. So Paimre gained another position. Kirk still in second ahead of Endrik Pietz. Then comes Paimre, followed by Shemet. Defensive line from Oliver Kirk as we head into turn number 12. So Strel 2 seconds up the road, and you can see Strel has a look over his shoulder. He knows he doesn't need to defend at this point. Paimre looks over his shoulder to see where Shemet is. Pretty much defensive line from all 4 of them, even from Shemet as well. He's pretty much just following the 3 in front on that defensive line. Has a bit of a gap to Alisa Stolzermane, and back behind Wallström is in 10th place. He's got, I think he just overtook Pakas on the start of this lap, so Wallström up into 9th and 15th. Not good news for Wallström. And Wallström would have been here in this battle as well if it wasn't for Stolzermane having that moment when she was trying to find a way through on, I think at the time it was Robin Shemet. Defensive lines again, as Pete's just tries to open up turn 12 a little bit of nose to tail stuff as we are heading on to the the final lap of the race, and well, not quite enough of a drive for Paimre to go up the inside of Endrik Pietz in front of him. Oliver Kirk has a bit of a breathing room now, a kart length or 2 surely. Pietz is going to have to go defensive into turn 3, indeed he does, and Paimre doesn't want to go too far to the inside. Maybe doesn't feel that there would be enough grip to be able to make that overtake work. So Pietz holds on to 3rd ahead of Paimre, and Robin Shemet in 5th position. As here is your race leader, Tom Strel. Has driven fantastically in this race. Had to work for it, but once a small gap was able to form, he was able to just get his head down and pull away. As again, Paimre looking to the inside into 12, no way through. And Pete will hold on to the position as Tom Strel crosses the line to take the checkered flag in what has now appeared to be a bit of a dominant victory. And then Oliver Kirk takes 2nd. An excellent result for your Heat 1 race winner. Endrik Pietz in 3rd position, ahead of Fernando Paimre in 4th. Then it's Robin Shemet, followed by Alisa Mane. So Stolzermane in 6th, then Christian Piovain in 7th, ahead of Kasper Kiskuela. Then comes Pakas and Kekers to complete your top 10. Well, Rodrigo Kekers, who started this race in 5th, drops all the way down to 10th place. Then it's Martin Wallström in 11th, ahead of Adrian Sions, the driver, finished 3rd in race 1, down in 12th. Then Normantas Arvesavicius, Dovidas Vaselis, and Matas Balšus down in 15th place. And it's Petkus Keikulis, Kuskuriute, Naruska Karalevicius, Rimkus Tomasones, Liutkauskas, Elenus Kumulainen, Tavo, and Tamepu in 27th place. And that completes our field for the senior heat number 2. We've got one more senior heat, 3 senior heats in total before the grand finals. I just wonder if we can see that incident with Stolzermane. This was when Tom Strel lost the lead momentarily, and then he went wide at turn 1. Bit of a mistake, a rare mistake from Tom Strel, but he was able to fight back up the inside through 3. And this was how it went badly for Kekers. I don't know if there was contact or if he went wide on his own. Just a little bit on the dirty stuff potentially. This was a move from Pietz that got him past Shemet, and he held on to it from then on. I think the next thing we're going to be seeing is maybe Stolzermane's moment. This was Tom Strel just pulling clear. Really nice move up the inside there. And that was Stolzermane going up the inside of Shemet. Then there was a bit of contact. And this is where Stolzermane just wheeled on the grass, and Wallström had pretty much nowhere to go but to back off, and the whole field just closed into him at that point. And he was a sitting duck, really. Fernando Paimre able to just about take advantage of it. It was close enough to Stolzermane that he could just go up the inside into the chicane. Wallström was left with nowhere to go behind him. So our next race is going to be our second Micromax heat of the day. So we're going to take a short drink break and we'll be back for our, I believe it's our 7th race of the day. And it's not going to be a long drinks break because we're back and it is actually our 8th race of the day and our second time that we're going to be seeing our Micromaxes taking to the circuit. We are about 20 minutes behind schedule, I think, so we may have a shortened lunch break, although the lunch break was already a relatively short one, about 40-45 minutes. Gordy Dulev will be starting this race on pole ahead of Timas Rimas. Once again, those two on the front row of the grid. Jonas Gelzinis starts in third ahead of Jokubas Juozaitis. Karim Skukati starts in 5th ahead of Hugo Kaubi in 6th position. Then is Aras Pascalis Bagatirius ahead of Thomas Morkes in 8th position. Followed by Rems Balods Nagradov and Timoteus Duda. Then we've got Vilius Tauros Bakutis and David Vladson in 12th. Next is Marco Klavins and Benedictas Grasis on row number 7. And on row 8, Rodrigo Lapins and Timas Dranseika. Row number 9 sees Jonas Baltrusaitis and Toms Grusins. And then completing the field in 19th position is Tauras Leonavicius. Hopefully we get to see the likes of Duda racing in this race. A bunch of our drivers got... how do you put this? They got caught up in a formation lap incident earlier on today, so it resulted in the, I think, I'm trying to remember names, I think David Vladson, Timoteus Duda, both victims of that who were unable to take part in the race as a result of it. Now in race 1, I believe Timas Rimas got a great start and was able to beat Gordy Dulev into turn 1. However, Gordy Dulev still won the race by a few tenths from Timas Rimas. Hugo Kaubi took 3rd ahead of Aras Pascalis Bagatirius. Bagatirius has actually won a race this year, won a final as well. Jonas Gelzinis down in 5th place. It was very, very close. Karim Skukitis ended up falling a little bit back from our leading group. We'll see whether he can stay that little bit closer to them this time around. So here we go then. Dulev, Rimas on the front row of the grid, then it's Gelzinis and Juozaitis on row number 2. Juozaitis in that black suit with the white helmet starting on the outside of the grid from 4th position. This is looking to be a good start from our drivers. As away we go, and I think we are green as well. I'm not seeing any yellow flags being waved. Green flags, and away we go. Good start for Gordy Dulev. And through will go Gelzinis. So Gelzinis moves up into 2nd place ahead of Timas Rimas. And there is Jokubas Juozaitis in the somewhat faded white and green front Nassau. Karim Kukutis, I think, dropped to A position there. He drops down into 7th position, if I'm counting correctly. And Kukutis started this race in 5th position. Is now falling into the clutches of the driver behind as well. But Gordy Dulev leads the field. And Timas Rimas under a little bit of pressure from the duo behind it of Jokubas Juozaitis being one of them. Juozaitis going to go up the inside of Rimas. Very cleanly done from Jokubas Juozaitis. He gains 1 position and has closed right in onto the back of Jonas Gelzinis as we start a new lap. And Gelzinis going to go defensive. Jokubas Juozaitis goes to the outside, switches to the inside. He's going to get on the inside. Yes, he does. On the last apex of turn 1. And Timas Rimas trying to defend. Not very successfully, though. Ends up losing a position to, I think that's the number 7. Reclaims it, though, through the chicane. really fantastic battling between himself and Aras Pascalis and Bagatidis. So it's Bagatidis in the 7, who gets a little push from Hugo Kaubi behind him. Kaubi in the number 1 car. Kaubi looking to the inside, gets covered off by Bagatidis. That's allowing the top 3 to pull away. Timas Rimas still within touching distance for the number 7 as they go through turn number 10, through the kink of 11. And still defensive from Timas Rimas as Karim Skukitis falls further down the order. Gordi Dulev has Jokubas Juozaitis for company behind him, and Galzinis as well. So Jonas Galzinis in 3rd position, but Jokubas Juozaitis looking just fantastic at the moment. Really good pace. He's hunted down Dulev very quickly. Dulev going defensive now into 3. Juozaitis all over him, mounting up the pressure as they head through the chicane of 4 and 5. Nose to tail between these 3. I wonder if these 3 battling is going to allow the likes of Rimas and Bagatidis to close in. Kaubi and Norkus are there as well. And that is Domas Norkus. As they head out of the kink of turn 11. Still Rimas ahead of Bagatidis. Then comes Kaubi. And then comes Domas Norkus in the 67. Karim Skukitis has now dropped behind Rems Balos Nagradovs. Balos Nagradovs in the very nice yellow and blue helmet. So it's a 3-way battle first, and then it's a rest of the field battle for 4th place at the moment. As Gordi Dulev continues to lead, but he goes a little bit wide. That's going to open up the door for Jokubas Juozaitis. That's how Juozaitis took 2nd place a few laps ago. Now he's going to go up the inside into turn 3. He makes a move work as well. So Jokubas Juozaitis takes the lead of the race side by side into the chicane. Bit of contact. Gordi Dulev's going to go wide. He goes grass hopping as well. Holds on to 2nd place. Is this going to be an opportunity for Galzinis? No, it's not. Timas Rimas closing in 4th position. A little bit of contact from behind him. Bagatidis, is that a bit of a push to pass from Bagatidis? But either way, Bagatidis is up into 4th position. There certainly was contact between the front of Bagatidis and the rear of Timas Rimas as they went through turn number 7 and into turn 8. But it is Jokubas Juozaitis who now leads the way, and he's got a large lead to Gordi Dulev, who's actually having to go a bit defensive. So that's going to work out really nicely for Jokubas Juozaitis, who also has the fastest lap of the race. Here we go then, out of the final corner to start a new lap with 2 minutes on the clock. Gordi Dulev doesn't go defensive, but behind, Galzinis certainly is going defensive. It will close right in onto Gordi Dulev, goes a little bit wide through turn 1 as he pulls it back into the final apex of the opening corner. Hard on the brakes for Bagatidis as he tries to make sure there is no way through for Bebas behind him. Nose to tail through 6, through 7 as they tried to hunt down Jokubas Juozaitis. The gap was just under half a second when they came over the line. Let's see whether Gordi Dulev can reel in your race leader, the number 42, in hot pursuit and also under hot pursuit as well, because he's got Galzinis right behind him. And he's got to go up the inside. There's a bit of contact. It was a late move, and whoa, Jokubas Juozaitis drops right down the order, while Gordi Dulev essentially pulled hard, but what looked to be a fair move on your interim race leader, Jokubas Juozaitis. Dulev reclaims the lead. Gordi Dulev, the driver who put it on pole, the driver who won heat number 1, and the driver who's showing that he will not take no for an answer. He'll not get pushed around, and Dulev reclaims the lead in a very robust move on Jokubas Juozaitis. Juozaitis, who was driving really, really well, and Juozaitis has now dropped to pretty much the back of this group. He's ahead of Rems Balos Nagradovs though, and he is in 8th position with not very long remaining. However, Bagatidis has a really good opportunity here. Aras Pascalis Bagatidis in 2nd place. Gordi Dulev going defensive into turn 12, making sure there is no way through for any of the drivers behind him. Sorry, that was into turn 10. Now we go through turn 12, 13, and then into 14. We'll keep an eye on Jokubas Juozaitis, who I believe is right behind Karim Skukitis. Indeed, he is. So Karim Skukitis, the driver with the Lightning McQueen livery. And Dulev through turn 1. This time he will not run wide. Jokubas Juozaitis goes for the move on Karim Skukitis further down the field. And once again, he's grass karting Jokubas Juozaitis. Not happy with Karim Skukitis. And unfortunately for Jozaitis, he's going to drop further down the order. I think red mist starting to kick in now for Jozaitis, who feels that he should be at the front of the field, and maybe if not in first, at the very worst in second. Thomas Norcus with the fast lap of the race in sixth. He's behind Hugo Kaubi. Hugo Kaubi in the #1 car, that's the red and white liveried mobile. Meanwhile, Thomas Norcus in the white Nassau panel, the black front bumper right at the back of this 6-cart train. We are on to the last lap of the race, and Gordy Dulev is holding on to the lead fantastically well. Dulev will round the final corner to take a hard-fought victory ahead of Aras Pascalis Bagatirius in second. Then in third place comes Timas Rimas, Jakub Galzenis. Thomas Norcus fist pumping as he comes over the line in fourth place, having beaten Timas Rimas through the final sequence of corners. Hugo Kaubi down in 8th position, having I think started this lap in 6th place. And Timotei Duda in 9th position. Sorry, Timoteo Duda in 9th position ahead of Jonas Baltrusaitis in 10th. I think Karims Kukitis was in 8th position. Benediktas Grazis in 16th ahead of Taras Leonovicius and Toms Grusins. In 18th, Rodrigo Lapins, our only DNF. Well, that was certainly a race with its drama. That was Jokubas Jozaitis clambering his way up through the field. And at this point, he was in second place, hunting down Gordy Dulev. Timas Rimas defending as hard as he could. And that was how Jozaitis got through. Was there a bit of contact? I don't know. And Gordy Dulev dropped down to second, and then that was a contact. I think Gordy Dulev was far up enough the inside. And Jozaitis, I think, tried to close the door maybe a bit too late. There he got squeezed wide by Karims Kukitis. And they went side by side through turns 1 and 2. And then you'll see the hand being raised in frustration for Jokubas Jozaitis. But that does bring our second heat for our Micro Maxes to a close. Next up will be the Mini Maxes, and my favourite heat of the day. So stay tuned, we'll be back in a minute or two. And to everyone's delight, you can see the dog hunting the tyre in the back of your shot. Here we go then for our next race. Our Minimax is taking to the circuit. Let's run you through our grid for heat number 2 of the Minimaxes. Starting on pole is Tauras Zimnikas ahead of Carlis Bensons. And then as we move on to row 2, it is Karl-Kord Gekuhi, who finished second in race number 1 ahead of Jan Wozniak in 4th positions. Then it's Ivo Oss ahead of Martins Lapins on row number 3. Row number 4 sees Martin Sarma ahead of Remigius Kraušinas. Kraušinas had a bit of a disaster in race 1. Emilis Kapkauskas won heat number 1. He's starting in 9th ahead of Ilis Mankonen in 10th position. Then it's Kasparas Kazamekas in 11th ahead of Henrys Lapse. Kazamekas had a DNF in race 1. Oskaras Bakutis in 13th ahead of Oskaras Preleidas in 14th. Then comes Michele Zube and Viljamas Juseliunas. Completing the field is Kasparas Adamonis. Emilis Kapkauskas making the step up to Minimaxes this year and just picked up his first heat win of the year. Kapkauskas has been, he's been up there. He's been sticking with the likes of, Zimnikas, Bernsons, Wozniak, Os, Kraušinas. Kraušinas has been having a really good season, particularly in RMC Latvia. How will he perform today? Will Kraušinas, who got involved in the accidents on lap 1. But Emilis Kapkauskas had not won a race this year. He had a bunch of thirds in heats, but never won a heat. Now he's got his chance. Let's see how this race pans out as we come over the line to start, or out of the final corner to start the heat. And here we go, racing once again, and it's a good start from the front of the field. Carlis Bernsons just tucks it into second place to avoid losing too much time. And all nice and clean as opposed to what we saw in race 1, but the yellow flags are being waved, which means we're going to have a race restart. And potentially that is why it was too clean. Maybe we got underway a little bit too early. And, well, we had one driver breaking formation, and the field looked to be fairly bunched up, but not ridiculously. Another driver to watch out for is going to be Martins Lapins. Very quick driver is Martins Lapins. Races primarily in the Latvian Championship. But Lapins won the last round of the season with a first, a second, and a first in his heats and finals respectively. Emilis Kapkauskas, though, who is third in the championship, picking up some big points. Here we go then. Tauras Zimnikas leads the field away. And is a green flag going to be dropped? It is indeed. Martins Lapins diving straight to the inside of the grid. Carlis Bernsons has been swallowed alive this time around. He's now side by side with Lapins, and is going to be able to hold on to the position just about as someone sending it up the inside of Bernsons. There's a little bit of contact for a second. I'm just trying to see where Emilis Kapkauskas is. He's a couple of positions behind Martins Lapins. And a bit of an incident further down the field. They are going to be able to get going. The 112 seems to be stuck on the rumble strip. That is Oskaras Preleidas. But leading the way is Zimnikas. And then just behind is Karl Korkekuhi, who finished the opening race of the day for these micro maxes for these mini maxes in second place. It's Bernsons side by side. What a move! Who was that who just pulled off the move of the day on Carlis Bernsons round the outside of turn 13 is impressive, but to do on Carlis Bernsons is something else entirely, and that's going to give an opportunity now for Grantins to have a look at Bernsons. Decides against, sorry, not Grantins, Martins Lapins. Lapins, though, just sits behind, and that was Ilis Mankonen. So Mankonen, what a move. That is a sterling effort. I hope we get to see that on the replays at the end of the day. Ivor Was has had a really good start. He is in 4th position at the moment. Jan Wozniak gets a good run through. He goes on Korkekuhi, and Zimnikas is going to follow through as well. So Korkekuhi from 1st down into 3rd place, and Mankonen is up into 4th position. So Ilis Mankonen, the Finnish driver, I believe, is having a really good start to this race. Was one of our casualties in heat number 1. And is fighting back phenomenally well in heat number 2. So hopefully we'll have a good starting position for heat number 3. And Carlis Bernsons has dropped down the order like a fly. He's all the way out, almost outside of the top 10 at this point. So Wozniak leads from Zimnikas, Korkekuhi defending from Mankonen. Then comes Os Kapkauskas is up into 6th place. And there goes Mankonen up the inside of Korkekuhi. There's a little bit of contact. Korkekuhi leaves just enough space, and Kapkauskas snatches at the opportunity, dives up the inside, overtook Ivor Was, and now Ivor Was having a look, never mind, decides against it, but up the inside goes Lapins. Lapins says, well, Ivor, if you're not going to go for the move, I will, and Mikael Lapins goes up into 6th, sorry, not Mikael, Martins Lapins goes up into 6th place. Meanwhile, Wozniak now having to defend from Tauras Zimnikas, as first and second close by. Oh, look at Kapkauskas. He is fighting as hard as he can on Kurgekuhi. Kurgekuhi goes defensive. Kapkauskas looks to the outside, just trying to get switchback on switchback to get the run onto the start-finish straight. Ilis Mankinen directly behind Emilis Kapkauskas. Over the line we go then. Wozniak still leads this race ahead of Tauras Simnikas, and then just behind you can see Kurgekuhi ahead of Kapkauskas and Mankinen as we head towards turn 3. This is a big overtaking opportunity. Will we see any moves? No, we won't. A little defensive move from Kurgekuhi to try to dissuade Kapkauskas from going for a send, and that seemed to work. Now we do often see moves coming out of turn 7, so through turn 6 we go, then into the left of turn 7. Any moves between 7 and 8? No, they will all stay in the same position. Martin Zlapins doing well still on the back of Ilis Mankinen. It's not been good for the likes of Ivor Martin Sarma in 8th ahead of Carlos Bensons. Carlos Benson's really struggling. Here comes the move defensive from Kurgekuhi. Kapkauskas has to go to the outside. That almost gives the opportunity for Mankinen to find a way through. And all of this is working wonders for Wozniak and Zimnikas, who are maybe sensibly working together at this point in the race. They're not fighting in between themselves. And we see new personal bests for all of our top 8 really at this point. Michele Zuber with a new personal best as well. He's down in 10th position trying to hunt down Carlos Bensons, as there goes Martin Zlapins up the insides of Ilis Mankinen. So Mankinen drops down into 6th position. A little look over the shoulder, I think, there from Kapkauskas, and Martin Zlapins giving the finger wag forward. I don't know if that was to Mankinen though, or to Kapkauskas. Well, the gap at the front of the field is nearly 0.6 of a second between Zimnikas and Kurgekuhi. They're all lapping in the mid to high 56s. That is namely due to Kurgekuhi going defensive. And this time round, I don't think Kurgekuhi went defensive into turn number 12. And there you can see Kapkauskas still in 4th place. And he's got a bit of a gap to the drivers behind as they head into turn 1. And now onto this short run into turn 3. Still a while to go. A bit of a defensive line from Kurgekuhi again. But I think Kapkauskas is just going to have to make this move. He has to find a way through because they are running that little bit slower than the group up ahead, and they're now over 7/10 behind them. Kapkauskas looks like he's got the pace to at least run a bit quicker than Kurgekuhi. Carlos Bensons, what is going on with Carlos? Your championship leader. Kapkauskas needs to be careful. Tries to go up the inside into turn 10, and that could have ended in disaster. Ivor Was now going up the inside of Martin Zlapins, has to back out of the move. Ivor Was, who found a way through Mankinen on the previous lap, and have a look at Martin Sarma, who's closed in onto Mankinen as well. There is Carlos Bensons, who's trying to close into the group up ahead, but Benson is just struggling compared to what we are used to seeing from Carlos Bensons, from the championship leader. Again, seeing the looks over the shoulders from all of our drivers, just seeing how close the drivers behind are and whether they need to go defensive into that hairpin of turn 3. Prime overtaking opportunity. Here's one for Emilis Kapkauskas, who tries to go up the inside into 6. Now he's going to look for the switchback coming out of 7. He makes it work. A bit of contact. They're still side by side as they go through turn 8. Emilis Kapkauskas has made the move work. So Emilis Kapkauskas up into 3rd position. Now, can he get his head down and hunt down the leading 2? We do not have long left in this race. This is going to be the penultimate lap of the race that we are about to head on. Sorry, the 3rd to last lap of the race. Ivor Was and Martin Zlapins side by side as Zlapins tries to find a way through on Kurgekuhi. Can't make the move work, and that gives a bit of breathing room to Emilis Kapkauskas. What can Kapkauskas do now that he is in clean air? He's had a race win. He's now looking at a 3rd place, which would actually match Jan Wozniak, who won. Jan Wozniak came 3rd in heat number 1, and is now looking at a race win. Is Wozniak, so it might come down to, I think it will come down to fastest lap in the heats. And I don't know who has the fastest lap out of those two. If these two battle, that could give an opportunity to Emilis Kapkauskas. Ivor Was on the back of Martin Zlapins. Carlos Benson's just struggling. This is not what we're used to seeing from Carlos Bensons, as Ivor Was, I thought, was going to have another go at Martin Zlapins. We are about to head on to the last lap of this race. There is the last lap board. Defensive from, sorry, it's not Wozniak anymore. Zimnikas has taken the lead. We've missed that. So Jan Wozniak has dropped down into second place. Tauras Zimnikas is in second position. Sorry, he's in first position now. Wozniak is down into second. Emilis Kapkauskas over a second back. And now having to defend from Karl Korkekuhi, who's about a kart length behind. I think for now he can continue to get his head down, but he might have to defend into the final couple of corners. What about Wozniak? Zimnikas look over the shoulder. Wozniak is right there trying to open up these corners as much as possible, as Zimnikas just holds onto that tight defensive line. One or two of Tauras Zimnikas then leading on the run to the final corner. Zimnikas will of course go defensive. Wozniak sweeps around the outside. Zimnikas gets a good run. They're still side by side heading into the final corner, but Wozniak has done it. What a move from Jan Wozniak through the final corner. Takes the checkered flag. Jan Wozniak, take a bow. That was an absolutely fantastic overtake through the final couple of corners. Well, I think that might be overtake of the day from Jan Wozniak, who beats Tauras Zimnikas in heat number 2. Emilis Kapkauskas in third. Karl Korkekuhi in fourth position ahead of Martin Slapins. Then comes Ivo Oz, Ilis Mankanen, Martin Sarma, Carlis Berntsens from second down to ninth position. Wow, not what we expected from the championship leader. Michele Zuber is in 10th position ahead of Henry Slapser. Then comes Kasparas Adamones, Williames Yuzelionas, Oskaras Bakutis, and then Oskaras Leidas in 15th. Remigius Kraushanas with another DNF. Same for Kasparas Kazamekas. So Kraushanas is going to have a huge amount of work to do in the final. This is certainly going to be his drop result. Actually, he didn't start, so clearly still some damage to the kart for Kraushanas and Kazamekas. And that's really unfortunate for them. Hopefully they can get it fixed. And there was our incident coming out of turn 3. I saw the 1-1-2 drop right down the order. And that was Oskaras Leidas. Well, we certainly saw a bit of drama. That was Ilis Vankanen with a really good move going up the inside. Maybe it was a little bit late. At least Korkekuhi thought so. And this was Emilis Kapkauskas trying everything he could to get through. Martin Slapins with a nice move on the inside of Mankonen into 3. That was when Kapkauskas almost ended his race. And that is Kapkauskas getting the switch back out of turn 8. Sorry, out of turn 7. Then had the inside for 9. This was so tight between Korkekuhi and Lapins. And that one, Wozniak full send round the outside. Brave move, made it work. And Zimnikas just couldn't hang around the outside in turn 13. And with that, we are ready back on circuit with our juniors. So let's quickly run you through the top 10, because I think we're only going to have time to get through the top 10 of the grid. On pole is Mikael Grantins ahead of Marcus Jouk. So Grantins and Jouk on the front row of the grid. Then it's Jack Collinson in third ahead of Nikita Lyubimov in fourth position. Then moving on, 5th and 6th is Majas Mažinas and Emilis Juozaitis. Then we've got Vaškelis and Stankovičius in 7th and 8th place. Saloranta and Josias are in 9th and 10th. And Pitkovas and 6 are on row 6. And then we've got Hans and Kononovs in 13th and 14th position, ahead of Narvais and Zalnaravicius. And I think we are pretty much ready for the race start. 17th and 18th, Navumchik and Gaziev. And our top 20 is completed by Keith Spike and Mikolas Dermantas. Then comes Ponomarevs and Nikonorovs in 21st and 22nd, followed by Ninamae and Kadastik. And I think the race is already underway, so hopefully we can get to that. Do we have yellow flags? I think we are actually about to get into race order, so production knows what they are doing. Here we go then for our race start. It was Jack Collinson who won race 1 ahead of Majas Mažinas, and then Nikita Lyubimov in 3rd position. Oskaras Pitkovas had a really good start to his day, finishing in 4th position. Let's see what Jack Collinson can do from 3rd position. He's got Lyubimov starting alongside him in 4th. Keep your eyes out for Majas Mažinas in 5th place, starting just behind Jack Collinson. Mikael Grantins will be hoping for a better result than what happened in Heat 1, and so will Marcus Joke, who again had a standard Marcus Joke disaster occur to him. The Estonian ended up being one of our first drivers to go grass hopping on the exit of turn 3. So Grantins and Joke on the front row of the grid. We are ready to go racing for our junior heat number 2. And green, we are underway. Clean start, good start so far. We'll see whether it stays that way through turn 1. Marcus Joke trying to jump in front of Majas Mažinas, and someone has gone really far off, almost rejoining the circuit at turn 6. So a small couple of incidents, but thankfully everyone is still in the running. And no big incidents to speak of. Marcus Joke trying to fight back on Jack Collinson. Jack Collinson now on the inside. Majas Mažinas trying to follow through on the entry into turn 6 and is able to do so. Lyubimov trying to go around the outside of Marcus Joke through turn 7. Lyubimov makes it work. So Marcus Joke loses through 3 positions through just a couple of corners. Jack Collinson up into 2nd. Majas Mažinas goes up the inside of Collinson. Lyubimov trying to follow through. Lyubimov now on the outside. That's going to give him the inside heading into turn 12. But Collinson slams the door shut and goes up the inside of Majas Mažinas. Lyubimov now on the outside of Mažinas. He's got to back out. Joke has to back out to not running into the back of Lyubimov, and that kind of starts a bit of a Constantina effect. But up at the front of the field, Mikael Grantins has a big lead. Now I think it's time for Collinson, Mažinas, Lyubimov to maybe start to work together to hunt down the race lead. Otherwise, gone is going to be Mikael Grantins. Although that being said, Jack Collinson a second would be enough. Big double move from Nikita Lyubimov. Goes past Mažinas, goes past Collinson as well. I'm pretty sure Lyubimov just overtook 2 drivers into turn 3. Jack Collinson is now going defensive from Majas Mažinas. That's going to give Nikita Lyubimov a bit of a breathing room. So Nikita Lyubimov up into 2nd place and has a buffer to the drivers behind him. And Jack Collinson is going full defensive drive at the moment. He knows that he won race 1, so as long as he gets a top 3 here for race 2, he'll be starting on pole for the A final. Although that being said, yeah, Lyubimov finished 3rd in race 1, so Jack Collinson will be guaranteed a front row start. At worst 2nd, but that is only if Lyubimov wins this race. So I think Collinson is happy to go defensive as, oh dear, we've got a driver off that looks to be on the exit of turn 3. The 220, I think that was. I'm not sure who that is. We'll get confirmation of that soon. That's Marks Kononovs. Lyubimov has really closed in, and while we've been looking at all of that, Jack Collinson has lost a position. So Majas Mažinas, the driver who finished 2nd in race 1, the current world junior champion, is up into 3rd position. And Jack Collinson just dropping a little bit down the field, and now in 4th place. Marcus Joke heels, followed by Adam 6, and there is our stranded driver actually on the entry into turn 12. Hopefully they can pull him off the racing line. Well, not off the racing line, but off the danger zone. Here comes Lyubimov, going to have a go at Mikael Grantins. Now, I think Grantins might just sit behind Lyubimov because they've got a big gap to 3rd place, and if they battle, all of a sudden, there's going to be this huge group of cars that closes into them, whereas if they just sit where they are and don't battle, at worst, maybe Majas Mažinas is able to find a way through, but I think Jack Collinson might be too far back to close in onto Mikael Grantins. There's Collinson and Joke, who's now pulled a bit of a gap to 6th in Narvaez. Navumchik in 8th ahead of Patrikas Josias. Then comes Emilis Jozaitis in 10th position. And then here they come through 13 and into the final corner, turn 14. Let's see what the lap times are looking like. Well, there's no doubt that Lyubimov is looking to be the quickest on circuit, the only driver in the 53s. Mikael Grantins just focusing on the drive up ahead. 53.7 for Salaranta. That is a very quick lap time. The fastest time that we saw in qualifying was a 52.5. I think they'll be quite hard pressed to beat that today. Potentially slightly cooler conditions compared to yesterday. see the pace gap that Lyubimov has over Grantins, and Mažines is catching up to Grantins. Collinson and Jokar matching the pace of Mikael Grantins. Another 53.7 for Lyubimov. Now 53.7 for Jack Collinson that time round. But Lyubimov just doing everything that he needs to at this present point in time. Miliciozaitis with the new fast lap of the race. I think that was a 53.6. Marcus Jolk falling back from Jack Collinson and maybe into the clutches of Narvaez. Good move up the inside from Miliciozaitis on Adam 6. And he moves up into 7th place. Miliciozaitis. 3.5 minutes left in this race, still plenty of time. Majas Mažines is hunting down the driver in second, Mikael Grantins. As things stand for the A final, it'll be Lyubimov who starts on pole. And well, if Majas Mažines finishes in second, I think Mažines will start second ahead of Jack Collinson. So maybe actually for Majas Mažines, he'd rather start in third and have the inside of the grid. But Majas Mažines will also be thinking about points in these heats that count towards the championship standings. But I do think third might be better than second for the start of the A final. Jack Collinson, quickest driver on circuit last time around, and also the quickest driver overall because he did pick up the fast lap of the race. Narvaez definitely closing in onto Marcus Jolk. 53.1 from Lyubimov. 53.2, 53.1 for Mažines and Collinson. Now Majas Mažines has closed in onto Mikael Grantins, and here comes the move up the inside. Grantins not worrying about defending, just trying to keep his head down and put in the quickest laps that he possibly can. So Collinson is also closing in. So Lyubimov with a third and a first. Jack Collinson is just one position away from a first and a third, and Majas Mažines currently on for 2 seconds. Marcus Jolk picking up some decent points as damage limitation from what happened in Heat 1. I think Mikael Grantins on for some decent points as well to get where he finished in the opening race. I think he was in the top 5. Collinson too far back to go for a move into turn 1. Surely we'll see the move here into turn 3. Here is Collinson, straight up the inside, makes a move on Mikael Grantins, and now tries to hunt down the reigning world champion, Majas Mažines. So Majas Mažines looked a little bit quicker at the start of this race, not quite as quick now. But Nikita Lyubimov, he has been fantastic so far today. We'll see whether he can convert this pace when it matters most in the finals. But so far so good. Majas Mažines look over his shoulder. You'll see that Jack Collinson is the next driver to come. Mikael Grantins just falling into the clutches now of Marcus Jolk. And Jolk going to go for the move. So Marcus Jolk moves up to 4th place. Mikael Grantins drops down to 5th. Next up is Narvaez, who's in 6th and closing in as well. Stankovičius with a 52.9. That's the driver in 9th place at 2:09. The new fast lap of this race. Now we might be very close to getting 2 laps remaining in this race. Let's see if Lyubimov crosses the line with any time left on the clock. I think he just about will. Yeah, Lyubimov crosses the line. 2 laps remaining in this race. Jack Collinson, can he close in? No, he's matching the pace of Majas Mažines as Lyubimov picks up the fastest lap of the race, 53.0. Now I think this is a point where Mikael Grantins should probably start to defend, because there's a big gap after Narvaez behind him. Marcus Yo, he's actually slightly closing in on Jack Collinson here. As we go onto the back straight. Through 13. Goes Grantin's last lap board is out. So Nikita Lyubimov leading by nearly 2.5 seconds in this race. A phenomenal drive from Nikita Lyubimov. He just has a couple of corners to go now before he can claim his race victory. So Nikita Lyubimov through the final couple of corners will take the checker flag and the race win, and will be guaranteeing himself a start on the front row of the grid for the finals. Second place goes to Myers Magenas, then comes Jack Collinson, followed by Marcus Yo, Mikael Grantins, Narvaez, Josias, Juozaitis, Stankevicius and Adam Six completing the top 10. Adam Six in 10th position. I think it was Club's Hand in 11th place. I think our next race is going to be the Nanos taking to the circuit. Or are those? No, those are the DD2. So DD2s are going to be next by the looks of things. So 11th was indeed Club's Hands ahead of Jokubas Vaskelis. Henry Kadastik in 13th ahead of Oskaras Pitkovas and Janette Saloranta in 15th position. Then comes Zalnaravicius, Spike, Gaziev, Dermantas, Nikonorovs, Ninemae, Navumchik, Ponomarev and Kononovs in 24th place. Kadastik gaining 11 places in this race. Kononovs from 14th down to 24th. So that brings our junior heats to a close. Next up is going to be the DD2s taking to the circuit. So we'll leave you with these race highlights and we'll be back in a couple of minutes at time for our DD2 race. So on to circuit come our DD2s, and we will be running you through this grid. There's Ragnar Virus, who won the opening DD2 race of the day by sizable margin. So Jol-Kasper Juepere will start on pole ahead of Roman Rodionovs once again. Then comes Ragnar Virus ahead of Devin Sagadi in 4th position. Then comes Martinas Tankevicius, the reigning Masters champion, world champion ahead of Noyes Gerolaitis. Ricard Kansims in 7th ahead of Ilya Sheremeta. Then comes Tonis Johannes Domingas ahead of Mikolas Magenas in 10th place. Pritse is in 11th ahead of Paul Eke Betlem in 12th position. Ivers Us is ahead of Aras Jankevicius. Karmo Hurm is in 15th ahead of Argo Tam in 16th, and that completes the field. Jol-Kasper Juepere finished 2nd in the opening race of the day behind Ragnavirus. It was a good battle between Uepere and Tankevicius. Roman Rodionovs I think was trying to clamber his way back up through the field, didn't have the greatest of starts. We'll see what he's able to do in this race. Mikolas Mažinas down in P9. Ended up finishing second in the Masters class. For some reason they're saying Martinas Tankevicius is just in the DD2 category, but I'm pretty sure Martinas is in the Masters category. I could be wrong. But either way, let's see how this all pans out. So, Uepere, Rodionovs on the front row of the grid. And then comes Viris and Sagadi. The fastest karts that we will be seeing today, taking to the track for the second and the penultimate time of their set of races. Ragnavirus in the yellow and red helmet on the inside. Keep your eyes out for Devin Sagadi, the blue helmet and the blue suit, representing the Estonian team colours. Good start once again for Viris, straight up into second. Rodionov tucks into third place, but it's Jolkasko Uepere who leads. Now let's see if Viris straight away goes for the move up the inside into turn 3. Absolutely he will. And well, Uepere tried to make him go as defensive as possible. That's given him the switchback, and now he's going for a double switchback through the chicane. Uepere still on the inside. No, he's got to back out. Viris holds on to the position. He's now going to look for the switchback coming out of turn 7 to go up the inside into turn 8, but can't make it work. Rodionov just patiently sitting behind the leading two. A great bit of battling between Viris and Uepere. Hard but fair from the pair of them. And Viris holds on to the lead of this race from Uepere. Then comes Roman Rodionov in third position. And Rodionov has made the move. No, sorry, no, that isn't Rodionov. That is Tankevicius, I think. I think that's Martinas Tankevicius who's made the move. We'll confirm that momentarily. Yes, so Martinas Tankevicius has gone up to third ahead of Roman Rodionov. And can now try to hunt down Uepere. Uepere just covering off Tankevicius. Also thinking maybe potentially about the move on Viris. He has to attack and defend. Big dust being kicked up. One driver cutting through the chicane. Another driver going wide coming out of turn 4. But Viris leads from Uepere. Then comes Tankevicius. Tankevicius is looking really racing the early stages of this race. As Viris goes defensive into this sequence of corners. At the moment, Viris cannot get his head down. He cannot leave a door open for Joel Kasper Uepere. And Viris again going defensive. And Uepere just forcing him to stay tight. Viris almost leaving the gap open into the second apex of turn 1, but just kept that door closed by just enough to stop the overtakers. There comes Devin Sagadi trying to have a go at Roman Rodionovs. That fails, and that allows Nois Gerolaitis to close in as Tankevicius having a look at Uepere going into turn 4. Sorry, into turn 6, pardon me. Now Ragnavirus has been able to pull out a bit of a gap, and Uepere has a bit of a gap as well, as Sagadi looked like he was going for an audacious send on Rodionovs, but got the car stopped in time as Tankevicius trying to avoid running into the back of Uepere. That was the amount of speed he was carrying into turn 12. But Viris has pulled out a gap, so the patient defending from Viris starting to pay off. As Sagadi goes defensive with Gerolaitis directly behind him. So can Ragnavirus just pull away at the front of the field? Oh, big move from Tankevicius. Huge send from Martinas Tankevicius. And he makes it work as well. Excellent pinpoint perfection from the reigning Masters champion. And now Martinas Tankevicius will try to lead the charge to Ragnavirus. But what we've seen so far today is that when Ragnavirus has a lead, he pulls out the lead and just stretches it further and further apart. Will he be able to do that now from Tankevicius? Can Uepere fight back? He's got Rodionovs for company directly behind him. And then it's Sagadi, Gerolaitis, Domingas as well is there. So is Kalnstein. Kalnstein's with the fastest lap of the race so far. But you can already see the lead that has been stretched by Viris. He's picked up a fast lap on this race that has been promptly beaten by Domingas though. But Domingas does have a big set of toes in front of him. And by toes, I don't mean the thing at the end of his feet. I mean a big slipstream from, well, what is that, about 5 or 6 karts. Just punching a hole through the air, and Domingas closing onto them has used that fantastically to pick up a new fast lap of this race. But Martinez Tankavicius still there. Rodionov's a little bit wide, coming out of 11. Defensive line from everyone heading into turn 12. Martinez Tankavicius has been able to pull out a little gap to Juepere. But Ragnar Virus, let's see what the lap times are looking like for these two as they come over the line. 52.4, 52.4 for your top two, then 52.6s for the trio behind. Ilya Sheremetov with the fastest lap of the race. You see in the background, defensive line from Nois Gerolaitis. They keep Domingas behind. The fact that Tankavicius, with the slipstream, with a kart in front of him to hunt, is unable to catch Ragnar Virus, just shows the pace that Ragnar Virus, Mr. Kartletics, has at the wheel of that Tony kart. Pritze, one of our drivers the only driver I think who did not start this race, unfortunately. Don't know if he was involved in an incident in race 1. Martinez Tankavicius within 4 tenths of Virus. Juepere with the fast lap of the race, closing back in onto Tankavicius. Can they challenge Virus for this win? Still got 4 minutes to go, and it does look like Tankavicius is slowly chipping away at that gap. That gap that I'm pretty sure was nearly 6 tenths of a second at one point. It's down to about 1 kart length. Here comes Rodionov, backs out of the move. Thought he was going to go up the inside of Juepere into turn 12, but has decided better of it. So the gap over the line, 3 and a bit tenths of a second. Well, that's come down by another 2 tenths. Nearly, so it's 2.5 tenths now between Virus and Tankavicius. We've seen Tankavicius go for some lunges into that corner, turn 3. We'll see whether he can pull it off against Ragnar Virus. We've got the 2023 World DD2 champion of Ragnar Virus. We've got the 2025 World Masters champion of Tankavicius right behind him. Tankavicius looking to the outside, just trying to get these switchbacks to make sure he's right on the back of Ragnar Virus. Heading out of the final corner onto the start-finish straight. Juepere and Rodionovs are right there as well. But it's all about keeping your eyes out for turn 3. Maybe Tankavicius could have a look here up the inside into turn 1. But Virus holds it tight enough. A little look over the shoulder from Virus and decides, you know what? Tankavicius is too far back to go for that send. Well, Virus, he got his head down for about 5-6 laps, but eventually Tankavicius has been able to reel him in. Can Tankavicius find a way through? How much will Virus have to defend? So far, he's not really defended that much. He just kept on doing his own thing. Maybe that's a slightly defensive line into turn 12. Can't quite tell from this camera view. Ilya Sheremetov with a 51.7. That's the fastest lap of the race. Still a way to go. And Virus definitely looks like he's taking a bit more of a defensive line. 52.0 that time around. Tankavicius, I keep thinking he's going for the send, but Ragnar Virus just seems to be going for that slightly later apex into turn 3. Tankavicius maybe going for that tighter line just to dissuade Juepere from going for an overtake. Estonia, Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia. That's the nationalities of your top 4. And then 2 more Estonians in the form of Sagadi and Domingas in 5th and 6th place, but they're a little bit further back. Ragnar Virus, cool as a cucumber currently. But Marti searching for a way through. Ragnavierus just positioning his car exactly where he needs to. This is a good run for Tankavicius. Surely this lap he's going to go for the send. Ragnavierus goes defensive. He knew it was going to come. And Tankavicius has to sit behind. Well, we did say Tankavicius. It looked like he had gotten an excellent drive coming out of turn 2. Virdus, that look over his shoulder. He saw that Tankavicius was closer than in previous laps. He didn't want to risk it by leaving the door open. Well, he didn't risk it, so there was no biscuit for Martinez Tankavicius. Tankavicius, oh, I thought he was going to send it up the inside into turn 10. But that has cost him a bit of time, and now that's going to open up the door for UEFA there. Tankavicius has to go defensive. Has that given a little bit of a break to Ragnavierus as we get ready to head on to the penultimate lap of this race? Virus looks over his shoulder. You'll see the 1 to 2 car length gap that he's now been able to build over Martinez Tankavicius. We head through turn 3. The timer is about to hit 0, which means this race will be heading on to the final lap once the drivers come over the start-finish line. And now Tankavicius has closed back in onto Ragnavierus, but again that 1 car length opens up through turn 13. The last lap board is out. Ragnavierus is 1 lap away from picking up his 2nd heat win of the day. Martinez Tankavicius looking to finish 2nd. He finished 3rd in race number 1 behind Joel Kasper Jueperet. No overtaking to turn 3. That's the biggest danger zone gone for Ragnavierus. Virus just keeping Tankavicius at bay still as they exit turn 7. Through 8 they go, into the right of turn 9. The last overtaking zone is going to be turn 12. Virus, he's got a bit of a gap. Virus will go defensive regardless. Leave no opportunities for Martinez Tankavicius to find a way through. And out of the final corner, Ragnavierus will make it 2 out of 2. With Martinez Tankavicius in 2nd place ahead of Joel Kasper Jueperet. And then in 3rd is Romans Rodionov. Stonis Johannes Tomingas is in 5th position ahead of Devin Sagadi. Then comes Ricard Siems ahead of Ilya Sheremeta. Nois Gerolaitis ahead of Paul Eke Betlem. Mikolas Mažinas ahead of Jankavicius. Aras Jankavicius, who started this race in 14th place. Gained a couple of positions. Then comes Iverzus, followed by Karmo Hurm and Argo Tam completing the field. So once again, Stonis Johannes Tomingas with a good race from 9th up into 5th. I think he's at a 4th and a 5th now, so he'll be starting nice and high up for the final. Nois Gerolaitis though dropping a bunch of positions from 6th down to 9th. Not the worst ever. Ilya Sheremeta with a fast lap of the race of 51.5. Only about 0.4 of a second shy of the fastest lap set in qualifying, which was a 51.1 by Joel Kasper Jueperet. So with that said, we are now going to take a couple of minutes before we send out our Rotax Nanos on track, which will be our penultimate heat of the day before Senior A and B. And then after that, we'll have our lunch break before our final races of the day. So our nano karts take to the circuit. And we will run you through our grid for the second nano heat of the day. So, starting on pole, Valters Kursis ahead of Ignas Piragis in second position. And then in third is Ernest Kulikovskis ahead of Emma Tietzen. In fifth place is Dennis Nordkus ahead of Majas Nordkus. And then moving on to row number 4 is Ralf Tietzen ahead of Jonas Ramanauskas. Row number 5 is Patrick Salapins ahead of Guste Norkute, and that completes our 10-kart field. So here we go then for the race start. Have we gone a little bit too early? The green flag has been dropped. We are racing. There's one straggler at the back of the field that has just rounded the final corner. So hopefully for them they can close in quickly. And once again, it is a very good start from our race leader, Valters Kursis. Remember, in race number 1, it was Emma Tietzen who came second after Piragis and Kulikovskis had some incidents. I mean, Tietzen was pushing them hard. She had overtaken Kulikovskis, but then I think either before or after she got past Piragis, Piragis put a wheel on the grass right there on the exit of turn 7 and almost got collected by 2 separate drivers, one coming onto the track and then one when actually rejoining the circuit. So we'll see how Emma Tietzen performs in this race. She looks to be right on the back of Kulikovskis already. Another driver to watch out for, I want to see, is how Dennis Nordkus performs. It's a little bit off the pace in the previous race, but this time around, Dennis Nordkus seems to be right there with Emma Tietzen. But Valters Kursis is leading from Piragis. Then it's Dennis Nordkus in third position. So great start from Dennis Nordkus. Emma Tietzen is in fourth ahead of Ramanauskas. The Ramanauskas who started in 8th is up into 5th. Kulikovskis down into 6th place, having started this race in 3rd. So Kulikovskis is the big loser at the start of this race. Dennis Nordkus, the big winner, in 3rd place. And you can see Dennis Nordkus just in front of the blue cart and the blue suit of Emma Tietzen, and Ignas Piragis in the red suit with the white helmet, red cart as well. Ramanauskas just behind Emma Tietzen. We'll see how Kulikovskis gets on. He's going to have to work his way through the order. 101.3 from Kursis, 102s from the group behind. Emma Tietzen in the previous race was the only driver to get into the 101s outside of Valters Kursis. Now Piragis does have Nordkus hot on his heels. Emma Tietzen's had a good run, maybe close enough to go for the move. Nope, not this time round. Now Kulikovskis had a bit of traffic on that lap, so his pace was a little bit off, 104.7. We'll see what it is this time round, now that Kulikovskis has got a little bit of clean air, but he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to catch up to the 4 drivers up ahead. So I think Emma Tietzen has found a way through on Dennis Nordkus. No, she hasn't. She's still behind Nordkus. Well, 102.3s, 102.4s. Ramanauskas falling back a little bit. Well, Kulikovskis is unable to get into the 102, so he's now 4 seconds behind Ramanauskas, give or take. You can see there, Piragis just stretching out a little bit of a lead over Dennis Nordkus. And there we've got a driver off. That is the 73 of Ramanauskas. So Ramanauskas has beached the car on the straight between turn 5 and turn 6. So Ramanauskas, who was in 5th, will drop down to 10th position. Actually, I think just ahead of Norkute, so will come out in 9th place. 1 minute 0.8 from Kursis, 1 minute 1.9 from the driver in 2nd place, Piragis, and there just going wide, hits that big bump, and when he lands, it just sends him to the left, and he just can't keep it going on the grass. And that nano kart just beaches itself off circuit. Well, Ramanauskas is not going to really be finishing much higher than 9th, if even higher than 9th. He's got, well, over 20 seconds if you want to catch up to Majas Norkus. Well, Tietzen still on the back of Norkus. But Piragis just pulling a little bit clear. Meanwhile, Valtteri Kursis 4.8 seconds up the road. I think Norkute is going to be lapped, possibly next lap. There you can see your race leader, Kursis, going through turn 3, and not too far ahead is Norkute in 10th place. Still, Emma Tietzen unable to find a way through on Dennis Norkus. And there is Kulikovskis ahead of Ralph Tietzen, followed by Lapins and Markus Norkus. Sorry, Majas Norkus. We are on to the final lap of this race. Piragis putting in some really good times. I think Emma Tietzen has a bit more pace, but just can't find a way through on Dennis Norkus. Has Tietzen got through on Norkus? I'm not sure. I think it looks like there has been a small change for position. However, Valtteri Kursis is making his way through the final couple of corners. And Valtteri Kursis crosses the line to take the win. There is Piragis, followed by Dennis Norkus and Emma Tietzen. And Norkus is indeed still ahead of Tietzen. Then comes Ernest Kulikovskis in 5th ahead of Ralph Tietzen and Patrick Lapins. And we got some support, I think, for Dennis Norkus, who took a very good 3rd position in that race. Ralph Tietzen behind Kulikovskis, then comes Lapins, Norkus, Ramanauskas, and Norkute 1 lap down on Valtteri Kursis. So there are your final results. Fastest lap, no surprises, Valtteri Kursis. Now, our next race is going to be the final race of the day before our lunch break. And then after the lunch break, we'll be heading into our finals. And the next race is our senior Rotax Max, and it will be groups A and B taking to the circuit in a few minutes' time. So stay tuned, we will be right back. The 30-second board has been shown, which means that we are about to be getting underway with our final heat of the day, our Senior Rotax Group A and Group B. Well, let's run you through the grid order for this race, because it is certainly going to be a very good race, as these races always are. So the engines have been fired up, and here is the grid order. Tom Strel and Dovydas Gudulavičius are on the front row of the grid, starting just ahead of Robin Shemet and Rafael Zernask. Then comes Rodrigo Kekas and Artyom Sestakov. Sestakov's down in 6th position. Watch out for him in this race. Christian Huvain and Karlis Kidikovs are in 7th and 8th position. Kevin Laners and Linas Volungovičius. Volungovičius starting down in 10th position. Kasper Kiskuela is in 11th ahead of Albert Ingo in 12th place. Then comes Kimi Komulainen and Marius Karshauskas on row 7. Romet Bakas and Martin Zvalts are on our next row of the grid. Dovydas Vaselis is ahead of Kate Drobiseva. And then comes Kajat Petkus and Rems Smits. Ricard Skekulis and Thomas Karalavičius are 21st and 22nd. Then comes Thomas Tomasonis and Kaur Jesper. And then it's Sara Tabo and Maja Gomberga in 25th and 26th position, followed by Ginas Rimkus completing the field. So, Strel, Gudulavičius on the front row of the grid. Shemet, Zernask are on row number 2. Drivers to watch out for, definitely Sestakov. He's been a big hitter this year. Linas Volungovičius on his day can pull out an exceptional performance as well. I think we had some fans for Albert Ingo as well earlier on today. I think it was Albert Ingo in the YouTube chat earlier on, so we'll keep an eye on how Albert does, starting this race from 12th position. And there is Linas Volungovičius in the blue suit, yellow and red helmet, very quick driver. He always seems to start a little bit further down the order than where he should. Dovydas Gudulavičius has had a bit of bad luck, starting alongside Tom Strel. Here we go, not a good start for Gudulavičius. Strel streaks to the front, Shemet up into 2nd position. And Gudulavičius able just about to hold on to 3rd. Linas Volungovičius pulling out a very brave move on the outside. Gudulavičius storms to the inside through turn 3 to reclaim 2nd position, going a little bit defensive to keep Shemet behind him as they head through the chicane. And Gudulavičius goes defensive once again, almost a move coming in from Shemet, having actually to defend from Zernask. I think behind him, Zernask has got the run now, and Zernask going to go up the inside through turn 8. So I think that's Rafael Zernask who has gained a position, the 3.57. No, that's Artyom Sestakov. So Sestakov in the Sodi kart, in the Sodi chassis, has gained a position, still coming under pressure though from Shemet. Defends and now pushing Gudulavičius along, but Tom Strel, look at the gap that Tom Strel has already pushed now. Gudulavičius surely is going to have to work with Sestakov. No, he's going defensive. So Gudulavičius only cares about one thing, and that's holding on to this 2nd place finish. So Tom Strel has gone in, practically being given a ticket to the race win, and in turn a ticket to starting on pole for the A final. Tom Strel, little head bang, head nod. He knows what the task is, he knows what he needs to do, and you can be sure as anything he's going to do exactly that. And Gudelevicius is just going to park the bus somewhat. You can see him going defensive into turn 10. And even a little bit defensive into turn 11. Turn 12, Gudelevicius still just stuck on the inside of the grid. Tom Strel is going to win this race by probably over 10 seconds with how things are unfolding at the moment at the front of the field. The gap was 1.7 seconds. We'll see what it is. And now, as they all come over the line, it's 2.3 seconds. A half a second has been gained. 42.8 for Strel, mid-53s for pretty much the rest of the field. Linus Vlungovic stuck in the middle of 3. Somehow, nobody ends up facing the wrong direction or in the grass. So, good work from all of them. Dovydas Gudelevicius moving to the inside. And, well, Rodrigo Kakers under a lot of pressure from Shemet. So, sorry, it's Kakers who's into third place ahead of Shemet Zernas. Then it's Sestakovs at the back of this train of karts. There is Sestakovs in the red suit with a dark red and black helmet. Right behind the yellow suit of, I think that's Shemet now. So Shemet has just been overtaken by Zernask. Oh, that is not good. That might have to be, well, it's going to be a yellow flag at the very least. I think the driver looked okay. Red flag is being waved. I think that is the correct decision. So 2 karts have had a coming together. The driver did look, hopefully is all right. He's out of the kart, but is on the floor. That looked to be a very nasty accident in our final senior heat of the day. Well, Tom Strel was leading this race. His gap that he had built of 2.3 seconds will be gone. I think when we get this race restarted, it will be a single file start, but our main thoughts right now is hopefully that the driver involved in that incident is okay and is not too badly hurt. Now the drivers are being stopped pretty much at the apex of turn number 13. So to run you through the grid order when they came over the line last time around, Tom Strel was leading from Dovydas Gudelevicius, then was Robin Shemet, then came Carlis Krikos, Rodrigo Kakers, Rafael Zernask, Artyom Sestakovs, Kasper Kiskuela, Linus, and then Linus Vlungovicius were your top 10 over the line. And we don't know how long this red flag is going to last. We may potentially need, well, we'll see whether the medical car gets called onto the circuit. So we're going to go a little bit quiet on the microphone until we have any news that we can pass on. But if you are joining, we are currently under a red flag for our final heat of the day. The senior Rotax is currently on circuit for what is, I believe, the 13th heat, the 13th race so far today. And Tom Strel is currently your race leader, and we wait to see whether we're going to be getting a rolling start, a 1x1 rolling start or 2x2 rolling start to restart this race. Welcome back, everyone. We are about to go racing with our senior AC final heat. Sorry, our senior AB final heat. Well, I'll get back into the swing of things eventually once I remember what's going on. It's been a very long break. We had a red flag. I do believe everything has now been cleared up, and from what I've been told, all drivers are okay. So we ended, I think we were 1 or 2 laps into the race when the red flag came out. Green flag is being waved. It's a single file race restart being led by Tom Strel ahead of Dovydas Gudulevicius. So Gudulevicius now has a really good opportunity because he was sitting about 2 to 3 seconds behind Tom Strel. And for a second I thought he was going to go for an audacious move up the inside of the Latvian champion, but decides better of it. So tucks into second place ahead of Robin Shemet with Kailis Kirikovs in 4th position. Then comes Rodrigo Kakers, followed by Rafael Zernas. Artyom Sestakov down in 7th. Linus Volungovic is one of the drivers that we tend to keep an eye out for, is down in 10th position. We'll see how he can try to work his way up through the field. There is Dovydas Gudulevicius leading this train of thoughts, and we said earlier on, Gudulevicius didn't look like he was really bothered about hunting down Tom Strel. It looked like he just wanted to make sure that he could maintain his 2nd position as he covers off the inside from Robin Shemet. That's going to give an opportunity for the driver behind to maybe go for a move, and indeed he does. Kirikov gets 1, he's going to go for 2, but Gudulevicius still tucking to the inside. Kirikov's now on the outside. Shemet just having to sit behind. Actually, I think that's Rodrigo Kakers who's got involved. So Shemet lost the position. Now he goes up the inside, almost goes into the back of Rodrigo Kakers. So Rodrigo Kakers is the big winner here. He's gained 2 positions. We've got an incident further back. 3 karts off in the grass. Thankfully, all of the karts facing in the right, well, not facing in the direction, but on their wheels rather than upside down in this particular instance. But there is your race leader, Fernando Paimara, who has absolutely gapped Dovydas Gudulevicius. It's almost if they had an agreement. Right, when this race gets started again, Dovydas, can you give me my 2-second lead? And Dovydas said, sure, here we go. In fact, that lead might be over 3 seconds at this point. It is absolutely ridiculous. And there they go over the line. And it is indeed a very, very large lead, because that lap was 6/10 quicker than Dovydas Gudulevicius' lap. Defensive line from Rodrigo Kakers as he tries to keep Robin Shemet behind, and then Kailis Kirikovs is just behind there. We've got 1 driver out of their kart. So Kakers in the Sodi kart, then it comes Shemet in the yellow, black and white kart, followed by the dark red of Kailis Kirikovs, who is sporting that Latvia suit, or the Latvian colours on his suit, the white and dark red. It's really good red, actually, to be fair. Here comes a big move up the inside by Robin Shemet. Following through is Kailis Kirikovs. So Kirikovs and Shemet both gaining a position. Kakers dropping down into 5th place and dropping into the clutches of Rafael Zernas. Little look over the shoulder from Kirikovs. Sorry, from Kakers, and you will see that he's got Zernas just behind, and then comes Kisquela. Dovydas Gudulevicius has a bit of a gap now. 1 second is Gudulevicius' advantage over Robin Shemet, but he is 2 seconds behind Tom Strel. With just under 3 minutes to go in this race, we'll see whether Shemet and Kirikovs work together to try to hunt down Dovydas Gudulevicius, but I think he might be a bit too far gone at this point. So it might just be a case of working together to catch, not working together, but fighting for 3rd position, which might give a chance for Rodrigo Kakers to close back in. Kisquela a little bit sideways. I saw Sestakov's gaining a couple of places as a result of that. Linus Volungovic has been dropping down the order 2. He's regained a position or 2. Now, who dropped down? I think that was Kisquela, who lost a bunch of positions. Indeed, it was Gasper Kisquela dropping down to, I believe, P11. And he was running in about 7th or 8th position up until that point. Vasilis gaining a few places. He's up into 8th now behind Artyom Sestakov. Zernas still in 6th position. There's a lot of two-way battles. So Dovydas Gudulevicius in 2nd position now, 2 seconds behind Tom Strel. Then comes Robin Shemet. So Shemet in 3rd position, ahead of Kailis Kirikovs. Then Rodrigo Kakers, followed by Rafael Zernas in 6th place. There is Shemet ahead of Kirikovs. Dovydas Gudulevicius putting in some decent times. He's matching the pace of Tom Strel, but he just wasn't able to do that on the opening couple of laps. Although with that being said, Tom Strel might just be taking it a little bit easier. Now that he's got this big lead, maybe trying to keep a little bit in his tyres, make sure he doesn't make any huge glaring mistakes. Rodrigo Kakers, a little look over his shoulders in the corner of your shot. He's got Zernas just behind him, and just behind Zernas is Artyom Sestakov. Sestakov's always a driver who shows up and tends to show up really big come the A finals. If he can gain a couple of positions here, that might actually get him a very juicy top 5 spot for the A finals, because I do believe he did relatively well in his first heat, although I forget exactly where he did finish. Over the line then comes Tom Strel. Gudulevicius looks like he's bringing down that gap. Indeed he is, another 1.5 tenths gained. There you can see Rodrigo Kakers with Zernas and Artyom Sestakovs behind him. No moves into the hairpin. Kakers just turning in a little bit early for the hairpin just to dissuade Zernas from going for the overtake. I think we're going to be heading on to the last lap of the race. We've got 10 seconds. It's going to be nip and tuck with whether Tom Strel crosses the line before the timer hits 0. If he does cross the line before the timer hits 0, we will be getting 2 laps. As Zernas looking left, looking right for any way through on Rodrigo Kakers. Well, no, we are on to the last lap of this race. The last lap board has been shown to Tom Strel. Another 3/4 tenths gained by Gudulevicius as well. That was an attempted move. Zernas ends up going a little bit wide and opens up the door for Artyom Sestakov. Sestakov says, thank you very much. Gains a position. Can he go for a move into the hairpin of turn 3 that we're seeing Tom Strel exiting now? Artyom Sestakov in the corner of your shot. No, he's actually lost the position. So Zernas reclaims 6th position from Artyom Sestakov. Here are your leading 4 drivers. Robin Shemet ahead of Carlis Kirikov. As we go through turn 10 and heading into the final corner. Well, Shemet will not defend, so Tom Strel will be exiting the final corner to make it 2 wins out of 2 today here at the 333 Baltic Circuit. Strel wins from Gudulevicius, then it is Robin Shemet in 3rd position, followed by Carlis Kirikovs. Sorry, Kirill Kirikovs. Sorry, it is Carlis Kirikovs, then it's Rodrigo Kakers, Rafael Zernas, Artyom Sestakovs, Vaselis in 8th, then comes, I just missed the name, I think it began with a P, that is Romet Pakas. So Romet Pakas from 15th on the grid, up into 9th place, excellent drive from Romet Pakas. Linas Volungevicius is in 10th. Dovydas Vaselis, where did Dovydas start from? Dovydas Vaselis started from 17th, so Vaselis, what a drive from Dovydas Vaselis, from 17th up into 8th place, if I'm not mistaken. Incredible drive from Vaselis. Volungevicius in 10th, then Kiskuela, Lenus, Ingo, Karshauskas and Somets are your top 15. Dovydas Gudulevicius with the fastest lap of the race. Rimkus in 16th ahead of Valskei, Kulis, Gomberga, Smits, Tabo, Tumasonis, Komulainen, Petkus, Hiovain, Karalevicius and Kate Robiseva in 27th place. You're the last of those 3, with DNS not completing the race. 7 laps and 10 laps down respectively at the end of the race. I think potentially involved in that incident that caused the red flag at the start of the race. So that was it must have been Tomas Karalevicius and Kate Drobiseva. Not sure what happened to Kristen Hiovain. I think he might have been the driver that we saw stranded on the exit of turn 3. But that brings an end to our heats. Now, we were meant to have a lunch break at this point, but seeing as though we had a very large red flag break, let's say, I don't know if we will still have the lunch break, or if we're going to head straight on into our Micromax finals. We are indeed going to be heading to a break, so we will be back in an unknown period of time when we'll head on into our 6 finals, starting with our Micromaxes and ending with our Rotax Senior Maxes. So do stay tuned and we'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you've all had a good lunch break. We are just about ready to head on into our super finals for the day. We're going to be starting off with our Micro Maxes. And after the Micro Maxes, we'll have the Mini Maxes, our Nanos, followed by the Juniors, DD2s, and Seniors to round off the day. And we'll be finishing just before 6 p.m. 6 p.m. local time. For those of you who are watching on YouTube, a warm welcome. I hope you're all having a wonderful day so far. Don't forget to drop us some messages in the YouTube chat. Let us know who you're here to support. Give us some juicy bits of information as well, things that we can bring up on the broadcast. So we'll be running you through the grid for this final very shortly. A 19-kart grid for our Micro Maxes and our 14th race of the day. We have just finished our lunch break. Apologies for the delays. We're running a little bit behind schedule due to a red flag that occurred in our senior Rotax heat, our final Rotax heat of the day. Winds are very strong here at the 333 Baltic circuit for round number 4 of the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, the round 4 of the Nordic Challenge as well. Our next round will be at Kandava on the 19th of September, round number 5, the final round of the championship as well, where we will know who claims the championship for each of our separate categories. I don't know if we are yet at a point where any titles are effectively wrapped up. Let's have a little look at the championship standing, see if we can do some very quick and provisional maths to figure this stuff out. Well, Jokubas Juozaitis is leading in the Micromax Championship. We'll be seeing Jokubas taken to the circuit very shortly. He's actually ahead of Gordy Dulev. Both of them have done the same amount of races, but with Gordy Dulev having a very good set of results so far. Same for Bagatirius. They're actually going to be closing in onto Jokubas Juozaitis in the championship. Timas Rimas has been having a good set of results. He's 4th in the championship, qualified 2nd for the heats, but he's starting a little bit further down for the super final. Let's run you through the grid for our Micromax final. Gordy Dulev and Aras Pascalis Bagatirius are on the front row of the grid. They're 1st and 3rd in the championship. Timas Rimas and Jonas Gelzinis are on row number 2. Jonas Gelzinis P5 in the championship. Then comes Thomas Norkus and Hugo Kaubi in 5th and 6th positions. Karims Kukitis is starting in 7th ahead of Rems Balods Nagradovs. Then comes Marco Klavins ahead of Jonas Baltarusaitis. Those two complete the top 10. Viljas Tauras Bakutis and Timas Transeika are on row number 6. Row 7 sees Timoteus Duda and Benediktas Grazis, with row 8 being occupied by Tauras Leonavicius and David Vladson. Row 9 sees Rodrigo Lapins alongside Jokubas Juozaitis. And completing the field is Toms Gruzins in 19th position. So we are on to the formation lap. There you can see Gordy Dulev in the Ayrton Senna-esque helmet. And we will be going racing come the end of this lap. But Gordy Dulev has looked very, very good so far today. That little bit almost untouchable. Every time he gets beaten, every time he gets overtaken, he's able to find a way to bounce back. And whether Dulev can do that again, starting with Bagatirius alongside him. Timas Rimas has been able to overtake him on occasion. Thomas Norkus, Hugo Kaubi. Kaubi has been quick, but he's struggled to really carve his way through the field. Hugo Kaubi, that's the driver in the number 1 kart. starting this race from 6th position. But we are ready to go racing then. Here we go, round the final corner. Nice and slow. This is one of the best starts we've seen from the Micro Maxes. Maybe I'm saying that too early. Let's see that Gordy Dulev will lead the field from the front for the 3rd time today. Here at the Raceway Baltic circuit. Ultra slow through the banking. That skips through turn 13 and comes directly onto the start-finish straight with Gordy Dulev at the front of the field. So Dulev leads Bagatirius at the front. And the green flag is dropped. We are racing. So Gordy Dulev leads the field. Bagatirius going to have to slot him behind. It's a good start from the inside. Karim Skukitis actually from 8th is already up into 4th position. So your front 4 rows have gained a fantastic start. And Gordy Dulev with Timas Rimas directly behind him heading into turn 3. And we've got a driver off. That is the number 77. So disaster already for one of our drivers. That's Tauras Leonavicius, who is effectively out of this super final. But Timas Rimas is all over the back of Gordy Dulev. So Timas Rimas keeping Gordy Dulev honest as he has done in our previous heats today. As they head through turn 10 and the kink of 11. And now down towards turn 12. It's long left, long right, and then into the left. That leads on to start, finish straight. Karim Skukitis has been dropped by our leading 5. So Karim Skukitis down in 6th position. Has lost touch to this leading quintet. Dulev going a little bit defensive with Timas Rimas directly behind him. They navigate their way through that long kind of triple apex left hand of turn 1. Then into turn 3. This is one of our big overtaking opportunities, particularly in the likes of the DD2s and the Rotax seniors. Thomas Norcas is in 3rd position ahead of Aras Pascalis Bagatirius. Bagatirius goes up the inside of Norcas. So Bagatirius up into 3rd position. And this is mighty, mighty important for him in the championship. When we talk about the championship, don't forget, we were mentioning how Jokubas Juozaitis is at the sharp end of the championship. And he's not looking like he's going to be getting a good number of points today. Jokubas Juozaitis down in P12 at the moment. He's going to be losing a huge chunk of points to Gordy Dulev, who's going to be taking the lead of the championship from the end of this round. And Aras Pascalis Bagatirius is going to be closing in as well for 2nd place in the championship. It's going to be all to play for when we head to Kandava in 1 month's time. Dulev leading from Rimas, then comes Bagatirius in the number 7 kart. And that's been a move as well. I think further behind has it, I think that's Gelzinis, who has gained a position. Indeed it is, so Gelzinis has been able to overtake Thomas Norcas. So Norcas now dropping down into 5th position. Karim Skukitis a fair bit further back. He's not going to be a part of this battle, at least for now. 6.5 minutes on the clock. Timas Rimas all over the back of Gordy Dulev. He's practically glued to Gordy Dulev. He's hanging on more tightly than a child holds on to their mother at the airport. And Gordy Dulev is trying to desperately shake him. Not like what a mother would do at an airport, I should add. But Dulev over the start-finish line. Rimas just stuck to his rear end, daring Gordy Dulev to take the racing line and leave the inside open. Here is the big overtaking spot into turn 3, and you can see Gordy Dulev moving to the middle of the circuit. He's weaving, going from the outside of the circuit to the middle, back to the outside, and all of the cars behind him just snake along with him, sitting right behind him and not giving him any idea of what they want to do, although I think it's very clear what they want to do. They want to overtake him at some point. Whether that's going to be now or later, we'll have to wait and see. Bagatirius trying to get a decent drive. He's going to be able to go up the inside of Rimas. He will indeed. So Bagatirius moves up into 2nd position. Excellent overtake from the driver who is 3rd place in the championship. Can he find a way through on Gordy Dulev as well? Aras Pascalis Bagatirius is looking at a very good super final result as things are currently standing. Started the final in second place, but Timas is all over the back of Bagatidis already. Gordy Dulev is the conductor, and behind him is his loyal orchestra. At least they're loyal for the moment. His two teammates, there's a bit of contact. Rimas goes into the back of Bagatidis. Bagatidis clips the back of Dulev. Doesn't affect Dulev, but it does mean that Dulev now has about a one-car advantage. Never mind, big send up the inside from Bagatidis on his teammate. They're still side by side. Dulev's going to go back up the inside. Timas Rimas, what is he going to do in all of this? Slots in behind, waits patiently. Dulev to the outside. Bagatidis looking to the inside. There's almost more contact between them as they head through turn 6 into turn 7. Dulev from Bagatidis. Bagatidis not going to be able to do the same move that he did one lap ago on Timas Rimas, and he will stay in second position. But we're already starting to see some feisty battles between our top 4, as in 5th place Tomas Norkas just tries to sit with them and stick along with him. Karim Skukut is not too far behind as Dulev goes tight. He goes defensive into turn number 12. So your top 3 still nose to tail. You can just see them just tapping each other, just front nose to rear bumper every now and then as they Constantine up. Need to be careful that they don't get a penalty for the front nose collapsing. Timas Rimas is riding all over the rear end of the driver in front of him, which is Aras Pascalis Bagatidis, the driver who started in second, and Bagatidis goes for the move once again up the inside into turn 3. This time he makes it stick, and this time Bagatidis defends the lead heading into the chicane. And for the first time today, Aras Pascalis Bagatidis well and truly leads, but Dulev looking for the inside, backs out of the move. Timas Rimas almost with nowhere to go, runs into the back of Gordy Dulev, and that's a good run from Gelzinis. Tomas Norkas, who's trying to go up the inside of Gelzinis, and Karim Skukut has gained a position in all of this as well. We didn't see that happening, but Karim Skukut makes it 1. He makes it 2. Karim Skukut up into 5th place. He started this lap down in the 6th position, but he's already gained 1. And closing in is your championship leader, Jokubas Juozaitis, up into 7th place. Remember, he was down in P12, P13 at the start of this race. So Jokubas Juozaitis showing why he's a championship leader. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Bagatidis going defensive, trying to keep Gordy Dulev behind, and Timas Rimas waiting for an opportunity. Wide goes Bagatidis, through goes Gordy Dulev, but we've seen how good Dulev is on to the brakes here into turn 3, and the door is left open once again. Bagatidis straight up the inside. Gordy Dulev cannot leave an inch open on the inside heading into turn 3 because Bagatidis will pounce immediately. That's what Bagatidis has done once more. Bagatidis is through, leading from Dulev with Timas Rimas in 3rd place. Then comes Gelzinis. That's a good run for Jokubas Juozaitis, who's now trying to go up the inside. Jokubas Juozaitis is up into 4th position, having started from outside of the top 10. This is an inspired drive from the championship leader. Jokubas Juozaitis, the number 16, now up into 4th place, hunting down the leading 3. Defensive from Bagatidis, Dulev, Rimas just sitting in behind Juozaitis, eagerly watching all of this unfold as they head through the final corner. Gordy Dulev leads once again. I don't know when Dulev reclaimed the lead from Bagatidis. He has been chopping and changing. He's been rather patient racing in the heats, but they've been saving everything for right now into the final bit of contact to the back of Dulev, but he gets to slow down. He's able to make the apex, but here comes Bagatidis. We know he likes his overtake. Dulev going more defensive than he does in previous laps, and it is enough to dissuade Bagatidis. But look at that, Jokubas Juozaitis. He gets an excellent run out of turn 3. Not going to be able to make the move into turn 4, and he slots in behind through the chicane. Here comes Timas Rimas looking, sniffing for a move up the inside into turn 6. But again, he just has to sit behind and follow the train of karts. Karim Skukut is falling back from this leading 6-kart battle. Jokubas Juozaitis still searching for a way through. Right now, your money might be on Jokubas Juozaitis to win this super final from where he was really unlucky in one of the heats, and now he's had a bit of a moment trying to avoid contact as Gelzinis goes up his inside into turn 12. But Jokubas Juozaitis hangs it round the outside, holds on to the position. Look at that field of drivers. Rensbalas Nagradov's almost in this. He's down in 10th position as well, but he's not that far off the race lead. Dulev continues to lead. This is Bagatidis' corner. This is where he goes for those big moves. Once again, Bagatidis goes up the inside. Dulev tries to hang around the outside. This could end really badly. They're side by side. Look over the shoulder from Bagatidis, and through goes Rimas. And we've got a driver's off. It's Juozaitis. Jokubas Juozaitis is out. Head in his hands, and he knows it's all gone down the drain. He was having an absolutely exceptional drive up through the field, but it is all gone. His hopes of winning this race are down the gutter, and he's going to have to wait for Kandava to see whether he can win the Lithuanian Championship. Dear oh dear, Well, we'll have to wait and see later, but Timas Rimas is onto the back of Gordy Dulev. He goes defensive into turn number 12. This is a race and a half from our Micromax drivers, and we are about to head onto the last lap of this race. Never mind, we're going to get 2 more laps. No, the last lap board is out. 1 more chance for Timas Rimas. Can he finally stick it to Gordy Dulev? Can he finally beat Gordy Dulev, who leads? This is where Bagatidis would go for a set, and Dulev goes ultra defensive. Timas Rimas looks to the outside. We've got a battle further behind as well for P3. Karim Skukatis down in P5 as Bagatidis tries to hold on to 3rd position, but it is Dulev who leads from Rimas coming through the chicane. Once again, Dulev goes defensive. Timas Rimas any way through. Now he can try to get the switch back through here and go up the inside into 8, but he is too far behind. And Timas Rimas will have to slot in for 2nd position. I think Gordy Dulev might have this as a couple more overtaking opportunities, but it's going to require something absolutely spectacular from Timas Rimas. And look at the battle for P3 just behind. Dulev goes defensive, no way through for Timas Rimas. On the outside is Kukitis, and Rems Balas Nagradov from P10 is up into P7. Out of the final corner, checker flag waves. Gordy Dulev wins an absolutely manic super final, and he takes the win ahead of Timas Rimas with Domas Norkus in 3rd. Aras Pascalis Bagatidis in P4. Karim Skukatis takes P5 ahead of Rems Balot Nagradov in P6. Wow. What a way for our Micromax Racing to draw to a close. That was incredible. Marco Klavins in P8. Hugo Kaubi, I'm sure, will be disappointed with P9. Jonas Gelzinis in P7 as well, I should add. Timotej Duda, who essentially was DNF in the first race, ends up finishing the super final in 10th. So excellent job from him. We got Lapins, Gruzins, Juozaitis, Leonovicius completing the field. That was absolutely crazy. I think I definitely need a drink of water from that. It all started on the opening lap, really. One of our drivers went off. That was the number 77, and no way back. And then we had this excellent battle. Timas Rimas dropped down into 3rd momentarily. And then we saw Bagatidis starting to pull off these outrageous moves up the inside into turn 3. And there we go again. That was when Bagatidis well and truly took the lead. Bagatidis, I think he went wide here into turn 1. I don't know if there was contact. And again, Bagatidis just sending it straight up the inside of Gordy Dulev. And this is when they almost had a coming together. And was this a lap that Patrikas Josias went off? Yes, it was. So, sorry, not Patrikas Josias. Jokubas Juozaitis. Had some kind of incident that dropped him down the field, but Dulev, Rimas, both absolutely ecstatic with their 1st and 2nd place results respectively. So we're going to take a minute break, or at least I'm going to take a minute break to recover my voice before we go out for our mini-maxes. And considering the drivers that we have present for our mini-maxes, the mini-maxes might be even more incredible than what we've just seen for the Micromaxes. But that being said, the Micromaxes have certainly set an absolutely excellent standard for the Minimaxes to live up to. Right, here we go then for our Rotax Minimaxes. Carlis Bensons came into this round leading Remigius Kraušunas by 3 points. Kraušunas has had an absolutely torrid time. So I think pretty much Carlis Bensons has almost won the championship. Jan Wozniak ahead of Emilis Kapkauskas in second place. Then comes Tauras Zimnikas ahead of Karl Korkekuhi in fourth position. Ivos is ahead of Martins Lapins. And then comes Carlis Bensons in seventh ahead of Ilis Mankonen in eighth position. Martin Sarma ahead of Michelis Zube in 10th place. Then comes Oskaras Bakutis ahead of Kasparas Adamonis. Henrais Lapsa ahead of Viljamas Juseliunas. Then Oskaras Prileidas ahead of Remigius Kraušunas. Kraušunas starting down in 16th place. Then comes Kasparas Kazamekas, who might not be starting this race because he didn't make heat number 2. Well, drivers to watch out for. Emilis Kapkauskas, of course, starting from second place. He's really been coming alive this year in his first year of Minimaxes, was in the Micromaxes last year. Jan Wozniak, well, he's on pole. He's been consistent as Jan Wozniak, and what a win he had in heat number 2, where he sent it round the outside of, I think it was Tauras Zimnikas in the final corner. Let's not forget Remigius Kraušunas starting from the back of the grid. He's second in the championship. Carlis Bensons, always one to watch out for. Really struggling for pace was Bensons in heat number 2. Ilis Mankonen has been impressive today. Let's not forget Martins Lapins. Karl Korkekuhi has been quick. And of course Zimnikas and Os is just a very, very hotly contested race. I don't think the championship will get determined today. But with that being said, it is an excellent opportunity for Carlis Bensons to gain some huge points on Remigius Kraušunas and Emilis Kapkauskas third in the championship to maybe close in as well. The green flag is dropped and Jan Wozniak will lead us away. Emilis Kapkauskas will immediately drop down into third position, cuts in front of Ivo Oz. And don't forget, we need to keep an eye out for Remigius Kraušunas. He is going to be the big hitter, starting from pretty much dead last in the 199. Ivo Oz as a driver steaming up his inside. That's the 1-2-1, if I'm not mistaken. But your top 3 have already started to break away. Wozniak from Zimnikas, from Kapkauskas. Those are your top 3 as they exit turn number 7. And there is a potential move going up the inside from one of our drivers as we head through turns 9, 10, and then through the kink of 11. These front 3 have really pulled away. We saw Zimnikas and Wozniak having an excellent battle in between themselves in heat number 2. Can they bring this through to heat number 3? Emilis Kapkauskas much further up the field. He's had to start a lot further down in heat number 2. Didn't have the best qualifying results, did Kapkauskas, but he still managed to win heat 1, did Kapkauskas. Whether he can do that again for heat number 2, we will have to see. And there goes Kapkauskas storming up the inside of Zimnikas. So Tauras Zimnikas drops down into P3. Emilis Kapkauskas up into second place. And Emilis Kapkauskas, who hadn't won a single heat this year in the championship, well, he won one earlier today, starting from 8th position. Now in the final, he could be on for his first ever final victory in the Rotax Minimax category. And all that stands in his way is Jan Wozniak and about 9 more minutes of racing. We head into turn number 12. There goes Ivo Oz up the inside. Carlis Bensons looks to be a shadow of his former self at the moment. Usually we always see Carlis Bensons in the top 4 fighting. And the same thing goes for Martins Lapins as well. Martins Lapins down in P9. Really struggling, the pair of them that we've seen battling between themselves in the Lithuanian Championship, in the Latvian Championship as well. Right now today, they just don't seem to have the pace of the leading groups. Bensons was quick in heat 1, but in heat 2, just struggled that little bit more. Don't know, maybe he's got some damage on the car or just destroyed the tires or something. But we'll see how they do. Where is Remigius Kraušunas in all of this? He's up to P13 at the moment. Where did he start? I think it was down in P17 or P16. So he's gained a couple of positions. Zimnikas dropping back from Wozniak and Kapkauskas. Not by a lot, but he's a couple of kart lengths behind. And Kapkauskas at the moment seems to be happy to just sit behind Jan Wozniak. I don't know if he's had an opportunity to go for an overtake as of yet, as we head into turn number 1 once again. Last snap of the race coming from Ivo Oss. That's the driver in the Lando Norris replica helmet, who's currently down in P5. Wozniak leads Kapkauskas with Zimnikas just behind him. And then comes Iilis Mankonen. Mankonen has been another impressive driver today. Whether he'll find that little bit extra to be able to fight for the win instead of hanging onto their coattails, we'll have to wait and see. But Mankonen is dragging Ivo Oss along with him. And this three-way battle at the front of the field is going to become much bigger. Here we go for a move. Zimnikas goes up the inside of Kapkauskas to reclaim second position. So just as I was saying about a minute ago that Kapkauskas was stretching a lead to Zimnikas, Zimnikas has closed it back in. And now Iilis Mankonen is onto the back of Emilis Kapkauskas as well. Little look over the shoulder from our leading quartet of drivers. And it's Zimnikas who now leads the charge, and he's going to be leading the field as well because he just sent it up the inside of Jan Wozniak. Kapkauskas trying to get involved as well. Iilis Mankonen just sitting behind, hoping that an opportunity will present itself. There's Karl Kekuhi in the Sodi liveried kart at the back of this train, just behind Ivo Oss. Ivo Oss, who you can see is a very, very young driver. You can see from how low his helmet is compared to the drivers around him. Tautas Zimnikas, another one of those younger drivers. Iilis Mankonen, excellent move up the inside of Emilis Kapkauskas. Iilis Mankonen gains a position. And Iilis Mankonen is into the top 3. Jan Wozniak leads. And Mankonen is up into second place. He's wasting no time whatsoever. While Iilis Mankonen, an inspired drive. He's been quick today. I didn't think he was this quick. He's almost stuffing it up the inside of Tautas Zimnikas into turn 3. Well, it was almost a case of 4 corners, 3 positions gained for the Flying Finn. Iilis Mankonen in second position, hunting down Tautas Zimnikas. So it's Zimnikas from Mankonen, then comes Wozniak, then comes Kapkauskas, Oss and Korkekuhi. Then it's a bit of a gap to Martins Lapins, Michele Suber, Sanma Carlis Bernsen's down to P10 with Remigius Klausenes directly behind him. Here comes Mankonen. Mankonen stuffs it up the inside, and Emilis Kapkauskas able to go up the inside of Jan Wozniak as well, a little bit further back. So Kapkauskas up into third position, Zimnikas down to second, but for the first time today, Iilis Mankonen is leading a race. Ivo Oss trying to go up the inside of Jan Wozniak into turn 1, but that is covered off as quickly as you like. Remigius Klausenes up into P10. Bernsen's is struggling really badly. Something has to be going on for Carlis Bernsen's. And while coming in to this A-final, Carlis Bernsen's, he had gained a huge number of points over Remigius Klausenes in the championship. But now it's looking like this might be the drop round for the pair of them. Through turn 8 we go, into the right-hander of turn 9, then the fast left-hander of turn 10. And then for these mini-maxes, it's just a quick kink to the right for 11. Mankonen defending. Kapkauskas tries to go up the inside. There is contact. Ivo Oss will take that as an invitation. I'll go up the inside, thank you very much. Zimnikas holds on to second. Oss up into third place. Dropping down to fourth is Kapkauskas. Where's Jan Wozniak in all of this? He's having a little look behind him and a little dart to the inside from Ivo Oss, but decides against it. Korkekuhi onto the back of Jan Wozniak, but all of this has allowed Iilis Mankonen to pull away at the front of the field. Fastest lap as well as there. Up the inside goes Karl Korkekuhi, taking the position from Jan Wozniak. So Jan Wozniak, who started on pole, dropping down the order. And a little finger wag forward from Karl Korkekuhi saying, don't battle with me, come on, let's catch up to those 3 up ahead. And I'm sure those 3 up ahead will be thinking we need to catch up to Iilis Mankonen. And right now it's Emilis Kapkauskas trying to find a way through on Ivo Oss. The shortest, and therefore I want to guess the youngest driver of the 6. There goes Ivo Oss. He might be young, but he is not shy of sending an overtake straight up the inside of Tautas Zimnikas. And now he's hunting down Iilis Mankonen for the race win. Well, this could be quite something from Ivo Oss. Can he actually pull off what would be an incredible, incredible victory if he is able to hunt down Elis Mankanen. Elis Mankanen has been exceptional so far in this race, coming under a little bit of pressure from Tauras Simnikas. He's Ivos. I don't know, is it Ivos? Well, Ivos, he's never been in the top 3 for a super final. I don't even think he's been in the top 5 for a super final, and now he's in second place. Ivos, well, I'd say take a bow, but don't take a bow just yet because you still got another 2.5 minutes to go. But this is an electric drive from Ivos in second position in this race. Tauras Simnikas is also having a really good race as well, but we've seen him at the sharp end a couple of times already this year. Ivos, he's always been hovering around that kind of P6, P7 spot, and yes, he does get involved in the battle for P4, but he does tend to come out just a little bit shy of those drivers ahead of him. Now, if Ivos, he is hunting down Elis Mankanen, he will be feeling super confident as Emilis Kapkauskas sees Korkeku. He's shoving it up his inside, slams the door shut and says, try again, Carl. Ivos, well, as a neutral, surely you've got to be rooting for Ivos here, but Elis Mankanen, I believe, is his first round in the championship. Indeed it is. Elis Mankanen making his debut appearance to the Lithuanian Championship. He's on for a win. Mankanen's on for a win. Os is on for a win. Os goes up the inside. Ivos leads a super final, and I believe it's the first time he's ever led a super final as well. This is going to be a huge amount of pressure on young Ivos' shoulders, constantly looking over his shoulder, trying to see where Elis Mankanen is. Simnikas hasn't won a race this year. Kapkauskas hasn't won a super final this year. Korkeku hasn't won a super final this year. But Mankanen straight back up the inside of Ivos, who, cool as a cucumber on the switchback, reclaims the lead of the race. Ivos with some fantastic driving on display. 12 seconds remaining. We are on to the penultimate lap of this race, and it is Ivos who leads the way. And he's been able to pull a couple of 8-car length lead as well over the driver behind him. This is going to be something special and a half. Contact! Mankanen sideways and through has gone Simnikas. Kapkauskas able to gain a position as well. And this is all falling into the hands of Ivos, who has not even finished top 5 in a super final. Finds himself leading, and how well deserved is that lead? He has driven absolutely impeccably. He's got a huge lead. Simnikas defends. Korkeku to the inside. Audacious end. Brilliant sell. And Korkeku moves up into second position. But this race isn't done just yet because Simnikas may be looking for a move, has to defend from Kapkauskas. Jan Wozniak trying to get involved as well, the pole sitter from the start of this race. As there goes Mankanen up the inside of Jan Wozniak to reclaim a position. The driver who was leading this race for so long. But we are making our way through the final couple of corners, and Ivos has a big lead. Big send going up the inside from Simnikas. Contact, through goes Kapkauskas as well, but rounding the final corner. Well, look at this celebration. Ivos, what a victory. Well, he takes the win, cool as a cucumber. I didn't even see it. It's in the air from Ivos. What a fantastic victory for Ivos, his first Rotax Mini Max Super Final victory. And what an exceptional drive it was from Ivo. Tauras Simnikas in second, ahead of Emilis Kapkauskas, followed by Carl Korkeku in fourth position. Well, we said that our Micro Maxes were an incredible set of battles. Our Mini Maxes somehow managed to top that. Elis Mankanen recovers up into sixth place behind Jan Wozniak. Then comes Martin Sarma with a fast lap of the race. Mikela Zuber down in seventh position. And I need to see where Carlis Bernsons and Remigius Kriaušinas finished. Our two championship leaders really struggling in this super final, and they're going to have to wait to duke out their championship battle in a month's time at Kandava on the 19th of September, the final round of the season. That was Emilis Kapkauskas with a beautiful send up the inside. And for a second, I thought Emilis Kapkauskas would be on the chart for a victory, but that was Ivos making his way up through the field. Simnikas back up the inside of Kapkauskas. And then we saw Simnikas sending it up the inside of Jan Wozniak, who was leading the race. And then all of a sudden, Mankanen threw his hat into the mix as a fast charging Finn through the field, gained one, gained another, and then he was quickly onto the back of Zimnikas, and this was the overtake that he made for the lead of this race. Well, that was quite something. And Ivor, that's when he took out Zimnikas for second position, and then he began to hunt down the race leader, Elias Mankinen. Excellent overtake. Mankinen, what an overtake this was, but Ivor was super cool, reclaimed the position, covered off the inside, and then that was contact between Zimnikas and Mankinen will be feeling so aggrieved by that. We'll leave that one for the stewards to decide. Great send from Korke Kuhi up the inside. As I think I heard some screaming from the paddock. That might be Ivor Oss's family as Oss comes into the paddock as a super final victor. Well, the Mini-Maxes left absolutely nothing on the table. And next up will be our Nanos taking to the track. And I'm going to grab a quick drink of water, so we'll be back in about a minute's time. Here we go for our Rotax Nanos final, our super final for the Rotax Nanos. Maybe a chance for me to gain a bit of a breather before the junior maxes in about 20 or so minutes time. Valters Kursis starts on pole ahead of the fast charging Emma Tietzen. The young Estonian has been fantastic today. Dennis Nordkus is in third. Ralph Tietzen in fourth position as well. Both Tietzens doing very well. Ignas Piragis in fifth, ahead of Ernest Kulikovskis in sixth place. Patrick Slapins in seventh, ahead of Majas Nordkus in eighth position. And then comes Jonas Ramanauskas and Guste Norkute completing our top 10. Well, Emma Tietzen has been very quick today, but has been quite often stuck a little bit in traffic. Well, I wouldn't say traffic, but she's been sitting behind the likes of Ignas Piragis and Kulikovskis, even Dennis Nordkus as well. And I have just been wondering if she's had a little bit more pace available to her, if she had more clean air, or if she was behind. Maybe a slightly quicker driver. As is the green flag going to be dropped? It is indeed, and we are green. We are underway for our super final. And let's see then, Valters Kursis leads the field away and has already been able to pull out a bit of a gap to, I think it is still Emma Tietzen, who is in a second position, but there is nothing that is going to be stopping Valters Kursis now. And indeed, I do think that is Emma Tietzen just behind. I'm not sure, actually. I think Emma might have dropped down into third position because it looks like it's a blue kart in third, and Emma Tietzen tends to run with those blue Estonian colours, if I recall correctly. So I think it's actually Dennis Nordkus who has gained a position and gone from third up into second place potentially. Yes, indeed, it does look like it is Dennis Nordkus up a position. I think also Ignas Piragis has moved up into fourth, ahead of Ralph Tietzen as well. Piragis, who had that incident in the first heat that dropped him right down the order, I think it was to about P8 or P9, ran a little bit wide coming out of turn 7, ended up with a wheel on the grass. So 1.7 seconds is the gap at the front, and it's actually Ralph Tietzen who's moved up to third. So Emma Tietzen dropped down into fifth place, having started from second. So that was very unfortunate for Emma Tietzen. And I think now has that's Kulikovskis in between the two Tietzen siblings. So there is Kursis. Then comes Dennis Nordkus. Then it's a bit of a gap to Ralph Tietzen, followed by Kulikovskis, and then comes Emma Tietzen. And Emma Tietzen going a little bit wide, trying to find a way through on Kulikovskis. Over the line once more, 101.1 for Kursis, mid 102s. Just for a second, I thought we were going to see a move from Kulikovskis, but Ralph Tietzen holds on to the position for now. And Piragis is also closing in on to this group, so we're going to have a four-way battle for third place very soon. Dennis Nordkus has pulled clear in second position, not by a huge amount, but by a sufficient amount. And there is Piragis in the red suit with a white helmet just behind the trio of karts in front of him at the back end of this four-kart train. Still no overtake attempts. However, Kulikovskis is now through on Ralph Tietzen, so we missed where that happened, presumably between turn 7 and 8 potentially. So 101.2, new PB. Oh, actually, not quite a new PB for Valters Kursis. 103 for Dennis Nordkus, who I think might actually be getting reeled in a bit by Kulikovskis. So Emma Tietzen has overtaken Ralph Tietzen. Ralph Tietzen losing 2 positions, actually 3 positions on that lap, falling behind Kulikovskis, Tietzen, and Piragis as well. So Emma now trying to hunt down Kulikovskis and Denis Nordqvist for second. And here is a replay. That is one driver spinning, two drivers spinning at the top of the hill, coming out of a turn 8. So just under 5 minutes to go in this race. And some quick laps from Kulikovskis, who is now just half a second behind Denis Nordqvist. So Denis Nordqvist under a lot of pressure, and behind Kulikovskis comes Emma and Piragis as well. So Ignas Piragis in 5th place. And there you can see that 4-kart group. Meanwhile, Valters Kursis continues to extend his lead. He's probably going to win this race by over 10 seconds come the end of it. Still no overtake attempts. Heading into turn 1, Nordqvist ahead of Kulikovskis, Tietzen and Ignas Piragis. The blue flag now being shown to Norkute as Valters Kursis starts to close in. Another 101.0 for Valters Kursis. Leading this race by over 8 seconds. See the drivers heading through turn 9 into turn 10. Another low 101 for Valters Kursis. And there's been a change for second. Kulikovskis up into second place ahead of Denis Nordqvist. Ignas Piragis ahead of Emma Tietzen as well. So just under 2 minutes remaining in this race. Emma Tietzen right on the back of Piragis. Actually on the back of Nordqvist, I think. Kulikovskis has started to stretch out a bit of a gap to Denis Nordqvist. He's got over a second. And Piragis has dropped a fair bit back from Emma Tietzen, who is trying to find a way through on Denis Nordqvist for the final spot on the podium in the nano category. There goes Kulikovskis. Starting the penultimate lap of the race is Valters Kursis, who is pulling his lead up to nearly 15 seconds at this point. Emma Tietzen continues to try to find a way through on Denis Nordqvist. The gap 12 seconds between Kursis and Kulikovskis. Majas Nordqvist onto the back of Ralf Dietzen, and that's a battle for P6, so we'll see whether Nordqvist can gain an extra position. Only a couple of tenths separating them as a timer ticks down to 0, so Valtas Kursis will very soon be starting his final lap of the race. As here comes Emma Dietzen, goes up the inside. Great move by Dietzen on Dennis Nordqvist. So Emma Dietzen moves up into 3rd position. Kulikovskis comes over the line. Dietzen up into 3rd. Does Dennis Nordqvist have an answer? Another second gain by Valtas Kursis at the front of the field. And that gap is going to be between about 14 to 15 seconds if he continues with this pace, as Ralf Dietzen has just lost a position to Majas Nordqvist. Well, there comes the checker flag. Valtas Kursis picks up the victory ahead of Kulikovskis. Then comes Emma Dietzen and Dennis Nordqvist. Piragis finishes in 5th place ahead of the 2nd Nordqvist. Then comes Ralf Dietzen, Lapins, Ramanauskas and Norkute in 10th position. And there are your full results. Dennis Nordqvist ahead of Ignas Piragis, Majas Nordqvist, Ralf Dietzen, Patrick Slapins, Jonas Ramanauskas and Gustin Norkute completing the field. And the gap was 14.5 seconds at the front of the field in the end. So next up is going to be our junior final. Then we've got the DD2s and the seniors to wrap up the day. Right, I really need to save my voice for this race, don't I? Majas Maginus, Jack Collinson, those two alone is going to be enough to make my voice go, but then add in Nikita Lyubimov as well, Marcus Yoke, who hopefully has a little bit of good luck coming his way, Patrick Asiosius, and everyone's favourite dog, who has still got, I'm guessing that's the same tyre, and is hopefully waiting for someone to throw the tyre for him. Hey, there we go. What a catch. Honestly, we could just do this for 2 hours, just talk about the dog and his incredible fetching abilities. I'm guessing that's a German Shepherd. I'm not an expert on dog breeds, but I'm pretty sure I know a German Shepherd, I think. I wonder if that tyre would still work on a go-kart, or if it is potentially punctured. Like, slightly punctured, maybe. Or maybe the dog gnawing on it has softened up the rubber slightly, so it might be an improved rubber. new form of cheating that can come in for RMC 2027. Get your dog to bite and soften up the tyres a little bit before you put it onto the wheel rims. The dog doesn't want to fetch anymore. He wants to keep it. He wants to put it onto a wheel rim, I think. But yeah, we have 3 more races to come today. If you are just tuning in, welcome to round number 4 of the Rotax Max Challenge at Lithuania and the Rotax Max Nordic Challenge. Our next round will be on the 19th of September at Kandava for round number 5. It is the season finale. And we are pretty much ready to get underway. And I think the 30-second board is being shown to all of the drivers. You can see Marcus Jog getting into his car. That's Patrikas Josias in the Tony Kart suit with the gold and red helmet. Looks like Majas Mažinas is starting on pole, Nikita Lyubimov in second. I think that's Jack Collinson who's going to be starting in 3rd place. And back to the dog. If this dog had an Instagram account, he'd have more followers than me by this point. Just hoping anyone will throw him a tyre. Front tyre, rear tyre, wet tyre, any tyre. This dog can fetch them all. We are still waiting to take to the circuit for our junior finale. I think we might run through our grid order now then, because that way at least we'll have a little bit of time come the end of it, because sometimes we do get a bit close to the start of the race. So here we go then, your super finals for the junior category. Jack Collinson is starting on pole with Nikita Lyubimov alongside in 2nd position. Row number 2 sees Majas Mažinas and Patrikas Josias starting in 3rd and 4th place respectively. Row 3 is Mikhail Grantins and Emilis Juozaitis in 6th position. Then comes Marcus Jog and Oskaras Pitkovas. Keep your eyes out for Marcus Jog. He's got a bit of a redemption drive ahead of him. Completing the top 10 is Joris Sigimantas Stankovičius and Adams 6. Adam 6, keep your eyes out for him too. He had a good result earlier on today. Gustavsson Narveis and Jokubas Vaskelis on row number 6. Then comes Jareta Saloranta and Klavs Hans. And then in 15th is Henry Kadastik and Vainius Zalnaravicius in 16th. 17th is Marks Kononovs ahead of Oskar Navumchik in 18th. Then comes Mikolas Dermantas and Kita Spike in 20th. Timur Gajiev is in 21st ahead of Arkandis Ninomaev. Then comes Matvey Ponomarev ahead of Sebastian Ninamae. And I can hear Rotax engines on the circuit, which means that we are going to be getting this race underway. Jack Collinson starting on pole. Well, Jack Collinson has been having a good season so far. Actually, I say that, I don't know what Jack's expectations coming into this year are. He might be thinking he's having a bad season. But at least from what I've been able to see, Jack has been having a very good season. And now he starts this A final, the super final in front of the likes of Majas Mažinas, Nikita Lyubimov as well. This is going to be a tough drive for him. I'm sure a challenge that he will happily step up to. As we have one of our 2 formation laps completed. Majas Mažines starting in third position. He's going to be expecting to be ahead of Lyubimov, heading through turn 1. But Majas Mažines, the reigning world champion, has the upstarter of Nikita Lyubimov to deal with, and then Jack Collinson as well. I believe the British-based driver racing under the Lithuanian flag. I forget if he races under the Lithuanian or Latvian flag. I'm pretty sure it's Lithuanian. Well, this should be an exciting race to watch. And Patrikas Josias as well, starting this race in 4th position. Marcus Jolk a little bit further down the order. He's the one in the center of your screen right now that we saw grass karting earlier on today. Question is, does Collinson go full defense from the get-go, or does he try to get his head down initially? Here we go. Green flag has been dropped. It's a clean start then. Will it be clean through the opening couple of corners? We'll have to wait and see. Lyubimov trying to hang it around the outside of Majas Mažines. And Lyubimov has done it well from second. He holds on to second. There's a bit of contact further down the field, but everyone is still facing in the right direction. Collinson goes defensive. Marcus Jolk is already up into 4th place. That is a perfect start for Marcus Jolk, as now he can try to hunt down the top 3. Collinson from Lyubimov, then comes Majas Mažines, and we're already seeing a bit of a defensive driving coming in from your race leader, Jack Collinson. Majas Mažines going up the inside of Nikita Lyubimov, heading into turn 8, and I think Majas Mažines would have got the move done. Indeed he has. That's opened up the door for Marcus Jolk to try to go up the inside into turn 10, and has to back out of the move. Slots in behind Nikita Lyubimov, and Jolk coming under a little bit of pressure as well from behind. 2 cars side by side. Audacious move, but I think holding on to the position. Patrikas Josias is actually at the back of this, so he's not had a very good start. Now Jack Collinson is gesturing forward. He's saying, come on, let's go, Majas. Let's leave everyone behind. And I'm sure Majas Mažines will say, yeah, sure, go for it. I'm still going to overtake you, and then you can work with me. However, no overtake from Majas Mažines going into turn number 3. Mikkel Grantins is in 5th position. He's the driver who's just ahead of Joris Zigamantas Stankovičius, and then comes Emilis Juozaitis, followed by Patrikas Josias. Jokubas Vaškelis a little bit further down the field as well. He's down in P10 behind Adam 6. But Lyubimov now ahead of Jolk, and these two are going to need to try to hunt down the leading duo, because they lost a bunch of time from when Lyubimov and Jolk were almost side by side going into turn 10. So around the final corner we go to start another lap. Jack Collinson just trying to get his head down as they go through turn 1. Majas Mažines just following behind. But Nikita Lyubimov picks up fast lap of the race, and he is in quick pursuit. Here comes Majas Mažines up the inside of Jack Collinson. He said, you know what, Jack, you're not fast enough. I can see Nikita, and he's closing in quickly. Is the Estonian. So Majas Mažines decides to go for the move, and it moves up into 2nd position. Moves into the lead of this race. And Nikita Lyubimov is onto the back of Jack Collinson. I can honestly see any of these 3 winning this race. Marcus Jolk as well. I wouldn't be surprised if he closes in. We'll see whether Mikkel Grantins has a bit more pace. He seemed to be a bit of almost a sitting duck in Heat 2. He was right up towards the front, but he was just getting picked off and falling down the order. Didn't seem to have the pace to match our leading trio of drivers. So let's see what he can do in this race. Mažines from Collinson, from Lyubimov. Through the opening couple of corners they go. Marcus Jolk just behind. There goes Lyubimov straight up the inside. He makes a little bit of contact with Majas Mažines as he sends it on the inside of Jack Collinson, who now makes contact with Marcus Jolk. He goes a little bit wide over the curb, and is more bad luck for Marcus Jolk, who tries to defend. Now it's got Patrikas Josias going up his inside. Contact between Josias and Marcus Jolk, and just behind them, I think that was Jokubas Vaškelis, who's maybe getting a little bit sideways. And once again, Marcus Jolk gets that little dribble of bad luck that drops him down the order. Not what he needed, absolutely not. Now is Mažines defending from Lyubimov. Jack Collinson just behind. Marcus Jolk has got all of that hard work to do once again. He's behind Patrikas Josias, I think. I think he's got Jokubas Vaškelis just behind him. Defensive from Majas Mažines, that's allowing Collinson to close in. There's a bit of loading going into turn one. It's now a five-way battle for the race lead. Look over the shoulder from Mažines as he goes defensive. Lyubimov has to go defensive as well. Collinson goes defensive too. All of them covering off that inside line to make sure no one can squeeze one up there inside. Joris Gigantas Stankovic at the back of this, and round the outside goes your championship leader, Patrikas Josias. Well, he's gained one, I think he gained two, maybe even gained three positions. That was audacious. Marcus Jok able to follow through. Mikael Grantin's dropping down a couple of positions, so Jok is up into fifth place now. Sorry, into fourth place. Marcus Jok is up into fifth. There's Patrikas Josias again looking to the outside. He's into fourth place with Marcus Jok in the fifth. Well, that was a brave move from Patrikas Josias, but he pulled it off to absolute perfection, sending it round the outside of, what was it, turn 8. Now he's just covering off the inside from Marcus Jok behind him. Patrikas Josias back into this fight, so is Marcus Jok. Well, this race is going to be feisty and a half. And Jok is all over the back of Patrikas Josias. Is he going to go up the inside? No, he's going to sit behind. Meanwhile, up at the front, Majas Mažines stretching out his lead. Nikita Lyubimov just sitting in behind. Defensive from Lyubimov. No, Lyubimov sent it up the inside. Majas Mažines just left the door open. Through goes Lyubimov to lead this race for the first time today. Then comes Mažines, then comes Collinson. And then it is Josias and Jok. Honestly, I have no idea who is your favourite for this. They pretty much all have a bang-on even chance of winning this race. Here comes Jack Collinson up the inside of Majas Mažines. So Mažines, who was leading this race, has now dropped down to third position. Now Marcus Jok, you know Marcus Jok has got a point to prove in this race. After the incident that befell him in race one, the incidents that have been befalling him all year long, and even the incident that has come his way in this super final. Lyubimov has been able to pull out a little gap already, bit of contact as Majas Mažines just taps the back of Jack Collinson as they get onto the brakes into turn 12. But these two, they need, well, I say these two, they need to catch up to Nikita Lyubimov. Collinson gives a very frantic pointing forward, we need to catch him. And I think the drivers behind have recognised that. Well, we'll see whether Mažines wants to go for a send into this corner. The answer is no. Still plenty of time to go in this race. 5.5 minutes plus a lap. Jack Collinson has the honours of leading the charge up to Nikita Lyubimov, who has got the fastest lap of this race at 53.073. They make their way through turn 10, through the kink of 11, and now down into 12. Jack Collinson leading this long train of cars on the hunt for Lyubimov. The gap was 7/10 of a second. What is the gap going to be this time round? I think it's got bigger. I think that's nearly 9/10 of a second now. Let's see though as they come over the line. Never mind, it has come down by 0.5. Now I don't know if Majas Mažines is aware that that gap has come down, or if he thinks that they're not catching up quickly enough, because then he might want to go for the move himself. Never mind, that's a really nice move from Peter Kovacs going up the inside of Patrikas Josias, and following through is Joris Gigantas Stankovic as well. Stankovic can't make the move stick, so Peter Kovacs gains the position, and down one goes Patrikas Josias. So Josias is down to P6 now. Jack Collinson continues to try to lead this charge up to your race leader, Nikita Lyubimov. With 4 minutes on the clock, Majas Mažines, he's had enough. He's going to go up the inside of Collinson and says, look, Jack, you've got to work with me. I'm going to lead the charge. Now, does Collinson fight this, or does he sit behind? To be honest, it looks like Lyubimov has got the measure of them. Does he have the measure of Mažines, though? Saloranta also gaining a position, moving ahead of Mikael Grantins, who drops down into P10. And straight back up the inside goes Jack Collinson. The gap is 0.6 of a second. I think this is going to turn into an all-out bloodbath for second. There doesn't seem to be much working together, and you can't really blame them either. Jack Collinson would rather fight for second than run the risk of finishing in third. A little bit defensive from Jack Collinson heading into turn 12 this time around. Markus Jolk right on the back of Maijas Mažynas. Two Estonians, two Lithuanians fight. Well, maybe not actually fight, but battle it out on circuit. Lyubimov, though, has pulled out his gap to over 0.8 of a second. Collinson going almost a little bit defensive, I think, there. And Maijas Mažynas has made the move. I'm not sure where he did that. Did he go up the inside into the chicane? I think he has. And Jack Collinson straight back up the inside into turn 6. Oh, sorry, that's Collinson defending from Markus Jolk. Apologies. So Maijas Mažynas is through, and he's stretched out a kart length lead or so, with about 4 laps remaining in this race. So Mažynas is going to have to take about 0.2 a lap out of Lyubimov if he wants even a hope to be able to win this race. As here comes a potential move, and a clean move as well from Stankovičius on Markus Jolk. So Markus Jolk dropping a lot of time. Was there a mini incident that occurred between himself and Jack Collinson? I swear, every time I go to look at my notes, something happens on the screen in front of me. But Collinson is right onto the back of Maijas Mažynas once again. Lyubimov has dipped into the 52s. Lyubimov is gone. This is all about the battle for second place, and indeed the battle for 4th place. I think Collinson got a decent run. Is he going to go up the inside? I think Collinson did go up the inside into turn 12. Sorry, into turn 11. And through is Collinson. Nikita Lyubimov is gone. He is long gone. He has this race in the bag. You could put pretty much any driver on that junior grid in Nikita Lyubimov's shoes right now, and they would win this race. All he has to do is bring this one home. Jack Collinson fighting with everything he's worth to keep Maijas Mažynas behind. And he has been able to cover him off into the hairpin of turn 3. This is going to be such a big confidence booster for Nikita Lyubimov. Here comes Maijas Mažynas once again up the inside of Jack Collinson. There is a gap that Nikita Lyubimov has. Tighter line being taken by Jack Collinson. Mažynas trying to open up turn 1 at that little bit more. Mažynas now going defensive. We are on the penultimate lap of this race. Collinson, has he got the drive? No, he hasn't. Has to sit behind heading into turn 6. Now through turn 7. What a battle this has been so far. Again, Mažynas still going defensive. Collinson trying to open up these corners as much as possible. Mažynas goes defensive into 12. Collinson looking to the outside. Will go for one switch back into another. But he's just forced to sit right behind Maijas Mažynas as we head on to the last lap of this race. Markus Jolk trying to catch up. Jack Collinson's pointing ahead, but there is no way in a million years Maijas Mažynas will ever buy that. Jack Collinson, we've seen him do that before. He gives a finger wag ahead and then goes for the overtake. Cheeky little driver. Maijas Mažynas, though, holds on to second. And in the background, we're going to see Jack Collinson go for the switchback through the chicane. Mažynas goes defensive. Markus Jolk looking to the outside. And any of these three could take second place now. It's a good run for Markus Jolk. He's going to be able to get up the inside of Collinson. Collinson slams the door shut, could not care less where Markus Jolk is. And just behind them is Jokubas Vaškelis. Vaškelis having an absolutely fantastic drive. Is the former Minimax champion from, I think, a year ago, 2 years ago, was Jokubas Vaškelis. Either way, rounding the final corner, Nikita Lyubimov takes the checker flag. Dominant super final victory ahead of Maijas Mažynas. Jack Collinson in third. fist pumps as well, so he's clearly happy with that third place result. Marcus Joke in fourth ahead of Jokubas Vaskelis. Then comes Patrikas Josias, followed by Joris Zigamantas Stankovičius, Mikel Grantis. Then comes Oskaras Pitkovas. Klavs Hands completes the top 10. That's a good drive from Klavs Hands to finish in the top 10. After Klavs Hands comes Adam 6, then Janetta Saloranta. Emilis Jozaitis down in P13 ahead of Henry Kadastik. Then comes Marks Kononovs in 15th position. Gustavs Narvaez in 16th ahead of Gaziev. Then comes Spike Nikonorovs, Dermantas Navumchik, Ponomarev, Zalnaravicius and Sebastian Ninamae completing your top 24. Well, a great set of battles in our junior finals. We've got 2 more races to come your way today, the DD2s and our senior maxes, to round out what's been an excellent day of racing here at the Baltic Circuit, the Raceway Baltic Circuit, for round number 4 of the Nordic and Lithuanian Rotax Max Challenge. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes' time with our penultimate super final of the day. we can hear engine notes rising for our DD2 final. This should be another excellent race. Can anyone challenge Ragnar Virus? Well, they have been challenging him, but they have not been able to best him. And we'll see whether they are able to best him today. It looks like Ragnar Virus is starting in second position. And Martinas Tankavicius so yes, Ragnar Virus starts in first, Martinas Tankavicius in second position. Then comes Tonis Johannes Tormingas in third, ahead of Devin Sagadi in fourth place. Then is Paul Eke Betlem in fifth, ahead of Mikolas Mashinas in sixth place. Then comes Noyes Gerolaitis ahead of Ilya Sheремeta in eighth. Ivers Us in ninth, ahead of Ricards Kansims in 10th. Then comes Karmo Hurm ahead of Joel Kasper Juepere. Juepere down in P12. I wonder if he had a penalty in a race. Roman Rodionov down in 13th, ahead of Argo Tam. Then comes Aras Jankevicius and Pritse in 15th and 16th, completing the field. So Rodionovs and Juepere have a lot of work to do. And that might mean at the front of the field, it turns into a two-horse battle between Tankavicius and Virus. We'll see whether Tormingas can get involved in this party as well. So our drivers will pull in 2 by 2 now. Devin Sagadi will be starting this race in fourth position. Now, Ragnar Virus, who's starting on pole, has opted for the outside of the grid, it would seem, which is interesting. But it definitely came up on our screen that Ragnar Virus was starting on pole. So maybe, I'm not sure if our timing screen got it wrong or if Virus has just opted to the outside of the circuit. So all eyes on Virus, and away we go. It is a very good start for Ragnar Virus, and he catches, well, the driver behind him, almost napping Devin Sagadi. He says thank you very much, moves up into second place. And Martinas Tankavicius drops down to third. And great move, Sagadi up the inside of Virus. Devin Sagadi leads the race. Well, that's not something that I was expecting to be saying, but it's been an excellent opening lap from Devin Sagadi so far. And Ragnar Virus, I'm sure, would have been super happy to have a driver between himself and Martinas Tankavicius, who has been his closest rival so far today. And Tankavicius has formed up the inside of Virus. So Virus has dropped down into third position. And Tankavicius is now going a bit defensive into turn number 12. Well, this is not what I was expecting. Now, Tonis Johannes Tormingas is behind Ragnar Virus as well. He might be going for a move indeed. He is going to go for a move. He's stuffing it up the inside of Ragnar Virus. The 2023 world champion drops down into fourth position. And look over his shoulder. And there goes your Tormingas up the inside of Tankavicius. Virus follows through as well. It's Estonia 1, 2 and 3. Sagadi from Tormingas from Virus. Not the order we were expecting. Not the order I think anyone was expecting at the end of the opening lap. But Virus and Tankavicius has dropped down to third and fourth respectively. And then comes Mikolas Mashinas. Virus looking to the inside, I think just trying to defend from Tankavicius behind him, but Devin Sagadi leading the way. And a good lead as well. A few kart lengths clear of Tormingas. Sagadi continues to lead, and he's pulling out that gap to Domingas. Vieras is going to have to get his head down and find a way through on Domingas as quickly as he can. Ilya Šeremeta is part of this group as well, just behind Mikolas Mažinas. And Joel Kasper Juepere, a further second or so behind as he tries to redeem himself and work his way back up through the field. Ilya Šeremeta getting a really good run coming out of turn 10. He's on the outside through 11, inside for 12. Ilya Šeremeta moves up into 5th position. Great move from Šeremeta. 490, gains another position. Oh, Domingas looking to the inside of Sagadi. Sagadi covers it off very late. But right now, Donis Johannes Domingas looks like the quickest driver on the grid, and he's going to go up the inside. Vieras moves to the inside as well, but no one is able to find a way through on this occasion. And Devin Sagadi is able to pull a kart length out of the chicane as a result. Big move going up the inside from Vieras. And through goes Stankovičius. Stankovičius takes 2 spots, and well, Domingas tumbles down the order, loses 2, almost loses a third to Ilya Šeremeta as well. Well, it was a bit of a bait and switch, I think, that from Ragnar Vieras. He gains 1, but he ends up losing 1 to Martinas Stankovičius, which is possibly the exact driver he didn't want to get through. I'm sure coming into this race, Ragnar Vieras thought Martinas Stankovičius would be his biggest threat in this super final, and at the moment it's looking like that might be the case, because Martinas Stankovičius has stormed clear of Ragnar Vieras and is quickly latching onto the back of Devin Sagadi, and I don't think we'll be looking to waste much time behind him, as there goes Joel Kasper Juepere up the inside of Ilya Šeremeta. Sorry, not up the inside of Ilya Šeremeta, up the inside of Mikolas Mažinas, and up into 6th place. Roman Rodionov's down into P10, or well, he's clambered his way up to P10. Here is Martinas Stankovičius. We'll be hoping that the door is left open here going into turn 12, but it isn't. Devin Sagadi goes defensive, and Martinas Stankovičius straight round the outside. That is the move of the day. We've seen some absolutely excellent overtakes, some overtakes round the outside, but that was absolutely brilliant from Martinas Stankovičius round the outside of turn number 12. Sagadi covered off the inside, which was a sensible thing to do, but Stankovičius just full center. And here goes Ragnar Vieras. I think actually trying to cover off Domingas more than attack Sagadi. Ragnar Vieras, well, we've still got nearly 10 minutes of this race to go. Well, it is 9 minutes plus a lap, so it is about 10 minutes left in this race. It's a good run for Domingas. He's going to go up the inside of Ragnar Vieras. So Vieras drops a position, and Ragnar Vieras cannot let frustration get to him. And then it's Ilya Šeremeta. Joel Kasper Juepere trying to go up the inside of Šeremeta. Can't make the move work. Šeremeta leaves enough space for Juepere, but then carries the speed on that slightly wider line. Domingas has closed in onto Sagadi. Sagadi taking that slightly more defensive line into turn 3. I think for now, Ragnar Vieras won't be panicking too much. He'll know he's got plenty of time left in this race, but he knows he can't afford to waste too much time. He needs to start picking his way through his 2 Estonian compatriots in front of him. Here goes Domingas up the inside of Sagadi. Now I think Domingas does have the pace to close in onto Stankovičius. Domingas is one of those weird drivers that some races we see him fighting for wins, and then other races we see him down in P6, P7. I don't know if it's just a case of certain tracks suit him a little bit better, or if there's something else at play. But Domingas with the fastest lap of our leading 4 last time round, and look who's closing in just behind Ragnar Vieras is Joel Kasper Juepere. If he can win this race from starting outside of the top 10, that would be quite something. Roman Rodionovs with the fastest lap. He's right behind Ricardo Town-Sims. In fact, he might have actually overtaken him into turn 1. Sagadi starting to fall back from Domingas, and Domingas in turn is closing in onto Martinas Stankovičius. To the long turn one they go. And Domingas is going to send it up the inside. Uepere goes up the inside of Virus as well. Domingas gives Tankavicius a bit of a squeeze. That's going to allow Sagadi to close in. And Uepere is up into fourth. Ragnar Virus really needs to get a move on. He's got any pace left in that car, in those tyres. He needs to start unleashing it now because he is dropping further and further back down the order. He might have won both heats, but has he taken a bit too much out of his tyres? Something that maybe Johannes Domingas has preserved. Domingas seems to just have the measure of Tankavicius. He was able to pull a car length or so gap on by the time they were on the run to turn 3, which meant Martina Tankavicius, he was too far behind to go for the potential overtake. Oh, bit of contact. And well, Martina Tankavicius was looking to the inside. Domingas maybe closed the door a little bit late. And Tankavicius went over the rear wheel of Domingas. Domingas now drops down to P4. Tankavicius leads from Sagadi. Then comes Kasper Uepere, followed by Domingas, and then Ragnar Virus, Ilya Sheremeta. Roman Rodionov has gained another position. He's up into P7 and continuing to put in some excellent lap times. Defensive from Martinas Tankavicius, and everyone just Konstantina's up together. Move up the inside, really nice move from Kasper Uepere as he moves up into second place. Well, we've got 3 Estonians now hunting down Tankavicius. Sorry, did I say 3? I meant 4 Estonians hunting down Ragnar Virus. Uepere, Sagadi, Domingas, and Virus. Move up the inside. That's Rodionov searching for a way through on Ilya Sheremeta. I cannot believe Uepere is in second place and he's pointing ahead. He's saying, oh, it's a cheeky bait and switch. That is dirty. That is so dirty from Kasper Uepere. Well, he said, let's work together, let's go. And then he proceeded to stuff it up the inside of Martinas Tankavicius. Well, I mean, there's nothing against it, but it is not very gentlemanly. Uepere, though, leads the way, and you can be certain of one thing. Martinas Tankavicius will be very keen to get one back on Kasper Uepere. Clearly, Uepere has gone to the Jack Collinson School of Racing. As Sagadi goes up the inside, contact, and Virus goes over the back of Sagadi. A lot of drivers collected in that. Mikolas Mažines as well. So is the 519 of Pritsei. So, Uepere leading the way from Martinas Tankavicius. Gaining 6th position is Paul Eke Bethlehem. But the top 2 are gone. Johannes Domingas is in 3rd. Ragnar Virus drops down into 5th position. I think his hopes of winning this race are down the gutter. Kasper Uepere started this race down in P12. And now he finds himself leading the way. Roman Rodionov's lost a bunch of time in that incident as well. Not quite sure what fully caused it. Just kind of caught the aftermath of it. Carl seems behind behind Ragnar Virus in 5th. The pole sitter, having lost 4 places so far. As into the pits comes Pritsei, nursing his car into the park firming area. Well, Kasper Uepere leading the way now. Well, 2 minutes and a lap remaining of our penultimate super final of the day. Kasper Uepere leading Martinas Tankavicius. And then it's a bit of a gap to Domingas, Betlem, Virus further back. This is a two-way battle for the win. And Uepere seems to have the edge over Martina Stankovičius, although Martina Stankovičius is a little bit quicker, but it's only by 100. He needs maybe a tenth or so a lap. Here they go through 6 and 7, and then into turn 8. Into turn 12 once more. I think we're going to have 3 laps remaining in this race. Another half a tenth gained by Martina Stankovičius. Too far back to go for the send into turn 3. Martina Stankovičius almost having a sniff up the inside into 12. Are we going to see the last lap board? I think we're going to get 2 more laps. And they cross the line with 2 seconds to go, so 2 more laps remaining in this race. Uepere gaining a few hundredths on this occasion. Seems overtaking Ragnar Virus, so Ragnar Virus dropping down to P6 now. Martina Stankovičius still just biding his time, waiting for that opportunity. And there is the final lap board. Stankovičius too far behind to go for the move into turn 1. Oh, he's close enough maybe into the second part. No. He has to yield, he has to back out of it, not close enough, and now he's too far back to go for the send into turn 3. That might have just put the first nail into the coffin. Joel Kasper Uepere on his way to a super final victory. I don't know if he's won one yet this year. I think he won actually the opening round of the season. He beat Edgars Vilkans. The only time this year he has been able to beat Edgars Vilkans. And Uepere is looking at his 2nd win of the year. And this is a difficult field. Martina Stankovičius again tries the outside. Joel Kasper Uepere is wise to it. Covers him off. And Joel Kasper Uepere comes over the line to take his 2nd victory from P12 on the grid. What a drive from Joel Kasper Uepere. Martina Stankovičius in 2nd ahead of Tonis Johannes Domingas. Then Paul Eke Betlem in a very good P4. Ricard Skan seems in P5 ahead of Ragnar Virus. Ilya Sheremeta in P7 ahead of Roman Rodionovs. Then comes Ivers Uz, Devin Sagadi in 10th. Well, that was certainly something. Shame that we didn't get to see what would have been a great battle between Virus, Uepere and Stankovičius, but I think Ragnar Virus just seemed to be struggling a little bit for pace compared to what we saw from him in the earlier heats today. Whether maybe he just got his pressures a little bit wrong, just took a bit too much out of the tyres. Only he knows. Devin Sagadi in 10th, Kalmar Hurm in 11th, then comes Ares Jankovičius, Mikolas Mažinas in 13th, Pritsei with a DNF, so did Nois Gadolaitis, Mikolas Mažinas also with a DNF, and Argo Tam also retiring from the race, but not involved in that incident that we had previously seen. That was a start from Ragnar Virus, so it was an excellent getaway. And here was Jonas Johannes Domingas going up the inside of Virus, and then going up the inside of Tankavicius. And to be honest, I thought Jonas Johannes Domingas was actually going to win this race. He looked super fast. And that's when he tried to go for the move. Sagadi covered him off very early. A very lovely move. Aggressive, but just about fair from Ragnar Virus. And then Jonas Johannes Domingas was a little bit stuck. This was the move of the day, in my opinion. Martinas Tankavicius round the outside of turn 12. And I just want to see what the incident was. Well, it wasn't that. That was a really nice move. Jorkasper Juepere starting to force his way up through the field. And then Martinas Tankavicius went over the rear wheel of Jonas Johannes Domingas. And that was when Tonis's race started to go from bad to worse. I think the next clip that we see into that final corner is going to be the incident. Jorkasper Juepere gaining the position. Here's Devin Sagadi going up the inside and just lost it. And everyone got involved. I think that was on Sagadi. I think he just understeered a little bit. Martinas Tankavicius on that last lap almost made it work into turn 1. Tried the outside move again. Couldn't quite make it work as he did with Devin Sagadi all those laps ago. And Jorkasper Juepere starting outside of the top 10, winning in the A final. As we have our resident Finn back in the chat. No worries at all. I'm trying to remember where everyone finished. I hope your racing has gone well. Actually, I think Ingo is racing in this super final coming up now. So we've got our senior Max super final just a couple of moments away. For those of you joining in, welcome to round 4 of the Rotax Max Nordic Challenge and the Rotax Max Lithuanian Champion. I'm your commentator for the day, Yuspin Sahel, also known online as Milky Cereal. And well, we have one more race to go, and that looks to be a certain Tom Strell starting from pole. I can't tell who that is starting from second. I believe that is Fernando Paimre starting from 6th place. He's done well to recover. At least it's Solzermane that might be in 3rd, or is that Dovydas Gudelevicius? With similar helmets to the pair of them. But we will be running through your grid very shortly. In fact, I think we might be getting it up onto your screens now, because it is a very long grid of, I think, over 30 drivers in this race, maybe bordering up to about 40 drivers. It's going to be a chaotic race, and hopefully they keep it all nice and clean on circuit. But Tom Strell is quite frequently the driver to beat in the senior maxes. And whilst we do see excellent drives from the likes of Fernando Paimre, Dovydas Gudelevicius, Artem Sestakovs as well. We saw Marcus Papp a few rounds ago. Martin Wallström. Wallström's been struggling though today, just been getting tangled up in a few incidents here and there, been a little bit unlucky. No Marcus Papp either. Sestakovs struggling a bit compared to what we have seen of him throughout the rest of this year. Maybe the track just not quite suiting him. But we are going to be getting our drivers onto the grid, or onto the circuit, very shortly. The green flag is waved, and Tom Strell will lead our field onto the circuit. And let's run you through then the grid up for our final race of the day, the final super final, if you will. So round number 4, senior max final, super final. Tom Strell is on pole with Oliver Kerg alongside. Moving on to row number 2, Dovydas Gudelevicius ahead of Robin Shemet in 4th place. Then it is Artem Sestakovs and Fernando Paimre. That's a very stacked 3rd row of the grid. Then comes Karlis Kirikovs ahead of Adrian Tions. in 7th and 8th. Completing the top 10 is Elisa Stolzermane in 9th with Rodrigo Kekers in 10th. 11th place is Rafael Zernask ahead of Kaspar Kisquela in 12th position. Then comes Hendrik Tietz in 13th, and 14th is Dovydas Vaselis. Matas Balchus in 15th ahead of Albert Ingo. There's the driver that is popped in on the YouTube chat. Hans Marcos Nadoski in 17th, Martin Wallström down in 18th. Watch out for him clambering up through the order. Kaori Jesper Somets and Kristen Hjovain in 19th and 20th. Then comes Romet Pakas and Jonas Liotkauskas on row number 11. Normantes Arvesavicius and Ricard Keikulis on row 12. Followed by Laurinas Karalevicius and Ginas Rimkus on row 13. Rem Smits and Kajas Petkus are on row 14. And in 29th position is Martin Valtz with Ugne Puskoriute completing our top 30. Tomas Tomasonis in 31st ahead of Marias Karshauskas. Sara Tabo in 33rd and Maja Gomberga in 34th. And then moving on to the final row of the grid, Kimi Komulainen and Tomas Karalevicius in 35th and 36th. Well, keep your eyes out for Wallström. He's going to be hoping to channel as much of Joel Kasper Juepere's drive to try to win this or get a podium from outside of the top 10. It's going to require something very special for Martin Wallström. Don't forget, you've got in the kind of mid-top 10, Sestakovs, Paimre. They'll be trying their absolute best from row number 3. I don't think I saw Linus Volunga-Vicious on that grid. He must be there somewhere. But we're green, we're racing. Paimre leads the field away. Good start for Dovydas Gudelevicius, who is up into 2nd position. So Gudelevicius gets the ideal start that he would have wanted, which is tucking in behind Fernando Paimre through the opening couple of corners. It's a little bit crazy further down the order. We've got karts snaking as they jump onto the brakes. And Gudelevicius desperately trying to hold on to 2nd from immense pressure behind him. And he just about is able to manage it. We are green, so no race restart. Gudelevicius just about holding on to that position, but at the front of the field, Tom Starell has checked out. As there is Elisa Stolzermane just behind Fernando Paimre, and Artyom Sestakov's a couple of places further up. Bit of loading as they go onto the brakes into turn 12. So they all managed to get the kart stopped for the apex. And there is Tom Starell. Dovydas Gudelevicius still in 2nd position. But it's almost like he's leading the race. Tom Starell is that far out of picture. After just one lap, Gudelevicius goes as defensive as he can. As Oliver Kerg searches for a way through. Kerg trying left, right, everything he can to get through on Gudelevicius. And Gudelevicius defending as much as he dares. But then comes Shemet and Artyom Sestakov. Sestakov's getting a decent drive. Actually, Daskalis Kirikovs who has overtaken Sestakovs and now challenging Robin Shemet. So Sestakovs is the driver in the black and red suit. The white suit, there he goes. Kirikov up the inside of Shemet. So Shemet gains a position. Stolzermane going to follow Shemet, and that allows her to get through on Artyom Sestakovs. Dovydas Gudelevicius has lost a position here to Oliver Kerg and continues to go defensive. So Gudelevicius not really thinking about going up through the field, just focusing on trying to hold on to his position. That's that's Stolzermane battling with Shemet. Shemet holding on to the position ahead of Elisa Stolzermane. Paimre on the outside, losing a position, I think, to Rodrigo Kekers. Wow, the gap at the front of the field now over 3 seconds. Tom Starell surely has this race won. Gudelevicius defending as much as he can from Karlis Kirikov. Gudelevicius just seems to have no confidence in his own pace and is going full defense. He's managed to pull himself a 1 kart length lead, so he can try to get his head down momentarily to hunt down the driver in front. Oliver Kerg maintaining a healthy advantage over Gudalevicius for now. I wouldn't say Tom Strel has a healthy advantage, he's got a disgusting advantage. 3 seconds clear, just a couple of laps into the race. We head into turn 12 once again. A long queue of karts. And there is Tom Strel. I mean, just give him the victory at this point. Gudalevicius has closed in. He's looking up the inside. There's a bit of contact between them. This could end badly. Oliver Kerg just about hangs on to the position. Look over the shoulder from Gudalevicius as he goes defensive to cover off Carlis Kirikovs. And Robin Shemet just following in the wheel tracks of the karts in front. And then comes Sestakovs, followed by Stolzermane, Keikers, Paimeret, and then comes Vaselis in 10th place. Vaselis doing an excellent job in 10th as well, is the 360. Stolzermane looking to the outside here. Gudalevicius up the inside of Kerg, and following through was Carlis Kirikovs as well. So Oliver Kerg loses 2 places. And Tom Strel is so long gone at this point. Nearly 5 seconds clear with 9 minutes to go. Stolzermane sends it up the inside of Oliver Kerg. Sestakovs with the faster lap of this race so far. He's now right on the back of Oliver Kerg. Nice move. Alisa Stolzermane goes up the inside of Carlis Kirikovs and into 3rd position, and can now try to hunt down Dovydas Gudalevicius. Defensive from Stolzermane, trying to keep Kirikovs at bay. But at the front of the field, Tom Strel continues to lead. And there goes Kirikovs up the inside of Alisa Stolzermane to reclaim 3rd position. Dovydas Gudalevicius, he's also gone in 2nd now. So nose to tail then, with just over 7 minutes, and it's a good run for Alisa Stolzermane, trying to go up the inside of Carlis Kirikovs. Makes the move work as well. Oliver Kerg too far back to be able to capitalise on this as they head through turns 10 and 11. Stolzermane goes defensive. Kerg also going defensive in P5. Now to the final corner they go, 52.04, Tom Strel at the front of the field, 52.1 for Dovydas Gudalevicius, Kirikovs, and Stolzermane defending, another 2.8 seconds further back. Now there is a slippery surface flag out on track, as that's a really nice move from Keikers on Oliver Kerg. I think this is going to be Stolzermane's first podium of the year. How things are looking currently. Paimeret all over the back of Robin Shemet. But no way through currently. And in the distance you can see Dovydas Gudalevicius Where Tom Strel is at this point, I don't really know. He's moved on back into Estonia or something. Lisa Stolzenmanet continues to hold on to third, ahead of Karlis Kirikovs and Rodrigo Kakers. There you can see Tom Strel. Here he is, 5.5 minutes to go. Well, barring a mechanical failure of some sort, I cannot see how Tom Strel does not win this race. Dovydas Gudalevicius is the driver that Tom Strel has to thank, because he just started defending like crazy for second as soon as the checkered flag, or as soon as the green flag dropped at the start of the race. Pace has started to improve from this group. Artem Sestakov has been able to pull out a bit of a gap to Oliver Kerg, who's got Shemet and Paimre behind him. Shemet looking to the inside of Kerg, not able to make that move work. No overtakes, no changes of positions inside our top 10. Stolzenmanet doing a good job, just putting in the laps, not having to really worry about Kirikovs behind her, not having to defend. Able to maintain this fairly healthy 1 to 2 car length lead. About 5 minutes remaining in this race. Stolzenmanet going a little bit defensive as well, that was Kerg having, sorry, not Kerg, who's at a moment? That's Sestakov. So Sestakov's having a moment going on the grass on the approach into the chicane. And now Kirikovs is all over the back of Stolzenmanet, going to get the drive coming out of turn 8, inside for turn 9. Surely makes that move work, I think, has done so as well, indeed has. So Karlis Kirikovs up into third ahead of Stolzenmanet. Then comes Rodrigo Kakers in 5th position. On the braces, they Konstantina up together into turn 1. Kirikovs ahead of Stolzenmanet. This is a big overtaking opportunity here. Defensive from Kirikovs. Rodrigo Kakers will close in onto the pair of them as a result. Defensive once again. Stolzenmanet looking to the outside, trying to get the run. This is where Stolzenmanet got overtaken. But she can't get the drive out of the corner. She can't force Kirikovs to go in as defensive as she had to a couple of laps ago. Stolzenmanet, it looks like she's falling into the clutches of Rodrigo Kakers behind her. So Shemet has dropped down into 8th place behind Fernando Paimre. Paimre is now onto the back of Oliver Kerg. And these guys are actually closing into the three-way battle for 3rd place as well. As there goes, up the inside of Stolzenmanet goes Rodrigo Kakers. Oh, contact! That's Stolzenmanet facing in the wrong direction, and the Nassau off as well. So Stolzenmanet and Kakers have had a coming together. There is Elisa Stolzenmanet. Can't tell if she's holding her arm. Maybe in a little bit of pain is Stolzenmanet. But the most important thing is she's on her feet. She's walking away from the car. I'm sure there might be some words being said between the two of them at the end of this race. We might be able to catch a replay of it later, but this has promoted Kerg up into 4th position. Paimre just behind. But it's a bit of a gap to the next driver as Paimre goes up the inside of Kerg. And Shemet is going to try to follow through. They're now side by side into the chicane. Shemet yields and tries to get the switch back. Big train of cars all the way up into 4th place. is now Fernando Paimeret holding on to that position. 3 laps to go. I don't see Paimeret closing in onto Karlis Kirikovs. There's Artyom Sestakovs. Tried to close in. Where is, in all of this, Martin Wallström? Martin Wallström down in P16. Wow, not what we expected from Martin. Especially after his success last weekend. So there is the 309 of Karlis Kirikovs, who is in 3rd position currently. As we are onto the final lap of the race, Tom Strel, he stretched his lead to 5.5 seconds. It was 4.5 seconds some 4 laps ago. Well, Tom Strel has been excellent today. 2 heat wins. And now half a lap away from the super final victory as well. A clean sweep incoming for Tom Strel. Dovydas Gudalevičius will probably be quite happy with 2nd, I think. That's how he approached the race, aiming for 2nd, and looks like he's going to do exactly that. Dovydas Gudalevičius into the final couple of corners, but Tom Strel exits the final couple of corners. What a victory. He is delighted with that, and so he should be. Dovydas Gudalevičius doesn't look too happy about it as he takes 2nd. Karlis Kirikovs seems quite happy with 3rd ahead of Fernando Paimeret. Then comes Oliver Kerg, Robin Shemet, Rafael Zernas, Artyom Sestakovs in 8th. Then comes Vaselis in 9th ahead of Matas Balchus in 10th position. And a few disappointed drivers a little bit further down the order. So let's run you through then our final standings. Strel from Gudalevičius, from Kirikovs, then Paimeret, Kerg, Shemet, Zernas, Sestakovs, Vaselis, Balchus, Fitz, Pakas, Ingo, Kiskuela, and Martin Wallström in 15th place. Then in 16th is Tomas Tomasonis, followed by Tions, Karshauskas, Hyovain, Somets, Rimkus, Keikulis, Petkus, Arves Savicius in 24th from Berga. Then comes Puskuriute and Liotkauskas in 27th. Then it's Martin Valts, Rem Smits, Karlevičius, Kumulainen, Saratavo, and Rodrigo Kakers, Solsermane and Narusk, with both of them not finishing the race. And we'll see whether we can catch that incident that happened with Elisa Solsermane and Rodrigo Kakers in this highlight reel. But that's Dovydas Gudalevičius from the opening lap, just going ultra defensive to keep Oliver Kerg behind. That allowed Tom Strel to disappear into the distance. And Tom Strel did absolutely everything that he needed to. The Solsermane tried to go around the outside of turn 3. And Gudalevičius continued his defensive masterpiece even after he had lost 2nd. That was Elisa Solsermane going up the inside of Kerg. And is this the one with Kakers? No, it's not. This is into turn 12. That's up the inside of Karlis Kirikovs, pardon me. And then Kerg went up the inside of Solsermane, who was forced to hang it around the outside. That was one of our drivers ending up having to cut through the chicane. Artyom Sestakovs gaining a position, and Elisa Solsermane going a little bit defensive into turn 3. There's Elisa Stolzenmann going defensive up ahead as one driver goes grass karting through turn 3. And there is the contact. So we just see the beginning and the aftermath. So there was a little bit of squeezing going into the corner. Ooh! Did Stolzenmann squeeze a little bit too much? Well, that's going to be one for the stewards to decide. Hard to tell in one look, that's for sure. I'm sure they'll slow that footage down, look at it ultra closely to determine if anyone needs to be given a penalty. But that brings our day of racing to a close for round number 4 of the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania and the Nordic Challenge as well. Make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel, subscribed on Instagram. We'll be seeing you in just under a month's time on the 19th of September at Kandava for round number 5, the season finale, where champions will be crowned, top 3s will be crowned, and there'll be some more excellent racing on offer. I've been your commentator for today, Yusufin Sahel. It's been a pleasure to bring today's racing to you. And thank you, as always, to all of our drivers for putting on some absolutely excellent racing. The race organisers for making sure everything runs smoothly, to all of the marshals as well. And of course, to all of the friends, families and mechanics who show up to the circuits and provide us with the atmosphere that makes the Rotax Max Challenge what it is. We'll see you all in a few weeks' time at Kandava. Goodbye.